So, viewers, on this episode, we are going to deviate slightly from what you're used to. We are calling it the Kiboko Bridge. We are going to go into the comments. We're going to read comments, both positive and negative. We're going to respond to those comments. We're also looking at the activities of the past week and do a deep dive, which is something we will be referring to in the future as the Kiboko Bridge. We go into a deep dive of the activities. We give you our honest opinion of what we believe the implications of the activities, politically and otherwise, of the last week. And in particular, we will be delving into this ruling by the court about the electioneering. So that is our Kiboko Bridge, and get used to this because we will be doing this periodically in the future. This will be a bridge we'll be doing, and then we go back to our old calendar. Stick here, guys.
We don't stop, we don't stop. Welcome to another, I don't even know if you'd call it episode or the continuation.
It's a continuation.
You know, last I left us, what, episode 28? This thing may go to episode 100. But welcome to Stori Za Siasa, Understanding Kenyan Politics. If you're joining us at this episode, welcome. This is a conversation we are having to understand the political landscape of Kenya, to understand how it is that we've gotten here where we are, to understand our history, to understand our past, and to understand our present, and therefore hopefully give you the tools to shape your future. This is an unbiased podcast. Some agree, some don't agree. Yeah. But this, for me, this has been extremely informative. Mr. Ndola.
Yes.
Ndola Ndolo.
Ndola Ndolo.
Ndola Ndolo. There's a guy who said Ndula.
Yeah, I know.
There's somebody who wrote a powerful email, and in the mix they were saying thank you so much. They were saying thank you so much for breaking down this conversation in the intellectual finesse way that you're doing. Not angry, not fighting.
Yes.
And and that is sparking conversations within their office.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like we said when we started this show, what was driving us when we started the conversation with you, there was no set script or roadmap. We didn't say this is where we are going. I just felt that there's a lot I had experienced. And personally, we all have selfish reasons when we go into these things. Personally, after the 2024 uprising, if you can call it that, of the young generation that we refer to as the Gen Z, I asked myself, my twins, who you know, were active in that Gen Z groupings, formations. I think they were even helping coordinate some groups. And, you know, I'd be sitting with one of them on his phone. He would tell me if he doesn't read a message, if he doesn't read his messages in 4 minutes, he can't catch up. I asked him, what do you mean? So he showed me how they're popping in. I said, what are you telling me? So he told me this is what's happening. And at the tail end, or rather after the dust had settled and we ended up in a situation where the president addressed the nation and all that, there was anger. The anger we keep referring to that started from how we've run our politics, from the opposition days, from the oppression, the Kanu oppression that brought the politics of the opposition confrontational, when we talked about how the opposition had to be creative to address barriers because it's a captive audience. So that anger, which some of us thought would end with those generations, now had caught us again with our children. Guys who are not born when Moi was there, who Moi is a story, like a bedtime story. They don't even know, they can't relate. Guys who Jomo Kenyatta is a photo somewhere. They can't relate, never heard his voice. And here we are. So as parents, my generation, maybe there's somewhere we have failed. Because there should be a situation where our children don't catch up with that. So I asked myself, what are we doing or what are we not doing? And so I started saying, okay, everybody has to put their own lifting. In a situation like this, everybody has to do their bit. What can I do? knowing what I know, so that my kids go to the elections in 2027 informed. And I will not tell them, I will not even dare tell them where to vote. They have an opinion. They were involved in 2024. I cannot tell them vote here. Forget about what I see people saying, I'm campaigning for somebody. Even in my own house, I cannot campaign for William Ruto. In my own house. They will tell me, no, Papa, that's your opinion. So I said, what can I do? So I suppose for those of us who are spiritual, sometimes if you pray about something, it happens. And it doesn't, and I will not profess to have had a voice. Where, you know, people say he had a voice and the voice told him do. No. What happened is you pray about something and you wake up and an idea pops in your mind. And the way I think about spirituality, that's how it works. You know, they say in the older days, people had a direct connection, that God would talk to them. They would go and fast and they would hear a voice. I think when we go there a little bit, it's a bit of fiction. I think what it is you pray and then a thought pops up maybe 12 hours later, or you find that you're leaning towards a particular direction. And I think, from my very humble place, that is how the Creator is talking to you. You know, He is directing your acts and your thoughts without you quite realizing, because you sought His intervention. So I thought about it, and in my quiet space, I would pray. And of course, for me, Al-Kalau woke me up. I had been seeing a build-up of what I call reckless talk. And I've been wondering, and as like I said in a previous episode, His Excellency the President is younger than me. The former DP, Rigathi Gachagua, is younger than me. So I said, wait, I think I have a duty here. I have a duty here. People will call me names, I'll be insulted. It's okay. It's okay. That comes with the territory. And I also said, because I've dabbled in politics, I have a space I can occupy and people will listen. Because this guy is not a political scientist who's talking at a talk show based on what he did for PhD thesis. Yes. And I'm not rubbishing those guys who've done that. But this guy, his PhD is from the ground. He's done it, he's gotten money, clothes have been torn, he's been threatened, he's gotten it from the ground. So that's what pushed me. And that's why we are here.
You know, I like piggybacking on also telling people why I'm here, because I haven't done politics before. I keep saying I'd only done 2, and one of them I deleted because this space is murky.
Very.
And it's highly emotional. I'm a consumer of intelligence, so I read every single comment.
Yes.
Every single comment on TikTok.
Yes. On
Facebook,
yes.
On YouTube.
Wow.
So you can imagine how much understanding I have
yes.
of people's emotions when it comes to this as compared to when I interview musicians or when I interview people from business.
Yes.
Politics is highly emotional. Of all the content I've ever done, I've never seen such emotion.
It's very...
You don't see people on the fence with this conversation.
Yes.
You don't see... People are either attacking or people are either... with you and consuming.
Yes.
But let me also say, I'm okay, and I remember having this conversation with you a couple of days, and I want you maybe to chime in. This is also a space for people to vent.
Yes.
And I am okay.
And people actually have a lot to say. They really have a lot to vent about.
Yeah.
I told you the other day, somebody reaches out on Messenger and says, my name is George, I'm in Minnesota, and I'd like to talk to you. And there's people who have communicated with me, but mostly on chat, and they tell me off. They say, you are, you're old school, you Kanu guys have Kanu hangovers, you are campaigning for Ruto, you are together with him in Kanu, this is a new dispensation, you don't understand it, this, Gen Z are going to show you. I've got those kind of messages. And I say, I stand guided. And others I even say, look, do you want me to organize an opportunity for you to come on the show and express your feelings? And then they go quiet. 90% of the ones who I offer, and I do that because they go extreme. Somebody called me Takataka. They said, I am angling for money. I look broke. I look I'm bitter in my retirement.
Yeah.
And I said, I told them, no, they had watched one of the 3-minute, 2-minute clips.
Yes.
So I told the gentleman, you watch the whole thing and you'll realize we are not campaigning for any particular person. But George, and he impressed me. He's from Kisii town. He lives in Minnesota, has been there for maybe 20 years. So the guy, he sends me his number and I send him my number.
This is somebody for the record you don't know?
I don't know him.
For madam.
I don't even know what he looks like. I saw the photo now on his profile photo. In fact, as we go there, Aizo needs to do some photos for me, so that I change my profile photo, because my profile photo has the Andrew with short hair. So guys keep asking, are you the Andrew we are seeing on the show?
We've done photos, we'll give you.
So I need an updated version of me, my hybrid version.
Yes. With the silver fox.
With the silver fox. So do you know, George called me, and when I checked later, we had talked for 1 hour, 13 minutes.
Wow.
Perfect strangers. He came in and he expressed his opinion on what he thinks on many things, and he even told me where he thinks I have done very well. He pointed out where he thinks I need to correct, and I'm telling you, it was an insightful conversation from a perfect stranger. 1 hour, 13 minutes.
1 hour, 13 minutes.
And 3 days before that, there was a lady who had heard me talking about my escapades in Makueni and in Kilome. And she's from very near where we had a rally with the late Molu Motesia, that near Salama. So she sends me a message. She says, I hear you're from my part of the country. And I say, yeah, where are you from? And she mentions the village. And I know the village. And she sends me a number. She says, can we talk? And I say, fine. Excuse me. And I call her. We talked for 25 minutes.
Total stranger.
Total stranger. But sheer coincidence, her father was a very famous mechanic. He was very good with Land Rovers back then. And I knew him because he had done work for my late father with some Land Rovers my father had bought from government secondhand in 1970, when I was 6, 7 years old.
Wow.
This girl's father, even she didn't know. She just knew that the parents would talk about us, but she didn't know there was a connect. When she mentioned the father's name, I said, yeah, but I know that name. So you can imagine. And she did the same thing. She said, this is where you're strong. This is where you need to polish up. Now, I want to go back to George, because George really, he touched me, and I'm going to keep in touch. George told me, you cannot stop talking about particularly your experiences in the politics when you were active and your opinion in the politics now. Because he said, that conversation you've had about your days in Kanu, working with various leaders, actually tells Gen Z what politics is. That what the politician holds them on the microphone and says sometimes is very far from what he's actually intending to do. And then he said, and the toxic nature of politics, the association of politics with money. He said, Andrew, you have to keep there, because that's the thing some of us know, but our children don't know. And they take at face value somebody who says, let's hit the streets. He talked about Sabasaba. He said Sabasaba was in 1990. How will somebody bring about a Sabasaba riot when the issues that brought people to the streets in 1990 have all been largely achieved? So when you say Sabasaba in 2006, what are you saying? First and foremost, you're riding on something you might not even understand. Maybe the better thing to do is bring a different thing, which more relates to the fights today. And then he says...
Do I need to give you some...
No, I'll keep touching this. So he says something very interesting. And that touch, and I realized we need to do that. He said there were very many people who risked their lives in the 90s, who helped achieve some of the gains the country achieved in terms of the widening of the political space and arriving at the 2010 Constitution. And he asked me to research all those names. so that we start ticking them off on the show.
Okay.
Because there are many, even younger politicians who do not know, have never heard of Anyona. They don't know who that is. Koigi wa Mwere. They don't know the roles Paul Muite played.
Yes.
They do not know Martha Karua was Raila's lawyer. They don't know those things, you know. And those days you did those things at the risk of being picked up and dumped into a cell and silenced. There was no internet to shut down. All that used to happen is the newspaper would be bought.
It's true.
Yes, the system of the day would buy the newspapers before they hit the street.
Yep.
Yeah. So you are rushing to get the Nation to see what happened yesterday. You get nothing.
For real?
Oh, yes.
They'd buy them out?
Oh, yes.
What a tactic.
Oh, yes. I mean, it's print. And you know the print is ready to go live, maybe to go out at 4 a.m. So you just buy them. You just buy them. You pay when they come off print.
That is crazy. Such a wonderful way of controlling the news.
And of course, it was borrowed from other countries. I mean, a lot of 90% of the oppressive tactics that were used were borrowed from other parts of the world. And so George goes and he says, one thing he did say, which I felt maybe he has there's some pain I sensed in his reason to relocate. There were things that happened to either him or family. There was some pain, some frustration. And he was dwelling quite a bit on this thing about the heroes of that era, the guys who defied government. And he said, when we say tear gas sniffers, it might sound insensitive, but he said it very politely.
I like it.
And I realized he has a point. And so even as we go into the show, it's important that the viewer understands. We have to introduce a little bit of humor because we don't want people to come out of this show with bitternesses. Because what we want is what's good for Kenya. And so even in those dark days, we will introduce some humor. We don't want you to lose sight of what we are saying in terms of the fact. But when I say tear gas sniffers, it's to bring humor to a very painful past.
True.
And it was painful. It was painful. A lot of people obviously relate with Raila from that pain, but there were many others. There were many others who lost livelihoods. People were left by their wives because she doesn't agree with the direction you've taken. And she's got young children to bring up. You know, people had relatives who disappeared, never got a body to bury. And some of them didn't have the ability to remain in the face media-wise. So Kenyans didn't get to know them.
You know, I've realized I've had a traumatic relationship with politics.
Yes.
Because I was young and relocated the country
Yes.
because of politics.
Yes.
I didn't say this before, but because of politics, my father was moved out of the country to go and do business. And it meant that even I, as a child,
Yes.
immediately after class 8, I was on a plane to London.
Yes.
And that was directly because of what politics had done and affected this, that, the other.
Yes.
So years later, I realized I don't have a happy-go-lucky relationship with politics.
Yes. Yes.
I associate politics with loss. So you get, and without knowing, and I'm a 80 born. 80, I mean, I was born in the 80s.
You can imagine.
So what more people even who are born in the 70s, in the 60s?
Yes.
So I was just saying this to understand that I've had to switch from the different kind of content to understand there's some people who are going to be abusive in the comments. And by margin,
Yes.
it's okay. You do your thing.
Yes.
I have, as my cousin said, elephant thick skin.
True.
But I will also check you. There's a level where you can't be abusive. I will delete it.
True.
You get. But if you are venting is allowed.
Yes.
Venting is allowed. You don't have to agree with us. You can be against us. It is fine.
Yes.
This is a safe space for you to do that.
In fact, I believe, and I say this now from a parental position, because that is how this started for me. As a parent, if I'm going to allow you, or rather, let me put it differently, if my coming on this show and giving an insight into my experience helps you offload anger and frustration, I think I'm already winning.
Complete.
Yeah. Don't go too abusive, but critique me completely. Call me a Ruto guy. It's
Yes.
okay, because then you're venting, and then I'd urge you, and this is very important, because I saw somebody on one of these forums saying that these guys are campaigning for UDA. I'm not going to watch again. Then the next comment they told him, boss, that's why you need to watch. The fact that you're saying they're campaigning for Ruto is why you need to watch. Because then you'll be informed on how to vote. If you really believe that that's where they're going and you pick all the points, then that is why you will not vote for Ruto. Because this guy you've seen is twisting the narrative. So, and because of that, from a parental point of view, if I'm actually triggering your brain, if I'm triggering your mind to think,
And triggering emotions.
then I am helping.
Yep.
Because let's do that now, so that when we are voting, those emotions are out.
Yes.
We are voting from an unemotional space, and we're not going to respond to incitement.
I love it. And let me add and say, it's not one-sided. It's
Yes.
not just people complaining.
Yes.
There's people, in fact, this is like I like what you said about the conceding.
Yes.
When the dog bites the man, it's not news. When the man bites the dog, it's news.
Yes.
I don't want us to be honest, 20% of the comments
Yes.
are, I'd even say 10% of the comments
Yes.
are the guys who are like, you're for Ruto and all of that.
Yes.
Majority, the 90% of the comments are people who are correcting you,
Yes.
are people who are thankful for this kind of content, are people who are engaging. So it's important that we also highlight that side. And I want to, this first episode, as usual, even as we release,
Yes.
before we continue.
It's very important.
It's the Kiboko time
Yes.
episode. I want to read one, and then let's get into the Kiboko time where I read some comments.
Yes.
You chime in into some of these things, just so that we can, then we kick off the episode.
And then we will, and now I've become the producer, and we will take a break so I can take some warm water, to sort out whatever my throat is doing.
Don't worry.
But let's go to Kiboko time.
Hiyo ni lazima.
Yes.
Somebody, this one emailed me.
Yes.
Dear Richard, and I won't read all of it, but I'll just get the essence of it.
Yes.
I trust you are well. I wanted to take a moment to sincerely thank you for the Stories Za Siasa segment with Ndola Ndolo. I don't think you realize just how enlightening these conversations have been. Please extend my appreciation to Ndola as well. His insights have actually sparked week-long conversations in our office. Yes. I work in the NGO sector where we generally do not engage directly with government or politics. Yet we have found ourselves discussing Kenya's political histories, the personalities, the decisions, how they have shaped the country we have today. It turns out that what we needed was an eloquent Kenyan with a deep understanding of our history and no apparent personal campaign to sell, to simply tell the story. Ndola does that exceptionally well. Thank you, Richard, for creating this space for these important conversations. It is extremely... informative, refreshing, and genuinely valuable. May God bless you, Richie. And that is from Dr. L. Ngungu. Like, what do you have to chime in on that?
That is very humbling. And it's important that this person has talked about political aspirations, that I also clear the air. As a politician, we always think about vying. And in 2022, I was under pressure from friends and people I've interacted with. Oh, why aren't you in the ballot? Even now, there was that pressure.
Yes.
And I must confess, we always consider it. However, from the time the incitement went where it went, I realized I cannot do as much of a change in Kilome vying. I realized. And when we started this show, then I was very clear. After the first and second episode, I was extremely clear on where my good can come. My contribution to the country I love and the contribution to guiding my children, I realize is in this space. And this is where I belong. This is where I will play out. If over the horizon, anybody wants capacity as a political player, I have no problem sitting to give them guidance from my experience, not from any academic background, to say, in my opinion, this is where you need to focus. I have no problem with that. But we will not make the mistake of, on this show, going in a particular direction and campaigning for somebody, because we've realized people are watching and listening and taking us seriously. And because we must respect, and because of the love for Kenya, we must keep the conversation on this show neutral. We'll call it, when it's good, when it's bad, in our humble opinion. And then we will attach that to my history and see if that helps guide you on the decisions to make tomorrow.
I need to chime in there. I was not going to tell you this. I was not going to bring this up. I mean, I did tell you this, but I was not going to bring this up on air, but I will. Yes. Because I believe in the transparency of things.
Yes.
One of the things that is very unexpected is how many DMs, how many messages that we are getting from aspiring MCAs, MPs, governors, people in different positions.
Yes.
Let me read, for example. I am aspiring to be an MCA. This is from @Sol Mwakireti. I am aspiring to be an MCA in Weruga Ward, and this show has changed how I approach politics. Eye-opener, my political class. Thank you for the lessons. Now, in the DM sections, we have so many DMs from aspirants from across, and very strangely, first-time aspirants and second-time aspirants from across the country who want to do sit-downs with you. People who just want advice, guidance, somebody to walk them, somebody to chime in on their different on their journey, and give them advice on, are they doing this right? What should they look out for? How should they fundraise? That for me is as much as you want to just sit here. I have seen a need for you to be in a space and people to come, especially this target audience of people, to hear from you about leading. How do I take, and it's made me begin to question, is there, if you're willing, and this may be me putting you on the spot and asking you, would you be willing to do an offline conversation with this target audience?
Well, I'll tell you what. Remember, we talked about how we arrive at candidates. We talked about where we believe political parties should go in terms of even arriving at the right candidate. If this one-on-one, if these sessions with aspirants, potential MCAs, member of parliament and what, is going to help in the product getting cleaner, I am definitely there. It is something I would love to do. It will be something I would definitely be interested in doing.
Okay. What I'll say is, if you're an aspirant and this is something that would interest you, again, intelligence is what we use to guide our steps. This is not our plan, but comment. Comment and let us know. And depending on the amount of people who write, depending on where they write from, we will then figure out the next step. So do two things. Let us know where you're vying from, where are you based, and so we figure out, do we have to do online and all of those things, and if it's something you want to do.
And as we wind up that session, because it's critical, because I am first and foremost a political player. If that is the road we are going down, we will not be pointing you in any particular direction. If you're an aspirant, we won't tell you join this party, support this person. We'll just give you the meat. We'll tell you, this is what we feel. This is where you focus on. This is one of the strategies that we've applied and seen it work back then. This is what we think you can do. This is the kind of resources you need to put together. These are the kind of strategies you need. Whether it's on IT platforms, social media, these are the things we think you should do.
I didn't even think of like that.
That is how I would like to play, where we're telling somebody, we can help you set up your social media platforms. For a fee, we'll set this up for you. Bring us your resource guys, start it up, set you up. We leave you and your guys to go. We're available for a on and off consult on that front. And it will be across the board. Whether you are in DCP or you are in Wipeout, we will give resource, because what will that do? We will help build the quality. And by building the quality, we will help build the information So we will have aspirants who are well informed to make the right decisions. They will therefore be disseminating the right language on the ground. It's also like cleaning up the airwaves.
Yes.
We're just cleaning up in our own small way.
I like it.
And we will then, of course, ask you to sign something where if you are caught in incitement, you are caught in language that we do not stand for, we will disown you and we will expose you.
I love it. Okay.
There'll be a disclaimer where you must sign. It's like an NDA that I bind myself not to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I do, then because we can be witnesses against you. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Yes. That's a place I'd love to go.
I've seen this rabbit hole. This is as an offline thing being created online while you guys are watching.
Yeah, I tell
but
you.
it's just the core thing is to say, if you are aspiring for any political seat and you would like a space and a forum to not just engage with Mr. Ndola,
Yes.
and not just engage with other professionals within that space, but even people, like-minded people like you, fellow people. Get to the comment section. Number 2, last time we asked people to comment and tell us where they're watching us from.
Yes.
I think that feedback for me has been mind-blowing.
Yes.
So we have a lot of people in the diaspora who are watching this. Australia, Sydney, we've got London, we've got Poland, we've got Canada, we've got the States, we've got Kenya, we've got Embu, we've got Kitale, we've got Lamu, we've got Nyeri, we've got Kericho, we've got Uganda, we've got Embu. Like we've got so many different places. Over 200 different locations were shared. I can't name them all, but I just want to say, keep letting us know where it is that you're watching us from. It's important. Another thing that I want to say, let us know which platform you're watching us on.
It's important.
This is crazy. When I was doing this, my mentality was thinking YouTube.
Yes.
But a lot of the people who are commenting on TikTok.
Yes.
A lot of the people who are commenting on Facebook.
Yes. Wow.
So continue to let us know which platform it is that you're watching us from. Just another heads up, we put out the full length videos. I know on this episode right now, we're on episode 29, but if you look on the channel, you will see episode 1 full video, episode 2 full video, episode 3 full video. Every time he wears a new set of clothes, we put it all into one.
Yep, that's true.
Into one. By the way, I like that. I like what you're dressed in today.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to read 2 more comments and then we get into it. You guys, we are Kenyans, not Moroccans. This is a clever Kasongo thing. Though there's a lot to learn. Remember, Kenyans can make or ...
Yes.
It's up to you to choose your struggle.
Yes.
Your feedback?
Well, I expected people to go here. And the reason I expected them to go here is because we are not spewing the anger and frustration and the one-term narrative, because that's where we began with this show. When you stand on a podium and you say one term, in my humble opinion, you've said nothing. You've said nothing. And we even broke it down. We said, if you're talking about the cost of living, it didn't begin with this presidency. If you talk about extrajudicial killings, it didn't begin with this presidency. If you're talking about corruption, we've given you the architecture from 64. If corruption, if that's where you want to go. Why am I saying this? We fall into that trap. We even in the previous episode talked about the focus on the top. And it has been done by the political class. And I am a player in that space, so I know what I'm saying.
Yes.
We have explained what aspirants do. We've talked about weak aspirants who tilt the scale to get jobs. We've talked about all that. So when you say we are campaigning for William Samoei Ruto, you need to pinpoint where or what we said that specifically is campaigning.
I like that.
Don't just don't just give it a blanket, because that's what our problem. Everything is a blanket.
I like that.
Yeah, so come into the comments and say on this part, Andrew said 1, 2, 3. This is campaigning, and then we'll respond to that specific part. You see, if I sound Kanu friendly, I was in Kanu. I won't sit here and lie. I'm doing this for my kids.
Yeah.
When I talk about the guys who are in tear gas and the anointing crowd, I was in the anointing crowd.
That is true.
I'm not going to lie. So, and it's because for this platform we want to be authentic. The truth, the foundation has to be truth. We've talked about when there were those who felt we could go for the top seat. and they wanted to present a certificate on the table. And I told them, we can't begin the journey that way. And I've been told by people, can you keep there? Because we have leaders who've been challenged about their academic credentials, and it's become gray. It's like it was never concluded, but there are people sitting in office there's doubts about their academic credentials. So we are going into all this. So I hear that, gentlemen, but let them go to a specific agenda. Let them say, here you said this. All we are doing is we are telling you, on this crime, it was done before. On this crime, it was done before. On this crime, it was... So don't just hate. And at the risk of going where maybe a lot of people are worried, don't go tribal. I hear people say, those Kalenjins, those Kikuyus, don't judge the man you want to be president on that alone. Don't say you hate Rigathi because he's Kikuyu, therefore you won't vote with president. That's not enough. Don't say you hate Ruto because he's Kalenjin. You've just fallen into the trap that is divide and rule that suits a certain cluster of Kenyans. It suited the British. And we even went back and talked about how the British bought land from somebody who had been allocated the land, and it was Kenya Railway land, and went on to build the British High Commission on that building. We talked about the ethics around that. So, I know somebody will say you guys are campaigning. Let us go to specific. Say on this point that you said in episode 27, you are campaigning for this guy.
I like there's a guy who said, how dare you guys call this guy a hard worker?
Yes.
He's a hard worker for corruption.
Yes.
I liked at least he was able to push it into that direction.
Yes.
Let me move on a quick one.
Yes.
As a love, this one I think you like.
Yes.
Today, by the way, I'm sticking to some positive comments. We need to start on a good note. As a lover of history and government, I have been camping here since the first episode. Amazing series and great analysis by Mr. Ndolo. I am 21.
What?
From Nairobi.
That's my child right there.
That guy is us at Tura's Money and Mindset.
That's my last born's age.
That's your last born?
Yeah,
yes.
That's Nene's age.
I love that.
My daughter Elizabeth, they call her Nene.
Yes.
That's Nene's age. That's my last born.
21-year-old.
Yes, because she's 21.
So how amazing. That's why I read that.
And I'm so humbled that they're commenting.
Yeah. So by the way, if you are in the Gen Z era, please enter the comment section. We'd like to know that you're watching. Okay, I'm going to do this last one and then we're going to continue. Remember, guys, what we've been doing in this series is breaking down, talking about the political history of Kenya from 1964, even before, all the way until where we are today. Where we left off, we were at 2017. This comment for me by Atlibi Kigenda 1517 is one of the most weightiest comments I have read. This for me is the epitome of the beauty of what it is that we are doing here. So listen to this. I have followed each full-length option, watching from Limuru. And the thing this conversation has stirred things in me is, when I am in my 60s, will I be able to sit on a chair and narrate the happenings of Kenya, account for the impact I have had, pour wisdom for the next generation? Will I have lived a good and fulfilled life, in brackets, with no blemish, read corruption, so that I can be put on the scales and have the courage to speak? This is the greatest lesson I have carried throughout each episode. Mr. Andrew's family must be proud.
Very humbled. Very, very humbled by a comment. I would have loved if the general would be alive and I sit with him and tell him, yeah, you are wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. But, but I'm very humbled by that comment.
No, I need to say what she's saying.
Yes.
Especially from this podcast space. I've not been able to put people on this seat.
Yes.
The reason why you had me say I've only put 2 politicians and even one I removed, because I've not found few, not even few, one, and I can only speak for Martha Karua, has been found who can sit on this seat and be honest, talk about her mistakes, talk about her successes, talk about her journey unashamedly. I mean, even Martha Karua, I asked about 2007. I asked there, I went there, and she was able to talk about it. politicians have asked to come onto this seat, but they say, do not ask me this, 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 do not ask me this.
Yes.
I'm like, what are you bringing me here for?
Exactly.
You get?
And it's unfortunate because, and this is why I will keep doing this show for as long as I have breath and there's product and there's material to give. How do we intend to sit, my generation, if God gives us space and health, how do we intend when we are 75 and 77 to sit and look back and imagine we contributed positively or we were spectators to chaos? You saw people lighting a fire, blowing the flames, and you were quiet and you knew they were doing it. Because that's what I'm seeing some leaders doing now. They're putting firewood and they're blowing it. They're fanning the flames. And so I want to go on record as one of those who called it out. Yes, I want my grandson who's 4, God forbid things erupt next year, when he's in 10 years, he's looking online and what he says, Babu called it. Babu criticized these guys. Because we cannot love Kenya. And I repeat, if you want to be a leader in Kenya, and because we are focused on the top, so let's go there. You cannot be an aspirant for the presidency and you see somebody in your camp fanning the flames and you are watching. And the flames are not being fanned on one side. Let's be very clear. These flames are being fanned on both sides. Yeah, on both sides. Why do I say this? I heard some politicians from the Rift saying on TV, and it was caught, that even if the votes are not enough, we will know what to do. So how does a responsible leader say that? You are taking votes away. That, to me, is very unfortunate.
Wow.
Because your leader has to gain ground. Politics is like seduction. You have to gain ground. So when you say that, and there's a region where William Ruto was gaining ground, you've just minused it. Yeah. Because as you remember, and this is scientific, there's always an undecided voter. In every election, there's an undecided voter. That undecided voter then is convinced and they come on board of one camp as we get nearer and nearer to the elections. When you do not inspire them, they sit back. That's why the 8 million voters who didn't vote in the last election, when the margin, 8 million, and the margin was 230, 240,000 between the winner and number 2. So what does it tell you? Maybe we didn't get the right president. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? There's no science to define that. If 8 million people didn't vote, we need all those voters at the ballot. We need all of them. And anybody who's in any camp, if you're in the president's camp, you must recognize that your utterances go either for, with the 8 million, or against. There are guys who are in the president's formation who are losing him votes every time they open their mouths.
But we now know why, because their agenda.
Now you've seen the agenda.
You've really taught us. Yeah. And let me say, you've been really eye-opening. Yes. And I know this Kiboko time we've vented, we've spoken, we've released. Yes. But part of Kiboko time is me asking about the relevant things that happened this week. Yes. So thank you so much for that comment that was shared. That was such a powerful revelation. Yes. And for me, it's to you to say thank you for coming here. I'm in shock. This is Saturday morning, 8. We were here by 7 in the morning. 8. There are better things you could be doing, including being on the golf course. but
this is powerful.
But you are here to give of your, I say potholes filled up by those who came before me. Yes. So you are filling up the potholes so that those who come after you have a smooth drive.
It's important.
So, relevant things that have happened this week. I have to touch on this because and get your feedback. Yes. Number 1, High Court rules presidential elections must be held in the 5th year, meaning next poll date is due on August 11th, 2026. Is that Monday? We're supposed to be going to the polls on Monday.
In a previous episode, we talked about the job of an MP, job description. This is one of them. So don't go to Sunday and tupa matusi.
Go to Parliament.
Go to Parliament, deliberate, unless here there was a quorum. in parliament and do that job that you were bestowed by the electorate, who we like to call the electorate, the voter.
The voter.
You are bestowed a job by the voter. Can you go to the National Assembly and do your job?
Relevant things that have happened this week. I have to touch on this because and get your feedback.
Yes.
Number one, High Court rules presidential elections must be held in the 5th year, meaning next poll date is due on August 11th, 2026. Is that Monday? We're supposed to be going to the polls on Monday.
And it's a conversation that started in 2013. We talked about it moved from 2012 to 2013. And somebody called us out because in my presentation, I made the mistake of saying it was moved by a year.
Yes.
What I should have said is that it moved from 2012 to the next year.
Yes.
That's what I should have said. And so that for me, there's a grammatical error. So the conversation has been there that the clock is up to 5 years, not 5 years plus 1 day. That conversation is there. And I'm imagining there's somebody in the president's corner who is saying this thing doesn't suit us because the mood currently is that if the elections are held, our guy will make it. So there's somebody somewhere reading a conspiracy theory in this whole thing. And I'm expecting to see rallies tomorrow, because politicians use Sundays to comment, where they will attack the judiciary. Okay? Yeah, I'm expecting that. I'm expecting to hear the politicians in the front of His Excellency, attacking the judiciary for that judgment. And I'm expecting to see the political class from the opposition celebrating that and calling for more maandamano, maybe, to say that this guy should leave office because his time has ended. Okay? Let's now talk about Kenya and what's good for Kenya. What is good for Kenya is that Kenyans go to an election to vote in the leaders they want. And for that election to be managed by an electioneering body that has the capacity technically to do that. So, when the judiciary says the elections should be in so many days, they are stating the law as it is.
They're letting us know the facts.
And I have nothing against them. Like I said in a previous episode, when Maraga returned us to the elections in 2017, I was a Jubilee supporter on the ground in Makueni, doing lifting all over Ukambani, training MCAs. Yet, I supported the ruling because of what it was doing. It was forcing the electioneering body to be careful so that they are above board when managing an election. It was telling them, we are not saying who won or who lost. We are telling you, electioneering body, that what you did in process was wrong. The procedure was wrong. And I support that because that's how we get a better Kenya. When the independent institutions are held to account. That is good. That's good for Kenya. Because now this electioneering body knows that the previous guys did 1, 2, 3 wrong. So we need to make sure that doesn't happen again. So in the same light, this ruling, it is telling us as Kenyans that we need to look at the law. That the parliamentarians, the legislators, and need to look at this law and then adjust it to suit with the Constitution.
But this is what the Constitution is saying.
Yes.
5 years plus 1 day is illegal.
That's the thing. So we have...
Remove your emotions.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
There needs to be a
Let's
thing
not
that
go to on Sunday to churches and places and throw dirt. The judiciary is tilted. No. Let's look at the law. And how do we then correct? Because we need to correct. And the leadership, particularly political leadership, has to look at that from that front. Don't treat us to some more drama about 1 term and 2 term. Look at that law and look at what it is that needs to be done so that we are in line with the constitution in those activities. Because the truth of the matter is IEBC is not ready to hold elections in that clock.
Of course. That's 2 days.
It's not possible.
We can't.
I'm sure there's even procurement they've not done of ballot papers. There's so much that they've not done.
Even the voter is not ready to go and vote.
And the voter is not ready. But it should inform the work. And by the way, it's so important. And I love the viewer to capture this. As taxpayers, we are paying, we are taxed a lot of money to pay these guys' salaries. In a previous episode, we talked about the job of an MP, job description. This is one of them. So don't go to Sunday and tupa matusi.
Go to parliament.
Go to parliament, deliberate, unless here there was a quorum in parliament, and do that job that you are bestowed by the electorate, who we like to call the electorate, the voter.
The voter.
You are bestowed a job by the voter. Can you go to the National Assembly and do your job?
Do your job.
Yeah, it's like a guy who's a gardener who stands at the gate beating Stori. Your job is to weed the flowers and put fertilizer, and you are at the gate with the guard.
Beating Stori.
Beating Stori.
Telling us.
Yeah, so these parliamentarians need to go to parliament and do their job. And don't point fingers, say, oh, the president or supreme. No. You parliamentarians, go there. Stop telling us 1 term, 2 term. Go and do your job.
You're saying such a powerful thing.
Yes.
Anytime a politician or an MP, let me use the word MP, is in a church, he needs to be told, get out of here.
Yes.
This is not your office.
Yes.
Go to your office.
Yes.
And do your job there.
Yes.
Talking to us is not side-earing.
And then there's an even bigger argument here. And I want, again, our viewer to watch. Under the Kenyan law, there is a timeline that is presented by the electioneering body. At that point, there's a timeline when all aspirants' names have to be presented to the IEBC.
There's a deadline for that.
The deadline. There's a clock. And after that, those are the guys who are gazetted. So Andrew Ndola Ndolo is an aspirant in Kilome. I am gazetted because I have met that timeline and I've satisfied all the rules to therefore become an aspirant. In all fairness, that's when you should treat us to 1 term and 2 term, not now. We don't even know if you're an aspirant. There are guys talking, I'm going for president. We don't even know if you will be on the ballot.
Yes.
So why should we follow you? We don't even know if you're going to switch camps. We don't know if today you're UDA, tomorrow you're Wiper or Wiper UDA. We don't know. You're wasting our time as Kenyans. You're taking airtime in the media that should be focused on a child who was killed, that should be focusing on a dispensary that's not working, that is focused on somebody whose SHA account was not effective, which is where the focus for Kenyans should be. Not this 1 term, 2 term, he has betrayed us. We don't even know if he'll be on the ballot.
Okay, I love this.
Yes.
This, we need to have that live.
Yes.
And I keep saying this because there's somebody who brought up a question.
Yes.
And it was about what you talked about. But before even we go there, I want to read this other feedback. And this one came from Twitter.
Yes.
And you know the way KOT has hot people.
The animal.
I want to show you how you have been illuminating people.
Yes.
And opening up their third eye.
Yes.
To look at things from a very different perspective as they may have been doing before.
Yes.
This is from a guy called Musa at Boy Disrupted. DSRPTD. Playbook near Moi.
Yes.
He's responding to
Yes.
a post by the president.
Uh-huh.
And I'll read the post by the president. I'll read what he says first, then I'll read the post by the president.
Yes.
Playbook near Moi. If you've watched the latest conversation on Clean the Airwaves, you'll understand exactly what this man is doing. He's clearly building an intelligence network. Shidani, he is deploying analog tactics in a digital generation. Can't work, won't work. What he posted this is what the president posted. Hosted more than 10,000 village elders at State House. We have onboarded 106,000 villages across the 47 counties into the national government administration system, bringing the government closer to the people. And what happened? He also handed them mobile phones.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on this?
I have mixed feelings.
You have mixed feelings.
Yes. First, I will talk purely as a political as a political strategy, it's a good strategy. Because you've just gotten guys on mobile phones, which is exactly, it's an information gadget. So texts, videos, can be shared. And knowing the way the president's mind works, there are people who, whether it's a call center or what, who will be managing those those messages, that communication back and forth. So real-time information from the ground. If some of these guys, and where are they from? They're national.
Yes.
So this is how the intelligence networks can deal even with a terror threat. Because these guys are on the ground. They can text and say, there's a mosque here that is handling some sympathizers of Al-Shabaab. It's possible. And the same applies even to crime. They can say there's a network here that has been robbing traders, and we know the person who's coordinating them. So that's the one. That's,
with factual information, with voice
real-time,
recordings.
names and all.
Yes.
Names, they'll say so-and-so, who is a son of so-and-so, so-and-so. And I'm in this sublocation. So in terms of information network, that is very powerful. Okay? For me, the flip side of that is, so what are the funds? This activity has a budget. So my curious space would be, from what budget has this been done? Where is the budget? Is it a ministry budget? Is it a state house budget? What is the budget? And for me, it doesn't matter if it's a state house budget, because it's a budget that falls in our constitutions under him. He can choose how to spend that money. You can critique him all you want, yeah? But it's important for that disclosure. It's important for Kenyans to know that these activities in State House are being funded by one or two financial arrangements. If they are private financial arrangements, it's all good. Every politician has friends. The opposition would like to tell you taxpayers' money and what. Maybe they should tell us how they're financing their campaigns. Because it would be important to know. If, for example, the bulk of the money we are seeing financing the opposition is, for example, and there's all those rumors, is coming from the Kenyatta family, then the question, or even let us narrow it down to Uhuru. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm not being fair to his siblings, because maybe they're not on board of that agenda. You know, maybe his mother is not on board of that agenda. So let's even say Uhuru is financing the opposition, as the whispers go. It's good information for Kenyans, because what happens is then we know. Maybe he still has an axe to grind with his deputy, because we saw him support somebody else against the deputy.
Yeah. Then
we can know then that it's not purely a move by the opposition to clean up Kenya. It is a settling of scores. Okay? Which then means that for us, there are people who are following somebody, believing he's talking about changing Kenya, but in reality, somebody is so wealthy, they can finance a move purely out of their emotional disagreement with somebody else. So, one, that meeting, coordination, organization, strategy, info, and what, do not rubbish it. Speaking as a politician, that's a powerful move.
In fact, I wanted to chime in there.
Yes.
Because for me, in the content space,
Yes.
emotions aside, here's where this conversation becomes difficult with people who think we are two-term.
Yes.
Or we are on a political agenda.
Yes.
I always say remove the emotions.
Yes.
This is a brilliant content dissemination strategy.
Yes.
Imagine if I had these networks for CTA. Imagine if we were able to shoot a video right here,
Yes.
and that video, I have 106,000 people who I can send it to instantly, and those people can send it to people.
Can you imagine? The viral effect.
The viral effect that this guy has at the switch of a button.
Yes.
Number two, for me, I'm just like, thank you for showing me that somebody is playing the digital game.
Yes.
Because we are going to have an election like never before, where digital is going to play the most pivotal role. So somebody is giving people smartphones. This is from a political strategy perspective.
Yes.
Only.
Yes.
Have it be the opposition doing it, have it be the government doing it.
Yes.
This for me is just brilliant.
In 2013, somebody approached me because somebody had told them that I was in Jubilee Advisory Council. So a friend calls me and tells me, I want to have coffee with you. So we meet at Java, near Transnational Plaza. There's a Java downstairs, near 20th Century. So we sit. So this guy goes into his phone, opens something and tells me, look, so we can do bulk messaging. Shows me the platform. We can do bulk messaging. We can work with the political class. So it tells me, let me give you an example, Ndolo. It tells me, so you have a presidential candidate and he's going to Kisumu. We can send bulk messages in the region that this guy is going to visit. And it can be in vernacular. And when he leaves, we can again send another message thanking these guys in vernacular. So I asked him, so what about the legalities? Because I don't think you can bombard somebody's phone.
Yep.
So he said, we can do it. We can bypass the legalities. I asked him, what are you saying? He said, yeah. I said, what do you mean? He said, of course. Just like I can hack your phone right now, Andrew. This is 2013. I can get into that phone. I said, what? He told me, welcome to the digital age. Andrew, you guys are analog. He told me we can do that. So this is in 2013. He's telling me what the phone can do. He told me we just need the towers. All the guys will be beaming off that tower. We send it gets to them. I asked him, what about if you follow up? He said, no, we can hide. We can hide you. Nobody will come and reverse and find out who sent this message. There's a way we can bounce it off. You'll think it's from Estonia or rather, but it's actually from here locally. Now that tells you just what you're saying. When you go to this space, now the campaigns have moved to another level.
And not to dwell in this space, but these guys are touching my world.
Yes.
It's absolute rubbish.
Yes.
If you have in Luyaland,
yes,
50,000 people all coming to see you,
yes,
and you've done zero data collection.
yes.
Now, you can even do it legally.
Yes.
You can say, everybody coming for the rallies, here's an NDA sign.
Yes.
Give me your number, give me your age, give me your phone,
Yes.
give me your contacts. It means you leave that place with, even if you're going to get 30,000 numbers of people you know are alive.
Yes.
Of people who you know came for your rally.
Yes.
So you're showing us Facebook pictures with all these different people. My question is, have you done data collection?
In fact, it's so interesting you say that.
For constant campaigning, even as you leave.
In fact, now, and it's so interesting you say that, I was watching a news clip where there's this spat between the president and Sifuna over the registration of SHA. And the president was explaining where he says, to me, Akili, and he says, look, how can we run this platform called SHA if we don't have data? We don't know the number of people who are registered, because without that number, you don't know how you're going to equip, how you're going to disseminate medication. All that is based on data. Now, let me take you back to 2002 when I was an aspirant to talk about data. So I sit with this guy, he's a friend of mine. He is now, I saw him sending something on Facebook. He's a messenger, he's in the US, he's relocated. And he helped me a lot in IEBC. When I started vying, I had bought, as I told you, a vehicle from the ECK. So I got to know somebody there. A very nice Volvo that I used in my campaigns in 2002. And because I knew somebody internally, I just happened to ask him, how can I get information? Simple information like the number of polling centers in Kilome, the number of people who voted in each of those polling centers, just simple data. So when I went to this guy, he was so passionate. Some guys are passionate about their jobs. This guy was so passionate. He told me, Ndolo, I'll do one better for you. Come and see me tomorrow. So he pulled out a map of the constituency for me, puts it on his table. Then he pulled out the voter register. He tells me now, Ndolo, these are the registered voters in all your polling centers in Kilome in the previous election. And he told me, on top of that, these are the people who voted. So two things, the registered voters and the people who voted. So that you know, voter turnout was 50%, 52% in the overall constituency.
Yes.
And specific polling center voter turnouts. He told me, now, let me give you homework. You're a young aspirant, you're in your 30s. Can you find out why in this polling center the voter turnout was 32%? And in this one, it was 59%. Why the variance? So now with my networks on the ground, I then had to do a secondary thing. I had to have people who were on speed dial who are at those regions. That means I had somebody in every polling center. 1 or 2 people in every polling center who I knew, this is John, this is Patrick,
Yes.
this is Mutiso, this is Kelonzo, at that level. And then I have to make time to bring them to me, or I go to them. I go to one guy and I tell him the 10 polling centers in this area, I want to meet you guys, or the 5 of you. Okay? So when we sit with these guys, you ask them, so they tell you. They tell you, you see that polling center here, that primary school there, those guys didn't come out to vote. Why? The day before voting, there was this activity, and they went there. Or there was this death of a prominent person. So guys decided, we are not going to vote. Or there was a political message that was planted here that angered them. Or there was a political player in a camp that was popular that these illusioned guys came there and said something and they realized, we are being played here. So he told me, those are dynamics. So when I met with my friend, I explained to him, he told me, so now you have data. You know where you're strong, you know where you're weak, not based on you as a person, but you as a message. If you're Kanu, you know here Kanu is in trouble, here Kanu is strong. And you know the narrative on the ground. You know here you can come 2 days before and spend 10,000 bob
Yes.
and it means 0. But here you can come a week before and contribute to the church and the vote is there. They are doing a fundraising for the roof, you come and, or they are doing gabions. So he told me, Andrew, that is data. This guy is a data guy. He told me, you can't play politics without data and intelligence. And it's because of him I made sure I would have coffee with the NIS guy back then at least once every 2 weeks. He told me keep that, those 2 things. Consumer of intelligence, data.
Man.
So now you see what William Samoei is doing.
William Samoei Ruto is currently playing chess.
Yes.
The opposition
Yes.
is currently playing drafts.
And to justify what you've just said.
And I say this without emotion.
Yes.
What I'm just trying to say is
Yes.
there is somebody who's understood that we are in 2026.
Yes.
That AI plays a role.
Yes.
That mobile phone is not a mobile phone, but a mobile device.
It's a device now.
It is a device.
It's not for talking.
That digital is just as important as going to the ground.
Yes.
And that data
Yes.
is going to play one of the biggest roles in the 2027 elections.
Yes.
All I'm just saying is, with emotions put on the side, somebody is playing chess, other people are playing drafts.
Yes. Because, you know, we keep talking about the tribal narrative. We talk about that whole grouping where you're building your party, like the squabbles you're seeing now in Central, where JB Muturi and Munya and the former senator of Embu are saying, this DCP guy is bullying us. He's telling us to dissolve our parties, Then the other day I saw him challenging and saying, you guys go to the ground, you know, build your bases. We're not talking to anybody who's not building he or her base. So, when you build these political parties, which are in the opposition, which do not have the resources that the ruling party has access to, because that's how the game is tilted in this part of the world. Love it or hate it, that's how it's played. The ruling party has access to money. There are things they will do you can't do. Because the president can hold rallies and is working on taxpayers' budget. He's the president. You voted him in. You see. On the other side of the fence, for you guys to have activity, you've got to fundraise those activities.
And get permission
Luckily for them now, we've moved out of the permit era.
Okay.
You can do the market center
yes.
business sunroof. But you must ask yourself, if the opposition is trying to play catch-up with a man in office who has resources, logistical capabilities and all, is that truly a battle they believe they can win? In my humble opinion, they can't win it. The resources are tilted against them. So, I would have rather seen parties building capacity on content. This is going to sound shallow because we are wired in the narrative of Kelele. But that's what I would like to see. Just like we've said His Excellency has done, this is where I would like to see the opposition dwelling. They're building capacity on data collection, building capacity of data equipping. And there are many organizations and many business players who can support that. So we have parties who are structured on those platforms, not this noise making. Because what noise making does, and I want the viewer to hold me to account, let us have a conversation when the electioneering body has closed the door to aspirants, as I was saying earlier. And at that time, let us see which the dominant players are in the political space, who looks like a strong presidential candidate from the opposition. It could be very different from what you're seeing today. And you will have wasted time and emotion and energy pursuing something that was like the newspaper when you light it with a flame. It's hot quickly and goes out quickly. And then you've confused the electorate completely. The opposition has to recognize that when you're going against an incumbent, you must dig deep. The tribal narrative is not enough. It is not enough. And why is it not enough? Nobody in the opposition today can put up the force that Raila had put up. Because Raila did not arrive there in one election.
It's true.
I see the DCP and other leaders imagining that they can create a similar machine to Raila's in one election. This one election.
Even in two, you can't.
The only person in that entire formation of the opposition who has run a national campaign as an aspirant at the top is Kalonzo Musyoka. None of the others have played at that level where you are a presidential candidate one round, then another round. Yes, you're losing, but you've played at that level.
Yes, there's experience still in losing.
It is only Kalonzo. He's the only one who has played at that level. And love or hate him, yes, he maybe is followed only by the Kamba or who, but he's the only guy who has played at that level. Rigathi has played as DP, not as the man at the helm.
Okay.
So the support base Rigathi got was mixed. He cannot call it his own. He can't even call the Central Province vote his own. Because that would be to assume that Ruto didn't have people who loved him in Central. And that is scientifically impossible. But Kalonzo can say, when I was at the helm as a candidate, we had this from Western. We had this from Coast. We received this from Nairobi. I have an MP here. I have MCAs here. I have this here. I have this here. He's the only one who can say that. And that is why there are people who are very disturbed when Rigathi says, we will decide. There are political players in there quietly who are thinking, what are we deciding? The most senior amongst us is Kalonzo. They're thinking everybody else should be put in packaging in there. Say you DP, you what, but the guy to go with is this one. When somebody says Matiang'i can defeat Ruto, and Matiang'i is somebody I know, personally, I think they're being premature. It's a premature thought. He has never been on a ballot.
Even as a DP?
Even for MP.
Wow.
He's a very good worker. He's done, I love what he's done when he was running. Okay, extrajudicial killings on the side. But everything else, I love what he's done when he was in the different ministries. He is a worker. But let's not mix and get confused with the political play. He hasn't vied. He hasn't been on a ballot. Has not managed a national machine called a national campaign as the aspirant.
I need to tell you this. I don't know what we're going to call this episode because this is it's our Kiboko rant.
We call it a Kiboko bridge.
Kiboko bridge. Eh?
Yes.
So just understand, guys. On
Yes.
this episode, it's not the chronological story that we normally give.
We'll go back after this episode.
But it's always good for us to start like this.
Yes.
I need to say this. Fame is not transferable.
No, it isn't.
I'll give up. And this is something profound that I learned when Jaguar was running,
Yes.
when Jalango was running. I know both of them have won. But there are very many people who have tried that strategy and have failed, including one Bahati. Just because you're famous as a musician, just because you're famous in this aspect, don't think by transferring that fame into politics, it automatically means you will win.
Let me even on the same line take you now to an even more interesting space. Kivuza Kibwana did 2 terms as my governor.
Yes.
Popular guy. Then somewhere at the tail end of his second term, he says, oh, presidency. Then he drops that one. He says, oh, senator. He didn't feature. As the popular governor, he didn't feature in the senatorial race.
I didn't even know he ran for senator.
This is what my point is. So don't assume you're good in this space that automatically you come to another space you'll be good. Politics doesn't work like that.
Politics doesn't work. It's a different monkey.
It does not work like that.
It's a different jungle.
Look at Kiraitu Murungi. Did well in his days in ministry. Did even better legally in the days of Kanu. These are the guys who defended Raila. These are the guys with Martha and others who cut their cloth as courageous lawyers. Politicians, lawyers who put their lives on the line and said, we are going to defend this man. And stood with him and faced whatever came. Like people like Kaminwa who are detained. And they stood their ground. But when they flipped into the political space, it's a different animal. Kiraitu set a party and said he was going for the top seat in the run-up to 2013.
Yeah.
The bus.
Yes.
But it didn't feature. It was locked to just that region. The animal called the national campaign. This thing we trivialize. I hear people saying so-and-so will beat the president. So it is not a joke. It is a beast.
I think of Manoa.
Yes.
Manoa also,
Yeah.
from State House. I
Yes.
think he made a bit of noise.
Yes.
But he realized
It's not a joke. You need to have a conversation with Peter Kenneth. He was on the ballot in 2013. It's a person I know.
Yeah.
He will tell you what that animal, that national campaign is. It's a beast. And because of the politics, the architecture of what our politics was from 1964 and what we became and where we are today, it is a money game.
okay, this conversation, it's time we entered.
Yes.
But I loved this segment because it allowed us to unpack and enter these different rabbit holes, just from our learnings, applying history to current affairs, to what is happening. Because we can't be aloof and not talk about what is happening today.
Yes.
But we also don't want to mix it
Yes.
with the conversation
True.
chronologically.
True.
I'll end this segment by saying,
Yes.
this digital space is not a joke.
Yes.
And there is a block.
Yes.
In fact, you need to stop calling that block the Gen Z.
Yes.
But you need to call it the digital block.
Actually, that's the best description because it cuts across even the ones who are not Gen Z.
Exactly.
Yes.
There is a digital block.
Yes.
Data is a very powerful thing.
Yes.
And I will say, as ourselves have seen, close to 5 million people have been reached since we started this.
What?
Close to 5 million people have been reached.
Yes.
This is data that I can show you.
Yes.
That in a space of less than 3 weeks,
Yes.
we have reached close to 5 million people.
So that's data now.
That is data.
Yes.
So to those people watching, keep watching.
Yes.
When we come back from the break,
Yes.
we're now entering the conversation.
Yes.
Sawa sawa?
Yes.
Let's catch up.
Yes. I come from the African thinking that there's nothing wrong with disagreeing with your elders and your parents, but how you do it matters.
Stori Za Siasa, understanding Kenyan politics. The conversation continues.
Yes.
You know the conversation that we've just had in the previous episode?
Yes.
I know we are going to be doing a lot more than that.
True, we will.
And so let people know that
Yes.
we have opened up
that space.
Yes.
Yes.
Ebu, tell them.
So like I'm saying, we've opened up Stori Za Siasa on all platforms, social, from YouTube, you name it. And we're going to be giving you a lot of content out there. And as we've said, just when we were doing the bridge, we are going to have different content. We're going to have the Kiboko Bridge, which will be specifically addressing your comments, critic and otherwise, because like we said, we're not the custodians of news. And then we'll also be attacking the issues that happened in that week. And as we continue with where we started, which is taking you back down the memory lane, pretty soon we will end up in now current matters constantly. We'll be giving you our opinions and feelings on the contact, on the current affairs as it unfolds.
Yeah.
So you really have to stay here, and you've not subscribed, you're not doing well.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
Yes. That's what I love digital for. Digital, you can be agile.
Yes.
When I called you to the platform, I thought we were going to have a 5-hour conversation and then you go.
Yeah.
But now CTA clean the airwaves is becoming Stori Za Siasa.
Yes.
So I thought it wise
Yes.
to open up its own platforms.
Yes.
Because there's something called IRL
Yes.
in real life.
Yes.
What that means, it's also constant live streaming on the go as it is happening.
Yes.
You can be able to pull out your phone and quickly give us information or your breakdown as things are happening.
Yes.
That doesn't need to be done on CTA.
And I'm learning every day. I must confess, I'm very analog, and I'm learning every day.
Yeah, Stori Za Siasa has become a beast on its own.
Yes.
So let's give it the appreciation and credit due to it and the
Yes.
respect due to it.
Yes.
So if you've not subscribed, go and subscribe to Stori Za Siasa across all platforms.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So chronologically, we were at 2017.
Yes.
And last place where we left this off, back to the ballot.
Yes.
In 2017, we were told to go back.
We were told to go back because the side that lost challenged the win. And obviously, you must give credit. And this is the thing about why I keep saying this is a great nation. Lawyers for the opposition, they went in and they critiqued the process, and they saw the gaps.
This is the Rengos.
The Rengos and many.
Okay.
And in 2017, we started seeing an emergence of very young lawyers. And it carried on to the 2023 contest. Young lawyers, people who you could tell were not even in their 40s, who came out there and spoke eloquently and from a very strong position and argued their case.
Is by any chance, is this the emergence of Sifuna?
Sifuna, emerges largely as a Secretary General for ODM and has done a great job in that space.
Okay.
Working very well under Baba. That's what really, where he cut his cloth.
Okay. Okay.
And even as we digress, I find that, and I could be wrong, I would have rather seen him fight for the soul of ODM. That's what I would love to see him remain. Fight bitter battles in there for the soul of ODM. And I am certain if Raila could wake up, that's what he would say. He would say, don't move. Where are you going? You are part of the architecture. You've built this party. You've been Secretary General for how long? You are part of this animal that you have grown. Don't leave it.
When did you first hear of Sifuna?
I first heard of Sifuna in I think it was in 2017, 2018, thereabouts, when he ascended to the position of Secretary General. And And what tweaked my interest was when he stepped up, I had a place I used to like to frequent for fish, which is off Chaka Road. It's called the...
Isn't he Adam Saked?
No. Actually, when you're driving on Arguing Square towards Yaya Center, there's Studio House on your left and there's Chaka Road on your right. And there's an establishment. I used to go to a barber there for a haircut. And they have a car wash. And there's a place called the Golden Spot that serves fish. And I love the coconut fish.
Yeah, I was going to tell you coconut fish.
I love the coconut fish. So I would go to the Golden Spot for coconut fish. And it also happened to have a good following from the professionals in Nairobi, lawyers who would show up. So I'm there doing fish. And he comes in. He comes for lunch. So he's dropped by a Prado. I believe must have been his official vehicle. I had never been in the same space with him. So he comes in, greets some guys, sits down, and he served lunch. And, I was kept looking, glancing at where he was sitting because we didn't know each other, but I had seen him on TV. And I thought, okay, he looks like a warm guy. I didn't catch any airs, he moved his blazer, he ordered his lunch. The guys he was with was chatting. And when they finished, because I was there for longer than him, when he got up to leave, I've been around politicians for very long, from 92 days, and there's that certain way some of them carry themselves, like, I'm here, see me, notice me, and I didn't catch that.
Oh,
and,
nice.
and my server picked it. And now whenever he would talk, I would pump up the volume and I would listen to what he's saying. Because it is okay, there's something here. Secretary General, young man, lawyer, and I just got that feeling. And I must say, that must be why he appeals. That appeal he has gotten must be because of what I saw. Others must be seeing this. They're seeing, okay.
Approachable.
He's an approachable guy. And then I met him, my brother-in-law and him are very good friends. So I'm at my brother-in-law's for a birthday party and he's there with a group of friends. And then eventually comes, he greets me and he carries on with his evening. And I thought, okay. And he came to me. He came and he was passing, I think, to the washroom or something. And he stood. Because I saw him, I stood up to greet him and he stood and we engaged. And again, now personal. And I thought, okay. There's something here. And that, for me now, made me look at him even keenly. And so as we are going down the road of Baba shaking hands with Ruto, and his perceived discomfort with that arrangement, but maintaining respect with Baba, now I was keen to watch because I come from the African thinking that there's nothing wrong with disagreeing with your elders and your parents, but how you do it matters. It matters. If you disagree with somebody who sits in a space of a parent in terms of age gap or an elder brother, how you disagree with him matters. A lot of times I've been of a different opinion from where my elder brother Kalonzo is sitting, but I do it from a point of respect because he is my elder brother, first and foremost. As we disagree on other issues, I have to respect that he's my elder brother. Over the years, I've been in the space of people who get abusive when addressing him. In 2017, in the formations we were in Jubilee on the ground, I told the team I was working with, don't get up there on the microphone and get disrespectful about Kalonzo. You get nowhere. These people belong to him. And why the reason I got the traction we talked about in a previous episode, where somebody said I should record a song, with a narrative, was because I went where my people in Jubilee couldn't go. I said, this guy is my elder brother, in vernacular. We are from the same clan. Immediately, I've got an audience. The crowd now is listening because they're wondering, where is he going with this? And I said, but I'm in Jubilee. And I'm campaigning for Uhuru and Ruto. Do you want to know why? And the public now is attentive. Absolute. Even those who wanted to chant whatever or to say, go, kared, like they're calling us, katune. Now they're quiet. Because I would start with who I am, where I'm from. And that, I was being mischievous because I would say I'm from Sultan and I'm son of so-and-so. They're listening. And then I go in deeper to the clan. And then I ask them, do you know Kalonzo's clan? And they keep quiet. And I say, he is my clansman. That means he's my big brother. So I'm going to stand here and I'm not going to insult him. Because my father would turn in his grave. He would say, what's wrong with you? That's your big brother. Disagree with him, but be respectful.
Is it possible, as we come back to this 2017, I just have this other rabbit hole question.
Yes.
Is it possible to have a non-abusive, and this is not just in Kenya, this is across the whole world.
Yes.
Is it possible to do politics without abusing the opponent?
We saw that with McCain against Obama. McCain was at a rally with his base and they were talking and somebody took a microphone and said, Obama is a Muslim, is a terrorist, da, 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 da. McCain said, no, respectfully, I disagree with you. He's a good man, he's a family man. We just we differ politically. He's of a different opinion from mine. And I said, wow.
Oh, wow.
And I never forgot. You know, this man, McCain, went there. He said, no, I disagree with you. So that's the stuff that inspires me. That is why I said I had a leaning to DP and Kibaki. There are very few clips. And I would challenge the viewer. Go and research Kibaki. There are very few clips, if at all there are any, where he abuses his opponents, where he uses derogatory language to describe his opponents.
Others would say,
yes.
Kumbafo.
Yeah, but he would not even be directing it at you. He would just say, watu wengine, you know? And they would say, mavi ya kuku. But he's not directed. He's not said fulani ni mavi ya kuku. He's just landed a general comment. And like I said, largely. He might have slipped here and there. Yes, we are all human. Yeah.
But it wasn't every press conference.
By and large. And any time I was in his space, when he was in DP as a leader, socially, I would walk up and introduce myself. Because I felt, here is somebody who, in my opinion, has the proper temperament. You know? And I would do that. And the funny thing with him is every time I'd go and I'd say, Mheshimiwa, how are you, sir? Do you remember this face? He'd say, oh, young Ndolo. He would remember.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you met the backs?
Many times. He humbled me because of that. And he was an interesting guy. And so that is why I have always felt we lose our way when we make it so combative, abusive language, and then we shake hands. And when we're shaking hands, guys have died. I mean, PEV, then we form government together. And people have died. And then it doesn't end there.
And people don't shake hands. You shake hands, but they don't.
And it doesn't end there. Fast forward, Uhuru Ruto, we insult each other and we shake hands. And somebody is sworn in Uhuru Park as the president of the people.
Okay, wait. Okay, 2017.
2017.
Okay. So let's go there.
Yes.
Because I can see this is a 2017 thing.
Yes.
So what happens after we are sent back to the polls?
So when we are sent back to the polls, the Supreme Court listens to the argument by both sides, and then it makes a ruling. And the Supreme Court says, you guys have to go back to the elections. We're not saying who won, but the process was wrong.
So how soon did we go after?
I think the ruling, the elections were in August. I believe the ruling was in September. Because what happens is under our law and under the 2010 Constitution, because in the 2010 Constitution, something new was introduced where we had a window between declaration of winner and swearing in. It wasn't immediate. Before that, you are declared today, you are sworn in today, or you're sworn in tomorrow.
Aha, like Kibaki had done.
Yes. And in the interest of our viewer, and we said we're doing this for our children. I'm doing this for that generation. We're not saying that, there are those who say, he was sworn in at night and what have you. It's neither. It's open to interrogation, and to translation, depending on where you sit. In the Constitution, then there was a window within which you had to be sworn in before 2010. Otherwise, you enter, I think the lawyers call it a lacuna. You enter a space where it's like you're in no man's land. There's no president in office. So because of that, you announce and you swear in. And so the chaos in 2007 was as a result of that legal requirement that we must have a president sworn in. So as we are battling over who won, who didn't won, so there needs to be somebody in office, because that is the law. Because then how do you even call, for example, for curfew? If
As
you,
who?
If you, yes.
As who?
Yes.
Only the president can call that.
Exactly. So under the Constitution, and love or hate that, and there are many who would be of a contrary opinion, I believe that is the only way you govern a country. You cannot leave those gaps. I've heard people presenting an argument, as we digress slightly, that in 2024, when he dissolved cabinet, the president, now he was no longer president, you can't go there. Our constitution is very clear. It's very clear how you remove a president from office. Very, very clear. It's no gray area. And on top of that, the clock. That's why I'm saying what we witnessed the other day in the ruling of the court, that is information. That is important. It is important that those things are presented so that the laws that need to be put into place are put into place. The cycle of a presidency from beginning to end has been addressed in this ruling we saw. So back to what happened in 2007, it needed to be done.
Okay.
Fast forward to 2017, the court said, no, listen. And because 2010 constitution had adjusted the law, where it said there's this window within which any legal battle over the winner of the presidency has to be concluded. Because between you being declared the winner by IEBC and you being sworn in, they've given a window. After the window is exhausted, you must be sworn in. Yeah. Otherwise, you'll be left in a vacuum.
And let me ask, the current president doesn't remain the president until the instruments of power are handed over. I love seeing that thing where the guard behind just does that switch.
And the guys don't understand it.
And it goes back to what you said.
Yes.
He respects the office. Not when you talked about your father and being asked to pay allegiance to the man and not the office.
And this is the thing. And we're going to go there just soon after we finish 2017. We're going to dive into that. When the chief of army is asked to take a traditional oath, to swear allegiance to an individual in a traditional oath, what have you just done to the foundation of the country? What have you just done to the military? This man is human. You just have planted a seed where the position is so selfish, it's not about Kenya anymore. And you are talking to a man who fought in the Second World War. And when he fought in that Second World War, he was doing it because his allegiance was to the king. Because that's what it is. You go into military, you are commissioned or you join, you are then serving that master. And at independence, that switches to the new master. And so now, yours is an institution you're following. And then overnight, you're being told, no, forget about the institution. This guy here is the one you're following. And this guy is saying that this thing must not leave this community and this region. And you have to swear to that allegiance. So that then brings in something very dangerous. Because that oath-taking is not done with juice.
Oh, that actually brings...
That's why I was saying there's somewhere we are going.
I love CTA because of the rabbit holes.
Yes.
And I have a very difficult question because of this rabbit hole that we've opened.
Yes.
I like that you said it's not been taken with juice.
It's not done with juice or water.
It's been taken with blood.
Yes, that's what oathing is.
Oathing, and the reason people don't speak about this, and the reason I'm asking this question is because even in 2026, 2024, 2007, 2002, there are things that we have had in the periphery, blood has happened. So my question is, we've heard about politics and spirituality. You've heard about, we talked about Ruto.
Yes.
But we've also heard about politics and witchcraft.
Yes. Fast forward to 2013. What were we hearing in Kasarani? Ni maombi, si uchawi. This at presidential level.
We've heard about politics and spirituality. You've heard about, we talked about Ruto.
Yes.
But we've also heard about politics and witchcraft.
Yes.
Oath, in lack of a better word, was a witchcraft in terms of Kikuyu tradition version.
Yes.
People can say the white man was whatever it is.
Yes.
It's not. It's a different spirituality.
The right word to use is a traditional oath.
Okay, it's a traditional oath.
It's a traditional oath.
But my question is more about these other traditional oaths that lean very strongly across what we now call witchcraft.
Yes.
What?
So, and it's a very sensitive rabbit hole we've entered. Why? There are political players today who have dabbled in that space, and they know they've dabbled in that space because that's who we are. We talked about our architecture. We talked about who we are as Africans. We talked about Bantu, Nilot. We talked about those things. Kushites. We talked about belief systems. So, I come from the Kamba community.
Sick of buying, but you guys have been no.
Now, the Kamba community, alongside other Bantus, it's just with the Kambas it's prominent, have been known to have beliefs that border on that area of witchcraft. And because of that, when you play in politics, you cannot ignore those things. And those things inform the alignments in politics.
Oh, wow.
You are aligned with guys who are believing in either this or believing in that. So, as I grow politically, because 2001 I was a total greenhorn. Total greenhorn. Green in all those things. But now as we go into 2002, not only have I come back to the ground, I am constantly on the ground. Right through up to the elections. So, I had made a little money on something I was doing because I was still a contractor. So I bought a very nice car from the ECK. And because I'm a mechanic, the car was parked, it had some mechanical challenges. But I looked at the car from the potential. And I knew what I could do to it. And I was able to do that to it. And lo and behold, I had this car that was beautiful, looked like a showroom purchase. So, politics being politics, at some point, people whisper to me and say, you can't do this successfully when you're a one-man show. You need a driver. In some scenarios, you will appear with a driver and one or two other people who look like your security, because that is politics. So I say, okay. So I had met, as I told you, in politics, I had learned very early that to be able to access some information that would get you to where the big boys are sitting, you work with drivers, bodyguards, okay? And being the outgoing guy I am, I had met a few guys who played in that space. They were the drivers to the ministers and what have you. So there's one guy in particular. And now when we enter sensitive space, I don't go into names.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So there was a guy who was a driver to one of the politicians we were with. And he had a falling out with that politician. And so I meet him, in CBD. I'm driving myself. And, hey, Mheshimiwa, I said, hey, how are you, man? How have you been? He says, fine. I tell him, you're still with my friend. He says, no, we cosanad. Tell him, what? He said, in fact, I want a job with you. I'm meeting somebody at Trattoria, and I've just seen him, and I'm driving myself. and I'm looking for parking. And he says, Mheshimiwa, and he gets in quickly into the car. Okay? And this is a guy I knew because we were in those formations. You know, you're meeting with Moi, he's there with his boss, I'm there, you know, like that. So this guy, long story short, he becomes my driver. In fact, on that particular day, he jumps into the driver's seat because I'm not getting parking. So he rotates as I'm seeing the person I'm seeing in at Trattoria. After I finish my conversation, he's double parked near some taxis. I get in, and he tells me, in fact, for starters, any day you need somebody, you pay me 1,500 bob for the day. Take my number, so I take his number. And then because he's actually been a civil servant, he worked for government as a driver, he's better than I thought at his job. When we're going somewhere, he quickly drives me to the entrance, tells me, Mheshimiwa, you get it as I get parking. So I used to frequent the Grand Regency, so he drives me to the entrance, I step out. He goes and parks. When I step out with my guys as we're chatting, he's brought the car. And you know, politics, that's the
optics.
game.
Politics and optics.
So all of a sudden, he's just, you know, I'm a little bit of a humble-ish guy in those things. He's just elevated me quickly. Said, no, Mheshimiwa, you can't be shy. This is how it's done.
And you like it.
And of course, hey, I mean, he's elevating me. Yeah. So he's very good at that. And so we carry on, and I'm active on the ground, and he's my driver, and he's really good at it. He's so good. Politicians tend to be misused by support base on the ground. Guys will pile into a 5-seater, and there'll be 7 guys in the car. They do that. He would put his foot down. Tell me you don't talk. Tells guys, back seat 3, no more. He said, no. Tell you, we're trying to maliza gari. And he's the one saying, no, tosha. Kiti ya mbele na mheshimiwa, nyuma watatu. So I wouldn't get involved in the conversations of who gets in, who gets out. And he was so good, if I have a charger in the car, he's put in the glove box and locked it with the key. So I realized this guy is value addition. And then now we would talk. Because we're just the two of us. We're driving 2 hours, 3 hours. He's a talkative guy like me. So he started giving me insights. Then one day, he goes where I didn't think he'd go. He asked me, have you organized yourself? I said, yeah. He says, no, have you organized yourself? So I asked him, what are you saying? He says, you know this thing, bwana, you have to jipanga. The guys can harm you, bwana. Guys can plant things in your car, nini. In fact, you know, there are places when we go with you, I can't leave the car because guys, they'll park the car with something. And you know these things, bwana, these things are real. So I'm like, and you see I'm Kamba?
Yeah.
I've grown up around these things.
Yeah.
I can't say I don't know about these things. They are talked about. My mother talks about them. You know, so you're not blind. So now, because he's opened that door and I've not shut it down, now he goes deeper. So he tells me of somebody he knows. Remember, he was a driver to a former leader. He says there's a guy he knows who has attended to many of the political class, then from Ukambani, senior and otherwise. And he tells me you cannot play in this game if you're not playing at that level. He goes there completely. So remember, I have a very close relationship with my mother. So
wait, first of all, you're speaking in code here. You see, this conversation, people still speak it in code because it's so not talked about.
So let's go there.
Yeah,
because
go there.
We're doing this for my kids and for others.
Yes.
So this guy tells me, if you don't have a witch doctor who's protecting you, if you don't have a charm you're using in your car, you are playing with fire.
Wow.
These guys are going to bewitch you. And he introduces another aspect to the politics. Remember, I was still green. He's the one who led me to eating boiled food and everything. He told me, do not be in a restaurant and you served 1 plate. So me, I was thinking poisoning. He said, no, even witchcraft. He said, they'll put charms in your food. Only eat unexpected scenarios. If you go to a place, you're being treated as a VIP and the plate is brought, pass it on to somebody else.
Be what style?
4 years later would be what I was doing. 2-3 years later. Yeah. So this guy now went there. And he was unapologetic because he's my guy. He told me, Mheshimiwa, you can't. Tells me, better you don't eat. Then he told me, and do you know something? Which I bounced off my NIS guy. He told me the only soda you will ever take is a Coke. I asked him why. He told me the Coca-Cola does not entertain foreign elements. Inamwagika yote, inakasirika. So he told me, you must have a witch doctor who you consult regularly. And I have a guy I'll show you.
What?
I have a guy in Mwingi I will introduce you to. He is perfect. That guy will guard you, he'll guard your cars, he'll guard everything. So after that conversation, tell me, I'll let you know. I happened to go home that weekend.
The common movie, the common drama.
So I had to sit down with my mother.
So, okay, first of all, when he's telling you all, are you in shock?
Yeah, you know, I know about these things, but he's gone deep. And like I said, I'm not mentioning names. He went deep, he's ticked names. He said, so and so, so and so, They all go to this person, I'll take you to that person. So now when I sit with my mother came from a very interesting background. She came from a background where her father was a treasurer for KAU, Kenya Africa Union.
Wow.
And was detained around the time Jomo was detained.
No way.
My grandfather.
Your mother's father.
My mother's father.
My guy, your political roots are deep.
And I think that's why my political leaning, not from my father was a soldier, didn't have a lot of time for politicians. But my grandfather was, not only was he detained, his name was on the list of the Mau Mau beneficiaries when now the court case that we won in Britain against the British.
No way.
He was in that list, and I would drive my mother for those meetings because she's the firstborn of her father. So I sat with her. So my mother comes from that line. Her mother, my grandmother, was big in AIC. Very big. She sang in the choir. I think even when she was 90, she used to sing in the choir.
Now that's a church side.
Church kabisa. Rosary na kila kitu. And then my father had embraced the Catholic Church and was a chairman of the parish committee in our home location, was a chairman of a school called Molala Secondary, active, interacted closely with the priests. So as we are kids in primary school, all we know is that faith. I was in Catholic parochial here at the Basilica. I was an altar server from when I was in class 2. So I have this mixed upbringing where I know about witchcraft, but my foundation has been the Catholic Church. You know, I have a rosary. I know how to pray the rosary. You know, we go for confession. So it's a very conflicting space for me now. I'm in politics, and you're introducing this. And remember, when I started politics a year before the general election, where did my mother take me first? To Abanas Kioko, the bishop, to pray for me, and then to Mulu Mutisia for political guidance. She didn't take me to a medicine man, which is what other people would have done. Other parents would have said, we need to get you to this. And she didn't tell me, there's a medicine man I know or somebody I know can get you a medicine man who will protect you. She didn't go there. So I went back to her. So she says, yeah, those things exist, as you know. Then she says, but now, so how deep are you going to go? Because you'll be told there's a medicine man in Mwingi, that one, you'll be told another one in Tanzania, you'll be told another one in Congo. So how deep are you going to go? How deep are you going to go into that dark tunnel? Because for every person you see, there's one who supposedly got more power than him. So how far will you go, Ndola? So I look at my mother. So she says, I don't know. I don't think it's... And no, she's not telling me, no, don't do. She's having a conversation with me as an adult. Because she recognizes I'm the one playing in the politics, not her. And
are you feeling like you need to go? Are you understanding that this...
I'm conflicted. Because I'm thinking I want to win. So if this is where the win is, maybe this guy is right. After all, he's played a deal longer than me.
And the guys are there.
The guys are there. The guys who I'm in the same space with are there. So you know my mother, what she does? She goes where she had gone in 2021. She said, you son of general, don't go beg for money. If you're not wanted, don't go there. Remember the things she had told me? She goes there again. She tells me, I think what you should do, get holy water. Go to the priest, let him give you holy water. Then let him pray for your car. Let him pray and bless your car. And every once in a while, let him come home and bless your home and your family and your kids. And if that is not enough, what more can you do? Because this other one, where does it end? At least this one is one stop. It's one stop. You're praying to God. It's one stop. There's no deep, you don't go deeper. You're not being told this priest is closer to God. It's just one stop. And for me, wisdom. And I thought, actually, she's right. Because these are the whole, how deep am I going to go? How deep am I going to go? And so that is the choice I made.
Wow. But
Now it opened my mind to a deeper conversation.
In fact, which is? Wait first.
Yes.
I want to speak about your emotion.
Yes.
At this stage.
Yes.
So you're like, your driver has opened up this whole new thing and let you know,
yes,
my guy, you can't do this thing on your own. And it is clear to you that you, with your money, with your connections, whatever, there is now a spirituality that you need to tap into.
And that's a word. There's a spirituality I need to tap into.
You need to tap into.
Yes.
You as Ndolo, you want to win.
Yeah, of course I want to win, like anybody else.
That win is, so you're conflicted. And you know, this way you can win. Without it, looks like you can't win.
Yes.
Wow. You know, I'm just thinking about somebody who doesn't have your mother's advice.
Yes.
I'm not trying to judge these guys and be like, look at what, I'm just being real.
Yes.
Who
is influencing your thoughts?
But
who is whispering into your ear for those other guys?
But how you've sunk in money? Who wants to lose after sinking money? I understand why somebody would do this. I'm trying to understand the psyche of why would somebody do this.
Yes.
And judgmental.
And fast forward. So we'll go back to 2017. Fast forward to 2013. What were we hearing in Kasarani? Ni maombi, si uchawi. This is at presidential level. So now what you're hearing means that even at that level they recognize. Because this is support base for the presidency. Ni maombi, si uchawi. Okay,
let's rewind where I cut you from.
To 2017.
So do you go and you make your decision?
I make my decision that it's a rabbit hole that is too deep for me to enter, because I wouldn't know where to stop. I wouldn't know how deep to go. And then there's an even bigger rabbit hole that presented itself. I have kids. And a Muslim friend of mine tells me, because he's now invested in my winning, he tells me, we want to pray for you. So they come to my house with 3 other guys. And it's Islam. They pray for me in Islam. And then he goes where my mother went, and he's not met my mother. He tells me, politics has a lot of witchcraft. I tell him, He tells me, so don't be caught up and enter that space. So I ask him why. He tells me because he decides to use a very interesting example. Turns out he's a boxing fan like me. I didn't know. He said it's like a lightweight entering the ring with Muhammad Ali. You have no hope. So you are going to enter Kiwanja, you don't know. The guys who are playing in there have been there for decades. Your opponents who are in there are heavyweights. Don't go there. You trust in God. If it doesn't work, leave it. Then he says, and I'll tell you why I'm telling you that. In the spirituality world, it's never just about you. If you go into that line of charms and what you're introducing it to your lineage. So if it works badly, you've just messed your kids. And he told me, because he was in my house, and my kids had come and said hi, and he said, and I'm seeing, he's talking to Swahili, he said, I'm just watching you with your babies, and I can see you're a family man. So whatever door you open, just know it affects those people who come here to greet us and gone to do homework.
I'm like, that what you've said there is so profound, and we're continuing this story.
Yes.
I believe the oath as a father wa taifa opened up something that we are dealing with today.
And it's so interesting you go there. It's a very sensitive topic that people speak. It's like rumor mills, noise making, and I rarely contribute. But it's always at the back of my mind. And when I'm in close quarters, at home, my family, close, we go there. You hear talks about bloodshed. And some people say, if a few people die and we achieve what we want, it's part of the journey. But then I go back into spirituality and ask myself, is that bloodshed purely accidental? Or is there somebody in his spiritual realm has been told, if a few people die, you'll get there? You don't know. These are dark spaces now.
Yeah.
We don't know. So, and that then informs some of the lineups some of us have ended up in, where we are not hearing those funny whispers. So we are comfortable in this space. Even if maybe they're not as clean or what, but they're in a space that we understand. Because there's another equation here we don't understand. And then begs the question, as a political player, activist, voter, when you follow somebody who's driving the combat narrative and mapambano and war, might you be following somebody who has a roadmap that you don't understand, that ends up in some bloodshed and you don't understand? You are just following. But you've been caught up in this whirlwind, you've been caught up in this tornado, and that is ended in the road where there must be and there will be bloodshed. Because in 2005, 2006, people would say, this narrative, where is it taking us? People who could see, they were saying, hey, this is dangerous. We've had an opposition leader recently saying, this thing will end up where 2007 was. So is it because this person can see over the mountain and is saying it's a prediction, or is he building ground for us to end up there? And what is he doing so that we don't end up there? We're not hearing that. We're hearing a leader saying this thing will end up to 2007. So then is there a road? Are we being pushed down a road that will end up with bloodshed? Because there are some people at some level who need for there to be bloodshed, for them to get whatever spirituality gain they're going to get.
This is a hard conversation.
Very difficult, but it has to be said. We have to speak about it.
This is a hard conversation because I'm a musician, or let me say I was a musician. In music, it doesn't matter how talented you are. You hit a ceiling. That ceiling, to be broken, because of my beliefs that I subscribe to, I try the Christian way.
Yes.
And if it doesn't make it, it doesn't make it.
Yes.
There are other people who go the other way.
Yes.
And there are concerts that have been held that people have died in those concerts.
Yes.
And some of these artists are international.
Yes.
And that then breaks to the next level.
Yes.
And it then made me understand talent has a limitation. Talent on its own has a limitation. That spirituality plays a part in acceleration or elevation. I fully understand this in music and music's power. Even when you hear this channel is called Cleaning the Airwaves,
Yes.
it is with the understanding that music is not just music.
Yes.
Words shape minds and all of those other things.
Yes.
Now let's move that to politics.
Yes.
You are having a conversation that I'm telling you I've never had people openly have. And you are saying politics hits a place where spirituality is needed for wins or losses to happen.
Believers will say that God picks the leaders. It is said even in political rallies, people say God will pick the leader. So what indirectly it means is that maybe the guy at the helm, who you might not like, is the one God chose for that period in the journey of a nation to achieve certain things. Remember we said that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto went on their knees against, or rather, in an awkward space from the military, and actually humbled themselves before the nation and the world. You love and hate Uhuru and Ruto if you don't recognize that as as an act of humility by the guys who've won.
Forget even humility, declaration. You know what I mean?
So let's go spiritual. What does it mean?
They are, from the get-go,
Yes.
saying,
Yes.
this is how we got this,
Yes.
and this is who we try at our best
Yes.
to do it with these people.
Yes.
Because remember, you're the same person who told us that according to the system,
Yes.
president is never supposed to be on his knees.
How can you be on the knees in front of the troops? You're the commander-in-chief.
So the same way you say people do a narrative for bloodshed, for elevation, at the beginning of a term, again, for the viewer, I want you to to put aside, to look at the action for what the action is doing.
Yes. Yes.
That was a bold statement.
And then let me even unpack it a little deeper for the viewer. They're not doing this in the run-up to the votes to get votes. They're already in. This is the first act when they're in. The campaigns are far. So if somebody is saying it's a cheap stunt, it should have been done
Before.
We should have seen this before in major way. But we are seeing it at entry to office. They are doing it before they take the oath, before they hold the Bible. I looked at it, and I could be naive, as a very powerful statement. And those are the reasons some of us were saying we are in the Uhuru Ruto camp. It's for some of those things.
What happens to you after your mother tells you this decision?
What happens to me is in a very subtle way, because I need this guy, because he's the guy who's protecting my car, he's the one who's watching, who's getting in and out of my car, to understand that I didn't trivialize what he was telling me. I tell him, don't worry. I talk to my mother, and she's organized it. And she has her own networks, and it will be done at that level. And you know how confidential these things are, so your maneno tutawachia mama. And he says, excellent. God bless your mother. That's what he says. And he becomes my mother's biggest fan, because he believes she's going where he thought we should all go. He actually, every other conversation, he say, when he get to Sultan, because I would send him now to pick my mother, because she's coming to Nairobi for something. I tell him, go pick mom, bring her. You know, he became her best friend. They would talk and talk and talk, because he believes she's in the same wavelength with him. And my mother, a very wise woman, she will go places she wouldn't go with him. Then later she'll tell me, hey, your guy, careful what you tell him. He spews too much. When you give information to him, Pimba, he's very talkative. Da, 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 da. So he is, mom. And because I'm talkative, she knew what she's telling me. She's telling me, you beat story with him, but there's a level you don't go with him. Because now he spews all that to her. One of the trips he's picked, I tell me, I told Andrew and I'm happy you said it.
Because he thinks your mom is on the side.
She says, yeah, I'm sorting him out. She says, yeah, these things out there. Da, 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 da. So later she tells me, hey, your guy, chunga.
Your mom was wise.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
At another level. And humble. She doesn't force it down your throat.
So do you ever have a conversation with somebody who's gone the other way? Or even within the political space,
Yes.
do people have these conversations?
Completely. I sit with two guys. It's not the agenda, it's not the plan, we're just meeting over meet. They are both aspirants in different constituencies we are taking a liking to each other. So we meet up after a rally, we end up somewhere to have a meal. And that conversation comes up. Somewhere in there, one of them says, hey, so-and-so is a Murogi, talking about another aspirant. So the other guy says, yeah, but without being protected in that area, utagongwa. So then I ask them, so there, now they open up. They say, what? They talk from now top office down. They say, even this guy goes here, and this guy sees so-and-so, and they tick names. They say, there's this guy in Mombasa called this. There's another guy who was now famous, country famous, called Kabwere, and another one called Kajiwe, who are now supposed to be medicine men. Yeah, those one, my generation. There are people who are watching my generation, they know those names. There was Kabwere, there was a guy called Kajiwe, they were famous. That was their work. They were from Tanzania. And people would make trips. You might remember the Lilongwe, was it Lilongwe? In Tanzania, there was a herbalist. Guys even went there with helicopter.
The one I heard about was
in Tanzania.
South Africa. I hear that's where the kingpin sits.
No, this one is recent. This is
recent.
In the last 10 years, there's a guy who was famous as a herbalist, an old man in Tanzania. And people went even with helicopters. There were queues waiting to see him. And he had a herb that he would administer, and it was supposed to cure all manner of things, from HIV to cancer to what have you. Yeah. And it tells you, as human beings, we are wired to believe. We are wired to believe. And because we are wired to believe, there are many who have been, that wiring has been manipulated to suit a personal agenda. So in the political space, it is heavy. And I have now, my antennas have always been up from 2002. After that space and those conversations, my antennas were up. And I would now look at every act political in that prism. Is this person in the dark forces? Is this person, in the light?
It's so funny you said that, because I've just thought about Kibaki's near death. Just days to. Yeah. And I'm being superstitious and whatever, but you get what I mean? Yeah. I'm just like, what,
What is this? And if you know the story about that incident, because my friend was in that motorcade, it is even shocking. Remember, I was a candidate for MP.
Uh-huh.
Mwai Kibaki is in a Range Rover, the famous 4.6.
Yes.
In a motorcade. And they are approaching Machakos Junction from Machakos town.
Machakos?
Yes. and it's how the whole thing unfolds that I'm certain there are people who are saying, "Ai, hii kitu sio natural," because as you're approaching the intersection or the junction, the road comes. There's a dip, then the road you clear the dip, and when you clear the dip, like maybe 400 meters or something like that, the junction is visible. Okay, but then the road takes a bend to the right and a quick bend to the left, and in about 100 or so meters, you are at the T-junction, that is Mombasa Road. Okay? And there's vehicles going to Mombasa and from Mombasa, so you stop, confirm the road is clear, then join the highway going to Nairobi. So the story that is told then is that this Range Rover came up that slight dip, took this bend.
Is he alone, or there's
a motorcade? They're following each other.
Yeah.
My friend and retired Senator David Musila was one of the guys who removed him from the car after the car plowed into this building. So what happened is, the story of this friend of mine who was in the motorcade is that the car they come up the dip, then they turn to the left. And it's a quick S, left, then So he says when they turned left, the car was speeding. This right, it didn't quite recover well. So went almost a little straight. Went across Mombasa Road.
What?
So I want you to visualize if there was a truck going down or going up. Went across Mombasa Road. There was a building under construction. Ended up in the foundation. Through some mabati, whatever, and into the foundation.
And it was only his car?
Yeah, the cars all stopped. Only the car with this politician who's doing very well. And now the KANU guys have joined him. So it's a big force. This force now is huge.
Okay.
And into.
Where was he seated at the back?
He was seated in the front, from what I've heard. Front left. So there's even in the media, that story is told by Musila, I think. And they run and they get him out and they rush him to a hospital. But those at the scene are wondering, what is the likelihood of all this happening? So there are a lot who then got out of that incident saying, there are some dark forces in play here. But that is now just to tell you who we are as a society. And then to rewind you back to where you started, where you said there was an oath taken and there was blood involved in that oath taking. And the question you must ask yourself is, was there something planted back then that kept following the political activity as we moved on? And maybe, were there people who knew and therefore forced this prayer in 2013, where now the son of Jomo is ascending the presidency? Could there have been somebody in some quarter who knew something and whispered to somebody and told them, tell these guys to get this thing blessed? Could there be? Because it was a very powerful statement. That move in 2013 was a very powerful statement if you're looking at it spiritually.
You know, you don't even understand what you're doing to my mind. When we understand that the politics that we see is the baby class,
Yes.
and the one that we don't see is the master class.
Yes. And then now,
And then you tell me about Ruto coming in with the church.
Yes.
And he's...
from no,
Yes, from no, you begin to understand the master class.
2010, Paul Mwite was with him and there were a few others. In no.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm not elevating any... I'm speaking with... Actually, no, let me be honest. I'm speaking with my biased Christianity lens.
Of course.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
And I'm understanding then why the essence of William Ruto is ascending to where he's ascending to, because he's coming to out loud that he is of the light.
Declaring it.
From pre.
Judge me this way.
What spiritual politics is a whole unspoken about conversation. And thank you for just giving us a glimpse into what it looks like.
And I want to touch it a little deeper because we've gone there. So that as we move away, we've addressed it in totality. So we saw the deaths in 2007. And I have said and I repeat, it could have been avoided. The political class from both sides bear the responsibility of not avoiding. It could have been avoided. Just like now we are saying, we don't have to go down that road next year. We can avoid it. We just need the people who are influencing the masses to say the right things. And we will hold them to account. That's why I'm doing this show. I want the young generation to hold these leaders to account. Listen to what they say and not forget that so-and-so said this. We saw a leader, like I said, a member of parliament, saying, if you're non-Kikuyu, get out. Just recently, just around Olkalao election. Let's not forget these statements, because what happens is we are very quick to move on at the national stage, but on the ground you've planted a seed.
Yeah, I'm like, punish them now.
You can't uproot. That seed you've planted on the ground, you cannot uproot it.
And can I just add and say,
Yes.
because something has followed us,
Yes.
and I didn't want this one to pass us.
Yes.
The oath,
Yes.
when you look at its roots,
Yes.
is tribal.
It is horribly so.
The thing that has followed us, and that's why I keep saying this,
Yes.
the oath at its core
Yes.
is tribal.
Yes.
What you're speaking about now,
Yes.
how many years later? 60, close to 60.
Yes. From yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
from 69, close to 60.
Yes.
What we're speaking about that has followed us,
Yes.
what if the example you've given
Yes.
is still tribal? Can
And
continue.
then, and this is important not to lose sight of. So 2007 happens, and we are awake, and we're like, wow, that was close. You know, you almost knock a car, and you're sweating, and you think, wow, or a kid runs in front of your car, and you just miss them. You're like, wow, that was close. So for Kenyans, that's where we are. We are breathing out, we're saying, wow, these guys have formed government. That was close. We lost some people, but wow, God loves his country. We are back. And now, let's move on with the job of building the nation. So you are saying that political class knows what we've just dodged. They know what we've dodged. True? And knowing, and in the space that they know what we've dodged, We then end up with a new constitution in 2010. And we're saying yes. And they're all pulling in the same direction. And we say yes.
And that constitution is like saying, drive slow, kids crossing the roads. It's supposed to help us,
It's
not repeat what we've...
Exactly. It's supposed to get us out of that. And I'd like the viewer to realize, if you look at history, constitutions are done after war. After you come out of trouble is when you review where you've come from. And you say, we need laws to safeguard so we don't go there. So we do a constitution. And the key players, the guys who have the biggest skin in the game, biggest stake politically, are at the table in that game. Raila is at the table. Kalonzo is at the table. Kibaki is at the table. Uhuru is at the table. They are all at this table where this conversation about this new constitution is being had. They are all at the table. And so we move forward, we have a new constitution. And we have now an election in 2013. And when we have this election, the pair of Uhuru and Ruto win. Raila contests, goes to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says no, we authenticate this win. And they start governing. And squabbles begin again. So you must ask yourself, have we truly learned our lesson? Because we've just done an election and the Supreme Court has ruled. And now what is the contest? We have to change this winner takes all. Because that was the narrative from Raila's camp. And that's what led us eventually to BBI. This winner takes all thing is not good. But I'm wondering, isn't this a contest? Won't they be a winner? I mean, what are we saying? Okay? Fast forward to where we are, which is 2017.
BBI was?
Build Bridges Initiative. And it emerges just after the 2017 election.
Okay, it's after 2017.
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's continue.
But the narrative is there. In the run-up to 2017, there's that agitation where guys are saying, this thing, Bana, is loop-sided.
The loser can't go home with nothing.
Yeah, this thing is loop-sided. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. But that's a contest. I mean, if you are running 100 meters and you're saying we have to share the win, what are you saying? See, there's one winner. We're doing a marathon, 3,000. And there's number 1, 2, and 3. And the second splitting you. So what are you saying? Kwani, we have to share everything. And the tragedy, and that's why I say we have had a politics that has taken us to the top. Focus on the top. You will never hear governors saying, let's share power. Yeah, me, I was number 2. You beat me by 100 votes. I want us to share power. That doesn't happen. It doesn't happen at MP. It doesn't happen at MCA. It only happens at the top. And I dare say it is unhealthy politics. There has to be a winner and there has to be a loser. And sometimes the win will be marginal. That is the nature of a contest, political or otherwise. That's why in horse racing and what they talk about a photo finish. It was so tight.
Hey, bro, me and my girl Formula 1. It's milliseconds.
But there's a winner.
Yeah.
You have to declare a winner. That's why it's a contest. And I keep saying, if we are not going to have a contest where we accept that there has to be a winner, let's take out a calendar and let's do a lottery system. We say we have 42 tribes, we're going to have 42 presidents for us to have equality. Round 1, Rotary, pick Kamba. Next year, Kambas give us a guy. You Kambas go and decide who you're giving us. Yeah. He'll be the president sworn in 2027. He'll do 5 years. As the 5 years goes, lottery, Kambas are out. Mumekula nafasi yenyu. Rotary, lucky dip, pick. Garba. You Garbas go and give us a guy. He'll be sworn in. Let's do that. Let's forget the contest. If the contest doesn't count, because when somebody wins, the loser says we have to share. What kind of a contest is that? Now, so that the viewer understands. So 2017, another contest, another hot contest.
Have we closed the spiritual conversation?
So the spiritual conversation is coming back.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm going where I'm going.
Okay.
So 2017, we have a contest. And the pair of Ruto, win. IEBC says process was wrong.
Who it was against
Raila and Kalonzo.
And Kalonzo. Huh?
Yes. Okay. So they win. So Jubilee formation against NASA. Because now what happens is CORD then is transformed into NASA because now there's Musalia's back. And because Musalia's back and he comes with his party, he is actually the man who formed NASA. He was the architect of NASA. Then these other parties join in. So now we have this thing called NASA. And these guys have won. And the court says no.
Rudy.
And Raila absconds. He says this thing is loop-sided anyway. I'm not going to attend. So he doesn't attend. So these guys go and do a one-sided thing. And IBC says, this is the winner. We went to court and we said, murudie. Na wale wametokea ndio wametokea. Whoever has showed up is the one who has showed up.
Even if it was one voter.
Yeah, because
we're following the law.
You challenged the win. We agreed with you that you've challenged. And we went on and said, so now go back to the ballot. And you have won because your challenge has been upheld. But then you refuse to go. So the judiciary is like, no. See, you came for the challenge. Yeah, we agree with you. The process was wrong. Can you go and compete? He doesn't show. In his corner, people must have told him you're going to lose anyway. So better you abscond. So that you maintain the status of having an election that was stolen. Guys are sworn in September. January at Uhuru Park. Raila is sworn in as a people's president. So
by Miguna.
Miguna was his aide. He was sworn in by Kajwang. Kajwang came in, I think, acting as the CJ, as a lawyer. He's a member of parliament for, I think, Kasarani. So Raila is sworn in before the world. And Jubilee government in its wisdom does not bother to stop it with tear gas and what. They let them do their thing. Wise move. Because bloodshed, you're staring at bloodshed. So the man is sworn in. So, let's go back to the spirituality angle we are discussing. Are you telling me that these leaders supporting this move do not recognize there could be bloodshed? Are you telling me? Are you telling me, fresh out of 2008, how many years is it? 4 years? Are you telling me that generation of leaders who are pushing that narrative at Uhuru Park do not know that there's a potential of bloodshed? And then what does it say about their spirituality and this bloodshed agenda? What does it say? Because when I sit as a person who was aware, a father, a husband, a political player in 2008 and saw what happened, can see the signals and the signs early before it happens. You can see them. You don't have to be a political scientist to see that this thing, where it's going, this thing is going for trouble. And that's why I'm doing this show. Because you can see it. You cannot say you're blind. You can see this thing where it's going, Kitu is going to trouble. So are you telling me all those guys who are clamoring for that move in Uhuru Park did not see that? And what then that did say about this spiritual conversation we're having?
You know.
And I'll leave it to the viewer to decide because we're just putting it out there.
Yeah, we are unveiling or unpacking what has been in a hidden box, not to conclude the matter,
yes,
but to let you have a peek inside.
And we are saying it because of where we are seeing we could go.
And I've not even brought 2024.
Yes.
Because there's something with this bloodshed. You know, when you hear about what is killed in bloodshed, it is normally the child. So God the Father kills his child. You, or even before Christ, you sacrifice, my name is Njau, the calf.
Yes.
2024 was our children, or what you would say is your children. For me, I'd say my younger brothers and sisters.
My children.
You get?
Those were my kids who died in 2024. Let's go there. And that's why I'm doing this. Because I felt the pain I didn't know the Patrick or John or who died, but I felt the pain because my sons were in those formations. It could have been one of them. They were in there. They were with those youths. And it could have been one of them.
I was there. I was at the roundabout for Holy Basilica. That's where I turned back. So, and I probably was one of the oldest people there.
I was told by a friend of mine, a lady who's a single parent, the son was 1920 in 2024. And we happened to be talking about this thing at our kids, who were somewhere at our friends, and we were talking about this thing. And of course they were saying, Ruto. And I told them, hey guys, first and foremost, let's not go there because that's where our kids are. That anger is not going to do anything for the country. Let's be analytical in what we are judging. So they said, what do you mean, Ndolo? I said, when the Sufuria riots began, he hadn't read his budget. We've got to call that out. When they were talking about the cost of living.
This is 2024.
2022. So I'm just, so that I bring you to the conversation 2024. Very quickly, and then we'll jump back.
Yeah.
So I was saying, let's down on the emotion, because I fear, because I saw what emotion did in 2007. It was emotion. People were triggering, and the youths who were triggering, and before we knew it, madness, absolute chaos. The things that happened, the things I heard when we were in peace talks in the ground, insanity. Neighbors, you've been neighbors for 15, 17 years. Your kids play together. All of a sudden, it's become a Kikuyu. Wow. How? So when the swearing in is done at Uhuru Park, I'm looking, it was on TV, on every channel, and I'm thinking, so what do they want to accomplish? Because the only place this can go is teaming up to join government. And what have you just told the younger politician? That if you don't win, that's how you get into power. You create a crisis. Because, why do I say this? Raila, who I have a lot of respect for, agitated for the 2010 constitution. Raila agitated for multiparty. He's had wins. Somebody somewhere in his corner is not telling him to look at that as wins. He thinks the victory is the presidency. It's not. For him, it shouldn't mean that. He's already had wins. Democratic space has been opened. That's a win. Electioneering process has been adjusted. In 1997, when we had the IPPG move, Moi did, because of whatever pressures he had seen, where the political class, particularly political parties, got involved in the commissioners who ended up in IEBC. In other words, this electioneering body called ECK that transitioned to IEBC, through that agitation, was starting to open its door. Before it was a preserve of the ruling party and the president. He decided who sat where, who what. Now, through this pressure, there's a door that's been opened. So there's gains. So that's a win.
You just look at our neighbors to understand how much of a gain we have.
That's a gain. When you cross from 97 to 2002, Moi has actually handed over power. Uhuru has done an acceptance speech conceding. He has conceded, sorry. That's a win. So why aren't those around Raila and himself not seeing these wins and still agitating? And that's how we end up in PEV. Because somebody somewhere is not seeing those as wins. We didn't need to go to PEV. Trust me, we didn't need to go there. We didn't need to go there. Why we didn't need to go there? He was already strong. And I assure you, had he carried that strength without PEV into the constitution making, or even, let's assume we didn't have a constitution, to 2012, he would have been unstoppable.
He would have taken it.
He would have had sympathizers across the board. But PEV just cut us into sections again. So this group said, forget that Luo. And this one said, forget those Kikuyus, forget those Kalenjins. It did, in my humble opinion, PEV diminished his strength. It reduced, because he was on a climb. And you couldn't have stopped him because of the gains he had done. Because under his pressure, Kanu had lost. in his pressure.
But fairly so, and this is information I've gotten, this is decisions I've made from the information you've shared and debunking it. Mwai Kibaki plays a huge role in PV.
Of course he does.
In fact, I put a bigger blame, especially after you've unpacked this for me,
Yes.
on PV, on Mwai Kibaki.
In fact, let's even unpack it. PV, the man at the helm must take responsibility. Remember, we've just said in 2018, the Jubilee government, in its wisdom, decided not to clamp down on the swearing in.
Yes.
And those are accolades we must give to Uhuru and Ruto. Because that was sober thinking. That was serious thinking. That was Kenya at heart. They had the country at... They decided, this is going to go to another war. So, watcha, let him do his thing. Let's see where it goes. Or others might have said, maybe let's talk to this man. So, I talk about the MOU of 2003. And I've talked about the potential for renegotiating that document. And that would have, and that's where now you place the blame on Mwai Kibaki. That renegotiation of the MOU would have saved us from 2000, the PEV. Because it would have, you would have had a Raila approaching the election who would have been a bit softer. Battle lines were drawn. And after banana orange contest, we were, and there was still time to save. That's why I keep going back to why we are doing this.
Yeah.
Right now, people are saying doom and gloom, but it's far, it's a year away. If we do the right things now, there will be nothing. There will be no violence.
And what I like that this show does, it's the same way I can make a informative decision, whether I'm right or wrong.
True.
But I've used data that from hearing about the history of what happened
Yes.
to make a conclusion and say, from Richard's perspective
Yes.
of that situation,
Yes.
Kibaki didn't play right here.
He didn't.
I wish he had honored the MOU.
Yes.
I wish he had even done a few
Renegotiated
softer
it.
things here
Yes.
to prevent this 27.
Yes.
But I mean, this 2008 scenario happened,
Yes,
7,
yes,
8.
yes.
But now when we go into 2017,
Yes.
I'm like, Raila, you called this thing, the judiciary stood with you. It was a win contest.
Yes.
I'm seeing this whole pattern of handshakes.
Yes.
In fact, I'm seeing the effectiveness of a handshake from a strategy. Win or
Thank you.
lose, I
I'm
respect
in the kitchen.
game.
I'm going to be in
I've
the kitchen.
understood. From us again, remove all emotions.
Yes.
I'm like, this strategy is brilliant. He will always be in power, win or lose.
He'll always be at the table.
He'll always
Yes.
be at the table.
Be at the table.
In a more elevated position than just opposition.
And then there's an even deeper thing to go. And this is bordering on, people might want to sue, but I'll be careful in how I packet it. Every time a cycle of handshake happens and we move on, certain leaders are not where they were before the handshake financially. Certain players close to the center of the agitating side end up a little better off. So there is personal monetary gain. What does that say about that narrative of conflict that brings you to the table? That it's now become a personal agenda to move myself a little higher and a little higher and a little higher.
But you know what saddened me about the last episode where you were dressed in black and having this conversation? If you're watching us here, it's good to also go back and catch some of these previous episodes. Some people just joined at this episode.
Yes.
When you spoke about the workings, the games people play,
Yes.
the way that people can even come and try and get a position,
Yes.
not for the sake of a position.
Yes.
They're playing there for financial gain.
Yes.
The root cause of what everybody seems to be trying to get
Yes.
is not an opportunity to govern a country and a people
Yes.
to a better place,
Yes.
to remove them from A and take them to C,
Yes.
to remove them from D and take
Yes.
them to F.
Yes.
It sounds like from MCA all the way to the top, it sounds like the root cause of why a huge percentage are trying to do this is for personal monetary gain.
And that is why in our first episode, we talked about the architecture of Kenya.
I get it now.
And that's why the viewer who critics, without going back to our first episode, without watching the series, they will not catch where we are coming from. The architecture set us up for trouble. Because we had the first leader who then appeared to become quite wealthy. And so every other leader after that was following that. We had a clique, the ones who came up with the 69 agenda, who became very wealthy. And people are watching. So what happens? You're a politician in the 80s. And when you look around you and you're from Central Province, the billionaires, a big chunk of them have a connect with the political class. So you're seeing, wow, you know? What happens if you're a political player in Ukambani in the 80s and you are pursuing political office? The guys who seem to be quite comfortable financially have a connect, civil service, something, you know? They're insiders. And it is repeated in tribe and region all over the country. The guys who appear to be somewhere. That is why in the 80s and 90s, the ministers were also comfortable financially. You're a minister and you're comfortable. You know, you're doing well for yourself. So those are the examples. And that's the architecture we keep talking about. So obviously, everybody wants to get better and better at the game. And so, hence what we are saying. You have a by-election, for example, because it's a focus, and you're part of the ruling party, and everybody crowds. And I saw that. Everybody crowds the ruling party in that contest. Everybody is all of a sudden a sycophant for the party. And they've got all manner of schemes and plots and budgets they want presented and da-da-da-da-da. And when the money comes out, there's a chunk that has to come to their pocket and a chunk that will go to the activity. Whether the chunk that goes to the activity is 10% and they kept 90% is subject to person for person. Some will inject more, so you'll see some activity. But by and large, it's driven by that ability to get something in your pocket. And that now transitions
year after year.
And it's not beholden to one tribe. After the initial example, it's across the board. It's every community that has access to power, they're playing that game.
At all levels.
And now, as the political class keeps growing, like now with the 2010 constitution, where we have a bigger group of political players that is being played in a bigger space, so there's more money that is going to a bigger crowd, and it's at the expense of development, at the expense of delivery of service to the people. And it keeps going on and on and on. And so, what does it do to the voter? The voter realizes, this guy doesn't care about me. So when it's politics and he's coming to me, I'm going to take money from him. So now, the politician has a bigger budget to feed to get to where he wants to go. Because the public have decided, see you cool and disappear. Umefungua hoteli, wacha tukule.
It is. I have a window to eat, like the IBC window. So I have my window to eat.
And now it is a vicious circle. Why? We're chasing our tails. Because I am vying for Kilome, so I have to spend my 10, 20 million to get in. So, and because that's the name of the game, so I'm going to spend that. And then when I'm in office, I have to return the 20 million. So what am I going to do? And now I'm clear. I am very clear. CDF, this bridge is being done, these roads are being done, this is being done, so I have to make sure that I have control over those things. And nepotism then kicks in, because I want a contractor who will give me a commission so that I can recover from the money I spent in my campaigns. So it just gets more and more rotten. It's so rotten, it's scaring.
Yes, and that's what I want to say. I don't even think we are chasing our tails. I think we're headed for a cliff. Because the population is growing. And part of the way, one of the biggest problems you talked about, unemployment.
Yes.
Part of the way to solve this unemployment gap is development.
Yes.
Development brings about job opportunities, but if you're eating the development money, and the population constantly grows, I think will double in the next 20 years, will be over 100 million Kenyans, granted.
Let's unpack that political financing animal that has gotten us where we are based on the architecture of where we started off. So I am now vying for the presidency as Andrew Ndolo, okay? And I've got 47 counties to deal with. And you hear this every time in the media. That guy doesn't have money. How can he vie for the presidency? Because you hear it's 10 billion or 5 billion or whatever billion. So how do you imagine I'm going to raise that money if I'm not going to recover it? I have to recover it. See, I've become president.
Or you have to owe it, because Richie will come and tell you, I'll give you money.
No, see, I have to recover it. Whether it's for me or for my cronies, I have to recover that money.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So you've come with your 10B, and Aizo has come with his 5B, and so has come with his what? And those are my supporters. Can you imagine they don't want to recover their money? See, they have to recover their money.
ROI.
So what happens? I have to get creative. I have to get super creative. So how do I get creative?
Infrastructure projects.
There has to be projects that will bring money back. And because I know some of those projects are actually needed. It's not like we don't need them. We need an expanded airport. Don't be cheated here when people are going about their dunnies that we don't. We need it.
Yes.
We need it. It started in Kibaki's regime, not even in Uhuru's regime.
Yep.
Those studies were done. We need Mau Summit. It started even before Kibaki.
We need the Nyanyuki, Nairobi, Kisumu Road expanded.
We need Mombasa Road done. Those things have to be done. So now what happens is,
we need an SGR.
we need a train.
We need the expressway.
We need the train, the trams in Nairobi. We need all those things. So what happens is, I'm now in office, and guys have to be given their return on investment. So what are we going to do? We're going to go into infrastructure projects. So what's going to happen? We can't finance them. We have a bloated government, so we're going to borrow. So the borrowing is not Ruto. The borrowing is before him. And what's the borrowing doing? That money, as a simple banker will tell you, when you borrow, it goes into the consolidated fund. It's not put in a pigeonhole and you're told, itaenda kwa mabarabara. No, it's just put in that fund, and then it goes to finance government activity. So it will finance salaries, it will finance what? And it will finance projects. And because we've already expanded, we are paying over 60% of what we collect on salaries alone, we are now borrowing to eat, not to develop. So you are taking an overdraft in your house, and that overdraft is coming to pay rent, and it's coming to pay food, and it's coming to buy tissue, which are not productive activities. So you have to find a way to pay that loan, because you're not productive enough to pay that loan. Because you've taken a loan for tissue paper, and for your towels, and your soap, and your consumables.
Yes.
So how are you going to service it? Because you didn't take the loan to buy a car and sell and buy and sell. There's no
make
profit.
a tissue factory.
Exactly.
And sell the tissue.
You have borrowed for recurrent expenditure. So you have to now get creative. First and foremost, you have a return on investment for your clique. Guys have got to get back their money because they helped you become president. That's number one. Number two, you have to grow the country and you have to pay the loan. And you've taken the loan is foreign currency. And you're not the beholder of the dollar. So if you got it at 110, now you're paying it at 130. By the time you've even dented the interest, you've not touched the principal. So it's just a rabbit hole, and you're going deeper and deeper. And so what you do is, you look at your term. That's why it is in the public knowledge that Uhuru said, these guys won't last 3 months. I know what I've left.
Yes.
Because he knows what he's done. So now, you are in this catch-22. You're now William Ruto. Do I pay loans? Do I pay salaries? Do I default? If I default, what does it mean? Because in the international CBR, I'm now a defaulter. Nobody else will give me loans. I know I need it. I've got to run my programs.
Let me use English. You have Fuliza.
Yes.
You have a Fuliza.
Yes.
Your salary.
Yes.
Is the Fuliza will take already 60% of your salary.
Bas.
But you still have to pay rent.
Yes.
You still have to pay your house help.
Yes.
You still have to buy food. You still have to pay school fees.
Yes. And then the biggest tragedy is this. What? So there's a guy who, on the wings saying, that guy is corrupt. He's a traitor. Trade my community. One term, we have to remove it. But that guy is not telling you. He's not unpacking to you. This is where we are. This is the hole we are in. This is how I'm going to dig you out. All he's telling you is one term. And he's got you in the hate space. So you are hating. So what are you going to do? You are going to do a protest vote against the sitting president. It will be protest. It is not followed by any content. And I'm waiting. We have a year to go for content to come to the table. For somebody to put, and you know, a lot of people might not like this, but listen to Jimmy, what he says sometimes. Listen to what Jimmy says. He puts that whole mathematics on the table. He tells you this is what you've borrowed, this is how you borrowed it, this borrowing was not legal, da 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 da. This is how we are in the hole we are in, and this is how you get out. Let's hear that from these guys. And let it be realistic, not just a storytelling. Not story like us. Put it in analytical terms and say, this is what I'm going to do to get Kenya here.
In English, you're saying,
yes,
stop listening to all these people who are telling you one term. Tell them
tell me more.
to tell you one term, and then this is my plan.
This is my plan.
Because otherwise, when these guys also come in,
Yes.
the first thing we're going to run and shout is one term,
Yes.
because they will come with their own finance bill. They will come with increase in prices of fuel. They will come with increase in cost of living.
They will come with a return on investment. They have to they have to reimburse the guys who funded them. Because I don't think any of these guys are that charitable to spend 10B and say, I did it because I love Kenya. No, let's be clear here. These guys do not, it's not, they have a love affair with Kenya. So now this, and by the way, it's 1 year. I wish we could look at the budgets of the activities we are seeing that are being carried out by the opposition from now to elections. How much have they spent? Where has it come from? What is the ROI? Because they have to return the money. If it's somebody who has loaned them, he has a roadmap. He can see over the mountain. I'm spending this money supporting so-and-so and supporting so-and-so, and that's where it's going to take me.
Do you know why? Oh my God, you say some wise things that I only understand later on. Do you know why it is pivotal for Sifuna to fundraise from the people? Because he will only owe the people. And how do you pay back the people? You develop.
And that is why I keep saying he appears angry. He needs to get out of that space. He needs to get out of that space of going to Western to speak in Luya. That's not it.
But somebody in the comments said, but that's his people. Let him go and speak in his backyard.
Who said those his people? Those guys won't make him president. Those guys should follow him anyway. Once you're a national leader, they should follow you anyway. You're that good. They should follow him anyway. And I think with the right strategy, they would follow him anyway.
It's the easiest vote to get.
And these people fundraising for him, what is a return on investment for them? That's what he should be addressing. He should be saying, we've received 35 million from Kenyans, we thank you. This is our roadmap for when we are in office and unpack it. So that we critique him now in the unpacking. We tell him, this one you've said is not realistic. This one can be achieved. Here, what you've said Ruto is doing, what's different from what he's doing? That's what he should be doing. This narrative they keep doing, and it's a very good scheme. And there are guys in there, let's give credit where it's due, who know that we keep this anger, it will be a protest vote. Because maybe there are guys who know the only way you beat William Ruto is a protest vote. Not in an actual campaign where you are debating.
Stop. The people are not interested to know what you want to do. The people are interested in hearing one term. So run with this one term.
And I was telling somebody the other day who was really, really telling me off. Why are you not with Kalonzo? He is your brother. The presidency is coming to Kambani. You are the guys. And he's not Kamba. He's telling me you are the jokers. How do we remove Ruto? You Kambas have to stick together. Then us guys will come and give you Kambas a vote. And Kalonzo will be president. You're a traitor. We're just chatting socially. We're not fighting. But he's telling me. So I listen to him. So I tell him, okay. So I tell him, the way the politics is going, we've seen it in the last 2 or 3 presidential campaigns. You're going to end up with a debate where these guys are standing up there. What are they going to tell us if they've not been telling us before about their roadmap to change Kenya? Because like it or not, the guy who has incumbency is walking the journey. So when that debate is held, he will be talking about his scorecard. So now you have to challenge that scorecard with more creativity. And at that point, people will be analyzing you. And after the debate is done, all that will happen that week or 2 weeks will be people unpacking what you've said and what you didn't say. There are guys who will crumble at that level because all they've been telling you is one term. They will crumble, they will collapse. I say that because I was in Jubilee Advisory Council and I saw the people who are prepping the material for Uhuru. I sat with one guy and I heard and I saw. And it's not a joke. Guys were doing heavy lifting to prep this candidate.
But then what will also happen is some of them will be a no-show. Remember last debate? We had no-shows.
Yes.
Because you have, oh my God, because the tough questions will come. And suddenly it makes me understand the manifesto worked. When you talked about the 100 laptops, granted they weren't delivered, but I like, now when I think about it, you are saying this is what we plan to do when we enter.
And so when we go back to the activities of 2017 and then 2018.
Okay, so 2017, we are here for a while.
Yes.
We go to vote. We were returned by the judiciary. Only one candidate
shows up for the exercise. And is declared winner.
He's declared winner. They start running. A few days later, or
September, I think the swearing in was in September, sometime in January, if I'm not wrong, Raila is at Uhuru Park swearing himself in. And this is the important thing to catch. That activity of swearing yourself in under the current constitution that he is a champion for, and a champion, he was a champion.
It is the coup of 2018.
It is an act of treason. So you are the champion of this document. You are in the front lines. If it was a war, you wouldn't be a General Kule, you would be in the front line. You are the champion. You have fought for this thing and you have actualized it. And you are here breaching that thing that you fought for.
Had this man become too powerful that even the states couldn't do anything?
I think the state could have done a lot, even arrest him and everything, because it's an act of treason.
But
after PEV, which leader wants to go down in history as the one who lit the spark, then the country then burned, after we are experiencing 2008? I don't think there's a sitting president who would go down that road. And that is why the handshake has always worked. Because they look at the pros and cons and they say, what will it cost to work with him? We'll give him some cabinet slots, we'll do 1, 2, 3, and for me to govern, if that's the only way I govern, I have to do this. And Raila must have known. So he corners every president.
Man.
The first one, which was PEV, maybe that was not the plan. He was seeing a win, so give it to him. But still, you can't love Kenya and watch it burn because you didn't win. It's a bit selfish. But like we said, the journey that brought him to the man he was in 2007, you also have to recognize the harassment of his family, detention of himself, his father. So there's a certain...
The country has created the man.
Exactly.
The man didn't just come out of nowhere.
Precisely. So there's a certain responsibility as a nation we take for the man he was in 2007, based on our architecture.
Yes.
There's a responsibility the nation takes. So, fine. But after 2008, and he's almost an equal player at the table, and comes now out for a contest in 2013, that he loses, and he goes to the judiciary, which is now robust, thanks to the document he was part of. Thanks to the document he was part of, we have a slightly more robust judiciary. And we have a man at the helm of the judiciary who comes from his ranks. Battleground, activism. So then the judiciary goes with the way it went in 2013, and the pair are sworn in. And then there's agitation. And there's agitation. And in 2018, after again another challenge, which again the judiciary now has gone and said, you have a point, go back to the polls. You choose not to go back to the polls, and then a few months later you choose to swear yourself in. So was that always a roadmap? Was it always that you are going to create another crisis that forces you to the table? Because after all, you challenged, won in court, and didn't go back to the contest, but went and swore yourself in. So are you now a beneficiary of crisis? And if you're a beneficiary of crisis, then how then do we view you? Do we view you as a champion of 92, the champion of Kanu going home, the champion of Banana Orange, the champion of new constitution, or do we look at you as somebody who always has a personal agenda?
I think there's Raila A, and there's Raila B.
And I'll go back for the benefit of the viewer, because I know he had a strong following, and there are those who still believe in him. He had wins. They were just not looked at as wins by whoever was in his kitchen. He had major wins. And those are his wins. You can't take away from him. Kanu could have governing in 2003. If he hadn't pulled that runaway group, Kanu could have continued governing. They could have, which nobody knows what it would have meant. With a Moi who was still, fresh and brain was working, and an Uhuru who was beholden to me as a father figure. Who knows what that could have been for Kenya? What could have meant? Would we have gone back to the dark days? You don't know. Would they have suppressed the opposition in cells? We don't know. Because here is Moi, who, as we've said, based on our architecture, rose to the presidency through that route we talked about, and then after 82 coup, went where he went, and now he had a young man who is president, assuming now Uhuru had won, and he's up there, and he can whisper and can have dinner with the president, and just the two of them in the room, because he would still have some level of influence over Uhuru. Because he is a father figure, besides being the president who held his hand. Because as you go back to when Uhuru was a young man with Jomo, you see, these are the people around this young Moi when he's 12, 13. So he obviously has a father relationship with Kibaki and Moi. So what would it have meant? So that's a win. That's a Raila win.
Again, I know speaking about Raila is a sensitive conversation, but we have to have them. The same way speaking about spirituality is a sensitive conversation, and we have to have it.
Yeah, because
the way
of
speaking
tomorrow.
about Ruto is a sensitive conversation, and we're going to have it.
Yes, because of, like we've said, we're doing this for 2027.
So I love that you give information, because information then allows us to make our own conclusions. And now this is where they become personal conclusions or deductions.
Yes.
So for me, from what you've shared, up until the handshake with Kibaki, there's a different Raila.
Yes.
It's almost like there's the activist.
Yes.
The one who is on this track to become president through the hard way.
Yes.
You get?
Yes.
Getting people,
Yes.
all these different modes.
Yes.
And then there's the handshake, and there's a different mode of operators that he takes.
Yes.
This conversation is difficult to have, but we are continuing to have it. Let's change these batteries, guys.
Yes.
We're coming back in a second to continue from exactly where we have stopped.
Yes. So now the conversation about a national conversation about how the winner walks away with everything is on the table. Hence the birth of the Building Bridges Initiative.
In the previous episode, I said that this is a hard conversation.
Very.
As a Kenyan, as the Kenyan family, different tribes,
Yes.
the 7 mothers, the 8 mothers,
The 8 mothers.
the 42 children.
Yes.
We are seated around a table and we're having a hard conversation.
Yes.
And on the table, some brothers have done things which are not too good.
Yes.
And you have to have that conversation.
Yes.
Some siblings have taken things that were meant for everybody.
Yes.
And you have to have that conversation.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, we don't stop being family.
Yes.
And that conversation, I need to say this, is on the basis of love.
Yes.
It's on the basis of we are family.
Yes.
As Esther Richard Njau, I have no other country I'm going to live in. I've lived in very many, and I'm done living in them.
Yes.
This is the country I'm going to live in. And we even have siblings who are out of the country watching.
Yes.
The reason why I've said that is, one, we've had this conversation about spirituality. Extremely difficult. We don't have it as Africans, publicly. 2, we're having a conversation about a foundation of this country.
Yes.
Our architect.
Yes.
Another extremely difficult one.
Yes.
Started in 69 and the path that it sent us in. This hunger for money and the copycat syndrome we then have. Then 3, we're having a conversation about a man who's just a legend, a pillar, a father of who Kenya has been built around.
Yes.
Or one of the builders of this nation called Kenya.
Yes.
Again, another very difficult conversation to have.
Yes.
Where we were in this conversation, one, Raila Odinga has sworn himself as the people's president.
Yes.
Where does it go from there?
So, and just to put context to what you've just said, as I go to Raila, I'm going to do a 3 minutes.
You can even be 10.
4 minutes on the side. So we are this nation of 8 tribes.
8 provinces.
8 wives.
Yes.
Let's go there. So the 8 wives are scattered all over the country. There is a wife whose neighbor is Muslim and has influenced that wife. She's a Muslim and her children are Muslims.
Yes.
And so they practice Islam in everything they do, from how her kids will marry to what they eat to their belief system. There is another wife who is from high up in a mountain, in a place called Kisii. And they are neighbors to some very volatile guys. She has been forced to be confrontational in nature just to get ahead. And so she's brought up her children that way. And so her children tend to be abrasive and confrontational, and they do not fear taking you on. Kisii culture and her neighbors and who. And that is repeated in different places. There's a wife who comes from the dry lands of Ukambani and interacted with some white people and seemed to follow them. And her children were influenced and they joined the King's African Rifles. And they went and fought for the white man in the Second World War. And that is who she was. So the different wives were influenced by some of their neighbors or the interactions they had with people. They gave birth to the children, or they brought up the children who formed this nation we call Kenya. Now, some of these wives were introduced to heavy spirituality. And so they followed that path.
Of all kinds.
Of all kinds. Others were introduced to traditional practices by neighbors, by influence, and they followed it. We are not faulting any of the wives for the path they took because the circumstances of life put them in that path. And that's how they brought up the children. So there are children of this country who are inclined more into the traditional way of doing things, into what we call witchcraft, by no set road map by them, by circumstance and environment. Just like there are others who were exposed to Christianity and ended up praying and believing in prayer and following the church and therefore ended up in that route. By no set map or road map. So we are not faulting them for that. There are others who are not heavy believers because of the circumstance, environment, and influence. We are not faulting them. We are all one family. So when we are in one family and we are at the table, this son took this one's shirt and hid it. And this one has been looking for his shirt and he can't find it. And another brother tells him, but Osman has your shirt. What do you mean? I saw it in his bedroom. So now there's a fight between them. The job of the father is to come to the middle and say, where? Give Kilonzo back his shirt. And I don't want to hear that again. But in some cases, the father is saying, there's nothing major. Where Osman, what Kilonzo did was not major. Wachana na hiyo siasa. I'll buy another shirt. He's not dealt with the problem. Because he's just allowed Kilonzo to think he's better than Osman. And that therefore, Kilonzo can take, daddy will sort. That's the country we built. So there's a child who has taken from another, and the father has told him, well, you will stop complaining. I'll give you what he took. You've not solved the problem.
Wow.
So that's gotten us to where we are. And that is why when we talk about the architecture, and then we bring the story now to where we are, which is 2018, January, and Raila has sworn himself in, he's that child whose shirt was taken, and daddy said, I'll get you another one. Wachana na kukimbiza huyu. We wacha kukimbiza huyu. Shati yako nitakupa. So he always carries that bitterness. So this is Raila Amolo Odinga, a child of that wife who felt his shirt was taken by so-and-so, and daddy, instead of whipping him, told him, well, you stop shouting, I'll get you another shirt. So he's always coming to the table with his fists clenched every time he's at the table. When they're having dinner, when the pot is being taken around, Mutu achukua one piece of chicken, he's always looking at what size of chicken did Osman take? What is the size of piece? Did Osman take a bigger piece of chicken than mine?
Yep.
Because that's how you wired it. As the father, that's what you did. You created a situation where this son of yours called Raila thinks Osman is favored over him. And this is just for purposes of people to understand. We're not speaking about an Osman or a Somali.
Yes.
But it's to understand. So you've actually wired Raila to think this guy gets a bigger piece of the cake than me. So in this contest that is a national contest, that is what he comes to the table with. He comes to the table with the thinking that he will never get a fair share. He will never get a fair share. And he therefore will never get a fair justice. So even when the courts rule where they rule, in his mind, pana, inile shati yangu,
Tuende mapambano.
So he goes to war.
But hold on, that is so powerful because in fact that illustration is so well done. I fully see this picture. Because for you to see them on the table, and which is what a lot of people do, and hear his attitude on the table, granted it is sometimes wrong, but you have to understand why and what role people played to create the person to be like that.
And why is he what he has become? Since his shirt was taken by Osman, and daddy came and wacha kelele, even looks like he's almost about to punish him for complaining. So he has learned. I don't always have to go to daddy for solutions. So even me, I'll go to Osman's drawer and I'll pick his best shirt and I'll hide it. So tit for tat has kicked in. An eye for an eye has kicked in. And now, moral authority has been lost by daddy. These guys are settling scores at their own level. So that unity, that one nation, one country, one people is getting lost. Because this guy thinks he doesn't have a fair, he's not going to get fairness at the table, which is the dining table for dinner, which is the country of Kenya. I'm never going to get a fair. So me, I won't go to daddy. Me, I want to deal with this guy myself. So when it gets to a point where now these kids are fighting. Daddy now is no longer being told so-and-so took my shirt. He's asking, why are you fighting? Because they've already started fighting. You see, before they would come to him and say, but now they've realized, well, you're not completely, so now me, I'm going to sort out this guy. So by the time daddy is getting involved, they are fighting. Yeah, now there's blows. So that is now where we've gotten. And now, this son of yours, who has been getting the short end of the stick, has learned. Since there's no fairness, When the opportunity presents itself for me to get a bigger cake, I don't care. I'm going to go for the bigger cake.
By all means.
And how I get that bigger cake, if I'm going to pull the cloth, si tuko kwa dining, na cloth iko hapo na chakula imewekelewa, I'm going to pull the cloth, sahani nikaribie. And it's, what I've done is cheating, but I want the cake to come near me. Hey, see you, daddy, you've been judging this guy, you favoring that guy. So mimi na mimi, nitajipanga. So, hence now, the Raila who has realized that crisis brings handshake, brings benefit. Because you loop-sided the way you are governing the family. Hapa kwa dining, sahani ikitembea, ule napata, ile kuku ile, the chicken that guy has gotten is bigger than
and
mine.
it always starts there. Why not on me?
And exactly. And when we're serving the table, the serving dish goes there first. So this guy looks at the pieces of chicken, picks a nice one, then it moves. By the time it comes to me, even if I go for the largest
There's
one,
nothing.
it does not compare to the one Osman has gotten.
Hakuna katha anyway.
So now you're telling me as a child, nijipange, let me take care, because this thing is not fair. Daddy is not being fair. We're at the dining table. This guy is always getting to pick the piece of chicken before it gets to me. When that bowl goes around, he's getting fast. If it's a bowl of potatoes or sugarcane, sweet potatoes, this guy, it starts there. He picks, then it comes now to us. The time it gets to me, guys, I've picked a good share. So me, I've realized now I've learned a trick now. When dad is not looking, I pull that cloth. So the serving dish comes to me. So I serve fast. So now Osman has noticed. And Osman has been used to being spoiled.
To soft life.
So now he's thinking, you are a criminal. Because it starts with me. How dare you push it to yourself? It starts with me. The serving dish supposed to start here. Who told you you should take it? So now Osman is looking at his brother Raila and thinking, who told you? And it's daddy's fault. Instead of daddy saying the ball will start here today, tomorrow it will start there, it's always been starting with Osman. So now Raila is a criminal for doing what he's doing. Because in Osman's eyes, it always starts with me. I'm the special child. When we get to pick shoes, I'm the one who picks first. Yes. Then now Raila picks the one nobody else wanted. So now 2010, we now have a contested thing.
2010, no.
Sorry, 2018.
2018, yes.
And because this child is used to this loop-sided arrangement at the dining table, he is not accepting. That is saying, no, you're near Osman. He said, apana. I'm entitled to this thing. So now he says, I'm going to swear myself in. He's pulling that cloth at the dining table so the serving dish comes near him. So he goes to Uhuru Park and swears himself in.
What do you have to say about the people around him?
Yes.
Because I'm learning in every president comes with a group of people around them.
Yes.
And this group play a role in funding and directing this person. So,
in a previous episode, and that's why the viewer must catch from beginning.
Please.
Because you will get lost in translation. In a previous episode, we talked about Raila comes to the table with a group. Never negotiates alone. We talked about that. And so, over time, his support base has known, if I stick close to Baba and he's at the table, I could be a minister. So it is in my interest to keep close to him. It is in my interest to grow his political base, because when he benefits, I am in the soup. So what do? I make sure I am there and I'm doing the heavy lifting to keep him powerful, because I'm going to be at the table when he's negotiated with. So these are the guys who, even when he's in doubt, are telling him, no, we swear ourselves in, because they know we're going to be called to the table. And he will go with me. And they've seen it in particularly 2008. Cabinet was expanded. And his guys got to the table. Because when we go back to 2002, even though he supported Kibaki, even though they had an MOU, Kibaki did the same thing Daddy had done. He allowed guys to pick the ball before it got to.
Yep.
So he repeated Jomo's mistake from before. So what did it do for Kenya? Immediately, you've got this child who thinks, pana, this thing is not fair. So he picked people like Raphael Tuju. who were from the Luo nation,
But not from Raila.
Not Raila's camp. But in the perception of the nation, I have given Luo Nyanza a cabinet slot. So that brought us to contested 2005, Banana Orange, those mishandlings of relations. And so now here we are. To answer your question, in 2018, we've got people supporting Raila because they understand, besides the issue of fairness, they understand that as long as they are walking alongside him, they are part of the spoils. And so whenever he's at the table and there is a sharing of the nation being done, they will be beneficiaries of that sharing.
And also maybe some of them have lost.
As happens
because
in politics.
elections just happened and I'm jobless.
As happens in politics. So they are going to benefit. And so they will agitate. And they form his base. And because of who he was, he would surround himself with brains. So if you put any of those guys in a talk show, they will speak extremely eloquently about the problem. He never hung out with guys who didn't have content. He made sure he had guys who had content. And so that brought us to now this situation where crisis, handshake.
So what happens now after he swears himself in? Every week now is when, as the government, as the people's president, what does he use as his tool?
Yes. So in 2018, he's sworn in, as we've said. He swears himself in at Uhuru Park. And the nation again is in a scenario of crisis. There are those in the ruling party or friends of the ruling party who are saying, this man is guilty of treason. There are those in the opposition side who said, this is the true president. He is the one with the people. And they dare say that Kenya is with him, that these leaders have a small part of Kenya. The other guys are with him. And because of who they are as thinkers, they are able to say, oh, this community, oh, this community, oh. So out of the 42 sons, they are saying we've got 30 sons with us. Who do you guys have with you? So they are agitating. They are saying this thing should be 50-50. And now a new narrative has developed. It's been there, but now it's getting credence. This winner takes all doesn't work. It's loop-sided against some of us. We have to address it. So now the conversation about a national conversation about how the winner walks away with everything is on the table. Hence the birth of the Building Bridges Initiative.
This is just madness. And also to add, because my memory is, I'm beginning to remember some things from this era. We have to give Raila his props because he controls the economic engine of Kenya. And he begins hitting the people, and the people meaning Ruto and Uhuru and his camp, where it hurts, and that's with the business environment.
Yes.
So the business environment begins putting pressure on Uhuru for him to do something.
Yes.
I remember, for example, saying, let's not use Safaricom. Safaricom is, or let's not buy Brookside. You're
Yes. And what would happen is, like I said, he always surrounded himself with people who are thinkers. So they know. And we can do a quick fast forward and back to there. You saw the other day, tourists should not come. Chaos in Kenya. Till things settle, new government, you should stay away. That's like an economic embargo you're creating.
Yep.
You see?
That's the word, economic embargo.
It's the same thinking. So Raila understood that. And so he realized, because the players from Daddy, who got the serving dish first, have done well. They are big industry players. They are big money guys. So if I squeeze some kind of an economic embargo, the shoe will pinch hardest with them. And these guys will then call their brother, His Excellency, and tell him,
my guy,
you need to talk to this man.
Yes.
What will it take? Because this shoe is pinching. And so, handshake again. But now, remember, this is a Raila who comes with a plot. He has brought BBI to the table.
What?
as an agenda that is to be discussed nationally, and even has a plan, a formula. He's saying, I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as a proposal. And that is why I carried this gadget. Because that list is mind-boggling. When you look at what was on the table, it was crazy. And he was asking for things, trying to open the page, that some of us were thinking, wait a minute, is this guy even being real? Because it was crazy. It was crazy. He was talking about all manner of appointments. Let me look and see if I can get it. Because...
The one I sent?
Yes, I'll get it here.
Okay.
So what he does is, which is just crazy, is all of a sudden we are dealing with a proposed expansion of the current government. Something a lot of us were thinking is insane. I mean, how can we go there? Knowing what we know and coming from where we are coming. He says, let me see if I can get it. So the BBI task force is formed, and there's all manner of requests in there. BBI introduced November, approved by 30 of the 47. It went to Parliament, and it was approved in Parliament.
It was approved?
It was approved in Parliament. But the Supreme Court shut it down. First, the High Court, it went to High Court. They said the journey it had taken...
No, wait, stop.
Yes.
It went to Parliament,
yes,
and the MPs approved it.
It went to Parliament, and 30 out of... Wait, BBI introduced in November 2020 and approved by 30 of the 47 county assemblies. It started from down there. Shows you those numbers games we're talking about.
Wow.
30 out of 47 are in favor of this BBI proposal. And I want to see...
Was he so powerful he owned that much majority?
Yes.
Or people flipped?
They say BBI task force presents report after 18-month nationwide consultations. Proposes constitutional amendments. Expanded executive. Strengthened devolution and inclusion. Focus on unity, reducing winner takes all in politics. And this is the thing that for me was very important for us not to lose sight of. In that arrangement, let me see what it says here. They had a 9-point agenda, which is the one we read out, that was to be discussed. And it started from the county assemblies. Approved, came up to the National Assembly and passed. And in that initiative is when, in a previous episode, we talk about the embarrassments we saw of the deputy president at Bomas, where he's locked out of a room. Because he was interrogating this thing and asking, do we truly need to include the number of people we are calling leaders to achieve what we want to achieve? Is it even necessary? We can't keep increasing the number of people we are paying. We have to make what we have work for us the way it is. So the thing that I really wanted the viewer to catch, which is what I'm trying to trace, is the number of... I mean, it was mind-boggling. What they came up with was mind-boggling. The numbers. Let me see, it's somewhere here. So the proposed breakdown. The Prime Minister's role to cover key proposals. So they were proposing a Prime Minister's position. Remember, we had dropped it in the Constitution. And when we came to the elections, the first elections after the 2010 Constitution, the Prime Minister's position melted away. And we now introduced the devolved system of government with all those elections. So now they were bringing back the Prime Minister's role. They were also asking for 35% to be allocated to the counties in terms of revenue. As the viewer should recall, in the 2010 Constitution, there was a specific percent of the national cake that was proposed to be devolved to the counties. So they said a certain percentage of whatever we collect will be dispersed to the counties. Now they were seeking an increase from the initial number
To
to
35.
35%. Then they talked about 70 new constituencies. 70 new constituencies. And you know what that would mean in terms of salaries. It would mean that we've just expanded the number of guys we are paying to be leading this thing we call Kenya, this country of ours. And then they were saying,
Deputy Prime Minister.
yes.
Two.
Yes. They were saying the seats would then move from where we are now to 360 elective seats. Now, what are we saying? We were coming with something we called an agenda to unify the country, but without looking at the country with the current structures we are dealing with. We were once again expanding the leadership. And I shudder to think at what it would have meant in terms of the total wage bill. And I wonder at the scientific approach, how they arrived at these. I already think that we are overrepresented. I already think that. And I also think that we rely too heavily on political appointments to change a country. We're too reliant on that. And we have made it a political conversation that everything we do is beholden to politics. And we've gotten quite toxic. You just need to go into social media platforms. You just need to go at the comments on this show. It's so heavy. You are supporting Ruto, yet you're presenting a position for the viewer to decide. Ideally, before they make the conclusion of who we are supporting, they should look at the material deeply. And then they can arrive at that conclusion. You just need to make two comments in a space of 1 minute that appear to be leaning towards Ruto, and you're labeled. That is how toxic the space is.
Or against Raila, and you're labeled. And you're not on the facts that you are reading right now.
And these are the facts. This is what he was pushing and angling for. This was a battle that was BBI. And after...
Who was against this in that time?
Ruto was against it, and his supporters. They were saying, we just can't keep adding and adding positions politically to achieve what we want. We can't keep rewarding the political class and assuming that that is enough to unite the country.
I'm still stuck at the place that you tell me it passed the...
30.
Oh, so not the National Assembly. It passed...
It passed in the National Assembly.
It passed the National Assembly?
Yes, it kept coming and coming and coming and was passed right at the top.
By the top, do you mean the president?
I'm saying it was passed by the National Assembly. And
it was for him to sign.
And it passed right up to the top. And then somebody went to court.
Oh, my God.
And when it went to the court, the argument was...
Please tell me it was Omtata.
I'm trying to remember who took it to court. But the thing that excites me, and this is why I say, this is the greatest nation. It is a great nation. We just need to recognize that as citizens and do our role. Because we have a duty.
Yes.
It's not all just to the politicians. We all have a duty to play our part in the growth of this great nation. Because what happens? When this thing goes and ends up at the National Assembly, it's passed, it goes up, it's passed, and somebody goes to court.
I was just checking who went to court.
And when they went to court, what were they challenging? It was a simple challenge. And it made all the sense. And it's just like the 2017 challenge of the process.
Yes.
And the court saw the gap. Somebody saw the gap here.
Public participation.
Under the 2010 Constitution, they discovered that this move could not have been driven by the executive. The executive cannot be the proposer of that change to the Constitution. It has to come from the grass up, not from the top down. It cannot be a presidential agenda. And in fact, I'm trying to look at what the ruling said.
Oh my God.
It's so interesting.
This country.
No. So...
The Building Bridges initiative was taken to court by multiple petitioners,
Yes.
notably led by economist and activist David Ndii,
Exactly.
alongside various civil society groups, professional bodies, and other concerned citizens who filed consolidated petitions challenging the constitutional legality of the process.
Yes. So,
Wow, 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 wow,
the
wow.
key findings of the ruling. The Constitution has basic features that cannot be changed by popular initiative. Only Parliament via a referendum. That was the first argument. The President cannot initiate a popular initiative. It must come from the citizens. President Uhuru acted unlawfully by initiating BBI. The other issue was creating a PM plus 2 DPMs, Deputy Prime Ministers, fundamentally changed the executive structure. That requires more than a bill, referendum. The IEBC commissioners at the time were not properly constituted to run a referendum. County assemblies were rubber stamped in 5 days. That wasn't real participation. So essentially what was coming out of this was there was a push to get this BBI animal passed. So our political class at the county assembly rubber stamped. You know what that means.
It means we're paid.
It's a toxic thing we keep talking about. So somebody somewhere came up with a budget and said, this is what we need for 30. We need so many counties for this document to go through, because it's probably either a simple majority or a 1/3 or something. So we need this much. So put them up on the table. Which are the counties that look favorable to us? Here we can manage. These ones we can manage. Put them on board. Make sure they rubber stamp this thing. This is the budget to accomplish that. In my layman's term, nobody told me this. I'm just doing my own math.
Yes.
As a political player.
Yeah.
Somebody somewhere in a room said, this is what we need. Avail the money, sort it out. Done. Nobody was looking at it critically the way the people challenged it did. People did not look at critically.
And remember the role of, because in a previous video, you'll keep hearing us say the word in a previous video.
Yes.
You talked about the role of the MP.
Exactly.
It's for them to dissect this thing, for them to go and look at the Constitution and say, in order for this thing to go to the Constitution, my people need to be involved. Because it's about leadership and it's not business.
So when we are talking, and we're going to come to 2024, and we're going to come to the shooting down of the finance bill and everything, and we're going to talk about the whistle blowing that purportedly went on to call out the members of parliament who supported it, and some were victimized, and we saw homes being burnt and all. It's important for our younger generation to recognize that in the BBI initiative, there were members of parliament who voted for it, not because they studied it and looked at the law, which is their job and is why we pay them.
And it's why we elect them.
And we pay them taxpayers' money, and they are paid well. They didn't interrogate the thing. They went based on affiliation, a lineage, lineup, call it what you want, and voted, thereby failing Kenyans. And there's even a big argument here. Somebody needs to crunch the numbers. What did that whole circus cost the taxpayer? Right up to what we saw in Bomas and everything. What did it cost us as taxpayers? And is that not, in my opinion, misuse of office? Because you've got guys we voted in. It's their job even to correct the president where they feel he's wayward. And from 2013, and you must hand it to the judiciary, we've had all manner of things. Appointments being cancelled by the judiciary. Which cost us. Right up to recently.
Even Ruto's
in
government.
Ruto's government,
Yes.
the advisors were dropped. What we would have called in the old regime, the assistant ministers, they were deemed unconstitutional and dropped. And all these things cost the taxpayer. And we must put the blame where it lies. By the time the executive is doing those things, the National Assembly has failed. And there are 200 plus. You can't tell me all 200 are being intimidated. So, And that is why I keep talking
You can't
about...
tell me, actually, I love that point that you've said.
Yes.
You can't tell me out of the 200, are you even telling me that not even one of them bothered to understand the Constitution and then go and do this?
I am told...
To do the work of did.
No, I'm told that there were members of parliament who shot it down. But I agree with you. Maybe they shot it down from a political position. My party is not in that, so we are shooting this down. These ones are on board, we are going to support it. What David D. and others did is what we would have liked to see from the parliamentarians, where they interrogated. And I know there were some who were leaning there. And it's important because that is their job. That's why we have that beautiful building and it's where it's equipped and everything, and we have the speaker and that whole machinery, that is their job. Not managing CDF. That is their job.
Yes.
That is what they're there for.
That your paycheck at the end of the month, it's not for me to tell you, well done for doing this. That's why you're being paid.
That's why you're being paid. And that is the job you're supposed to do. Because that is your responsibility to Kenya through the guys who voted you. That is your job.
So my question now becomes,
yes,
as we go into 2027,
yes,
you as the voter who is putting the person into power,
yes,
have you bothered to interrogate the history of our country? Because the history is a good indicator of where we're headed to.
Yes.
The kind of issues that your MP may face or may have to deal with from a national perspective, but even from a county perspective.
Yes.
Are you bothering to look and then decide, before I vote for this guy, does he have the credentials to even do this job? In
fact, let's even put it plainly. Since it's not a perfect science, there is no perfect candidate. You won't say this is the pass mark for an MP, but there should be the bare minimum. If this guy has already been an MP before, and you've not heard him on the floor of the House, don't vote the guy back.
It's true.
And I'm talking to the viewer. Go online. If your guy doesn't talk in parliament, don't vote him back.
That is his job.
That guy is coasting along because they are paid to sit in committees on top of their salaries. There are other allowances that come with being in the chamber. So if your guy is just coasting along, don't vote him in. If he's not part of that, if he's not sit on committees where you hear him, don't vote that guy back. Because that guy is earning money for doing zero. And don't listen to him if he's telling you about CDF, CGU, and bursaries and what. Don't listen to that.
And don't tell me that he spoke only for Gachagua.
Yes.
Don't tell me that he voted
for or against, and
that's
why he was vocal.
Gachagua, and that's when now...
That's not enough. That's not enough. We must start interrogating the leadership at that level so that we know this guy is active in parliament. If you have issues like we have in Ukambani of sand harvesting, this guy must be heard. He must be part of a bill that has been brought to address those issues. That is his job. If it's MCA, what is this guy doing? If you is an MCA of these regions of Kilimani and where, what are his comments on the approvals for skyscrapers? What is he saying about that?
The citizens did the job on behalf of the citizens during the BBI constitution.
Can you imagine?
The BBI push.
Yes. You can imagine.
So when you keep saying this top-down mentality that we have, this president-all mentality that the citizens have, this is an exact example of the repercussions that it has.
This is the thing.
While Ruto and Raila are fighting up here, I mean, while Uhuru and Raila are fighting up here, and you're hearing BBI, you've not even understood the real person with the power is your MP. Not Raila and not Uhuru.
It's these guys. It's these 200 and something guys. And you know, and you've put it very well, if the voter does not recognize that they actually have the power to put the right people in office, we will keep repeating this election cycle after election cycle after election cycle. Why I was talking about 2024 is because of exactly what we saw. For the first time, the voter, the Kenyan, went online, researched, found out who voted yes, and punished them.
But didn't even punish them because, again, the citizen had to go on the streets because the bill passed.
Yes.
The person you put in
Voted.
So we would not have protested
if they had voted against.
If the person you voted for
had done his job.
Had done his job, which is have your interests.
Yes.
But the people we put in ended up doing what they always do, lining their pocket.
Yes. And now not even lining their pocket. And sometimes it's not even about money changing hands. It's just having the courage to interrogate something and then vote based on interrogating. What a lot of them do is they follow the party position 100% of the time. They don't interrogate it. So this is where the ruling party is. We are all there. And then they don't want to rock the boat and they don't want to interrogate. They don't want to challenge. Then this is where the opposition is. So what it has done over time, it has brought us to where recently I saw a debate on the just passed finance bill. And some of the things the National Assembly, guys who are presenting in the National Assembly, were not even in the budget. They were presenting presentations on the floor challenging the draft budget.
That are not in the final.
And the things they were saying were not even in it. Oh, I'm challenging this because it's taxing Mitumba. Then the leader of the majority comes up and says, well, show me which clauses. Oh, it's a big document. What do you mean it's a big document? What is your job? I remember one of my members of parliament from Kamani saying, it's a big document and therefore, and I thought, you can even say that on camera. I'd rather you didn't say that. How can you challenge and when you're called to account, you turn around and say, this document is too big, the clause I won't find. Oh, surely. So that means you picked something, you're critiquing it, you've not read the whole document, and that is your job. That is actually why you are voted in. That is why you sit in the National Assembly.
To read the document.
That is your job. And the beauty is this. These guys have offices.
Yes.
And they have clerks who are paid for by us.
Yes.
Tell a guy, read this thing inside out, highlight it for me, let's sit and discuss it. Why are you in National Assembly? If that's not what you're doing, what are you doing there? So back to what you asked. So in 2018, there's people who are pushing for the swearing in for their own interests because they know this was done before and it's been done in 2008, country burned, and now here we are. If we push these guys hard enough, we are at the table again. So those of us who are here with Baba, we are the number one beneficiaries. So if he's speaking cabinet slots, if he's told bring us 5 cabinet ministers, these are the guys.
I have an opportunity. DP.
I'm there. I could be there.
Deputy Prime Minister is knocking at my door.
And some of them benefited from that handshake with Uhuru because there were jobs that were given out. They got in on the mix.
Like who entered?
Because what happened was
because it doesn't pass.
Yeah, BBI doesn't pass. But remember, they shook hands at Harambee House.
So let's talk about that shake hands. Because leading up to that, BBI being rejected was after the handshake.
Yeah, you see, BBI was born by the handshake.
Oh, by the handshake.
When they shook hands, and I remember seeing that here in my research, because this period is so full, I realized we're not going to do a justice to Kenyans if we're just talking. We've got to get the facts right. In the people you were sworn in. Then the handshake was in March. You were sworn in January, and in March the handshake happened.
Because of the economic pinch it had.
Yes. And then BBI thing is launched, and the BBI process and the court ruling was done in 2022. But it was launched, the whole process started in 2019.
So So the handshake happens months after the beginning of the final term of Uhuru.
Yes.
So what does that do to the bromance between Ruto
and Uhuru? So, in a previous episode, we said, Ruto must have told the president, leave me these guys, I'll deal with them. Because that's his nature. Remember in a previous one, we talked about the character of Uhuru, the character of Ruto, what Uhuru brought to the presidency, what Ruto brought to the deputy presidency. And therefore, what it meant in dealing with the opposition. And it is, in my opinion, a good strategy for Ruto to be the one taking on the opposition.
Yeah.
Because Uhuru is a sign of national unity. So allow him to sit up there and you now take on these guys who are troublemakers, according to your camp. So he took them on. We said in a previous episode, because of his nature, because of how driven he is, and because they had said, kumi yangu na kumi yako, 10 years my presidency, 10 years your presidency, being the aggressive political player he is drawing a roadmap.
Setting up.
Oh, I mean, any human being would do that.
I would.
The presidency is
5 years away.
In fact, it's a step away. You started chasing presidents in 2002. Now you are in 2017. You've just crossed, and your president is about to retire. It makes absolute sense for you to draw a roadmap. If anything, if you don't, you're a poor politician. People would come on talk shows, people who are associated with the president, and say, I don't know who is going to be president in 2022, but I know who will not. So, in a previous episode, we said, Ruto must have told the president, leave me these guys, I'll deal with them. Because that's his nature. Remember, in a previous one, we talked about the character of Uhuru,
Yes.
the character of Ruto, what Uhuru brought to the presidency, what Ruto brought to the deputy presidency, and therefore, what it meant in dealing with the opposition. And it is, in my opinion, a good strategy for Ruto to be the one taking on the opposition.
Yeah.
Because Uhuru is a sign of national unity. So allow him to sit up there and you now take on these guys who are troublemakers, according to your camp. So he took them on. We said in a previous episode, because of his nature, because of how driven he is, and because they had said, kumi yangu na kumi yako, 10 years my presidency, 10 years your presidency, being the aggressive political player he is drawing a roadmap.
Setting up.
Oh, I mean, any human being would do that.
I would.
The presidency is
5 years away.
In fact, it's a step away. You started chasing presidents in 2002. Now you are in 2017. You've just crossed, and your president is about to retire. It makes absolute sense for you to draw a roadmap. If anything, if you don't, you're a poor politician.
And remember, this is the same guy who drew the used the no roadmap.
And he was the guy doing the heavy lifting in 2013 for them to get in.
Yes.
For the presidency to be achieved. He came back in 2017 and did heavy lifting. We've gotten our second term. So now it's time to be paid for my heavy lifting.
Yes.
So these
The
guys
finish line is right there.
Yeah, so these guys who are banging the door to come in, it's my job to deal with them. So obviously, he must have been aggressive and tough in dealing with them. And there must have been very strong language being used back and forth. So, like I'd said earlier, those who are players on the opposition side must have known, this guy is the one who's our enemy. Uhuru is about to exit the stage. We know the kind of character he is. If we push hard enough, we'll get into the table. We'll be at the dining table. That serving dish, we'll be picking it as he's passing. And we get to pick our own piece of chicken. So obviously, this guy is the enemy. And so the battle lines are drawn between the deputy president, William Samoei Ruto, and these opposition players who are coming in, and a handshake has just been achieved.
Okay.
So, and he's the enemy. To them, they've got their guns on him. And why not on him? Because Uhuru is going home. So the guy who will stop our Raila becoming president is this guy. So we have to hit him. And so the war is real.
But also the betrayal is real.
It's amazing.
No, we have to talk about that.
Because my guy should have put him here and said, this is my guy. I've shaken hands with you guys, but you work with me and my guy, or you don't work with me at all.
You know, I understand why guys may think we are for Ruto.
We're stating a fact.
It sounds like we are.
But we're stating a fact.
Yes, but I need to just make this clear.
Yes.
Whether you like it or not.
Yes.
This is the facts.
Yes.
The president betrayed.
His deputy.
Uhuru betrayed Ruto.
And
while
embarrassed
Ruto
him.
has been... No, in fact, we're not even at the embarrassment stage.
Yes.
We are still at the betrayal stage.
Yes.
And this is the process that leads up. Because he helped him get a second term. We've learned about his character. We've learned about the work ethic of this other man.
Yes.
Then, months in, we're not talking years, you are not a deputy.
Yes.
You are
deputy, but you are deputy to your opponent. Your opponent is in the kitchen. He's there putting salt and chili and deciding the spices that will go into the pot.
Wow.
And we can rewind the clock a little bit to 2017. In the run-up to the elections of 2017, there was chaos in Jubilee House over primaries. Absolute chaos.
Or were you in this at this time? You're in the mix?
No, I was a spectator. There was absolute chaos. It was even in the media. And William Samoei Ruto stepped in and in 48 hours sorted out the mess, and primaries were held and they had a team to go to the elections with.
So explain to me why there was a mess in the primaries.
People appeared to be compromised. You know, the certificates are given out based on a contest on the ground. Then you're the flag bearer, you now have the certificate from Jubilee, you are our candidate. So there was some chaos in that exercise, and people were being accused of taking money, and, you know, people being promised, you know, there was chaos in how we
So you go on the ground, you do the what do you call it?
The primaries.
The primaries on the ground, you win, but your opponent, because he has given something here, is given the certificate instead of you.
And even worse, even how we are going to arrive at the primaries, even that, there was a lot of chaos over that. So what happened was, and I'm being told by an aspirant for a seat in Central. And how it came up is because I was with him in Jubilee Advisory. He was in those formations we were in 2013 when I was in Advisory. And then he had told me, hey, this guy is a heavy lifter. So he's now telling me now after the fact. He's telling me like 3 or 4 days later after the dust has settled. He's telling me, wah. You told me you know William. I told me I know the guy. He told me, hey. Do you know there was chaos at Jubilee House? This guy stepped in 48 hours. He sorted us out, finished, fights ended. Those who ended up as candidate ended up, and the others were enrolled to support the winners. He fixed, managed, dealt, relationships, sorted out that mess. So that they had a united front.
Huh?
So that's who he is. And I'm sure there are many who are in the game who could speak to this. And I believe he also now had followers from the president's backyard based on some of these efforts. He had believers. Hence the Ishungwas and who, they must have said, this is the guy. This is the guy. He is holding it together. And so, fast forward, we have this handshake, and the guns by the opposition are trailed on him, and you start seeing now and hearing a buzz about trouble in paradise. Bromance is gone.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
Why would Uhuru betray him?
So, again,
what's the word? A story is told.
Yes, again. I don't think that the former president sat somewhere and decided, I'm going to shortchange this guy. I don't see that devious a scheme. I'm not seeing that. I could be wrong. I just think it became too much heavy lifting to manage all these issues for Uhuru. It just became too much. And Ruto, being Ruto, was pushing hard for loyalty and pushing hard. Stand with me or whatever. There must have been that. So the easier thing to do for Uhuru is to just step back a bit. And as he's stepping back, Raila is in deeper. And because Raila has brought some semblance of peace, they're able to govern, he starts spending more time with this guy. And of course, you can't blame SR. He's not happy because we fought for this thing. These guys were on the other side of the fence gongaing us. Now you've brought them into the kitchen and now they are almost part of the decision-making process. And because of who Raila is, very quickly he's appearing to be like a co-president.
And that's my thing.
And he's not in any paper,
Yes,
but he's up there.
That's that was going to be my question.
Yes.
Who was he there as? He wasn't, this time he wasn't PM.
Nothing.
But he was there.
Extremely feasible. To the extent of him being called by the president to speak after the president has been introduced to speak, he then calls Raila to come and speak. And in protocol, there's no space for that. And so what are you doing nationally? You've just elevated his profile. Even his support base now are emboldened. Even if he was losing ground, they've said, our guy is inside the kitchen.
Finally.
He's deciding what pot is going to cook the stew. He's in there. And what does it do to those who are flirting with Ruto and not completely said, yeah, we like him, but this guy looks like Ametemwa. This guy has been put aside. Let's stick with Baba. Because there's always the undecided voter or the followers who follow the heavy man. So when they see that you are losing ground, they move. There's the diehards who are yours, then the others who flip and flop.
And there's also the president, the DP is not the only one thinking about 5 years from now. Even MPs, they're also seeing who is getting us in.
And remember what we said about guys who hang around you,
Yes.
who know when you're in the kitchen and there's food to be shared, they'll get a chance at the pot. So the guys know I can be minister, I can be what. Guys are also seeing. So now they're pushing hard. That's why if you look at the clips of BBI at Bomas, you can see that playing out completely. It was so well managed such that Ruto was going to be booed. And that's what happened. He was given a hard time. And you must hand it to him. He had the courage to say his bit. But against a very hostile space. Shouted down by ODM MPs. And Rail and Uhuru looks so entertained. He's very entertained by all this chaos. And Raila is sitting there looking very smug. And Ruto is facing the music. And those of us who are watching were thinking, my goodness.
Okay.
The heavy lifting we've seen this guy do. For some of us, we saw him in 2002. For other later entrants, they saw him in 2013. Later entrants saw him in 2017 twice because we were returned to the votes. And now, barely a year after the elections, this guy is facing headwinds. By the time we were getting to 2020 then, by the time we were dealing with the COVID and everything, you can tell the bad blood has been planted and people would come on talk shows. People who are associated with the president and say, I don't know who is going to be president in 2022, but I know who will not.
Yeah.
And you are either vice chairman of Jubilee or you are associated with the president and you're saying that on national TV.
So let me ask, is there then a machinery that checks in to begin putting one person in a certain light and therefore fast-tracking him into a certain position
yes.
and another one out?
Oh, yes. The machinery that is state is so powerful. First and foremost, it has access to intelligence gathering, which means it has the ability to disseminate propaganda through the same intelligence network. It can push out propaganda. It can push out specific messages that suggest that this man is in and this man is out.
Like the way you were used to seed a message way back in a previous episode.
Yes. So the machine that is state has that ability. That's number one. Number two, the president has a budget for events, for where he goes. So if in those activities there is a certain narrative that is being sold, that is already a campaign for this man who you're bringing in and a suggestion that this other man is out. And you can keep doing that. And that's not to mention National Day celebrations, where it is your show. You're the DJ. You're the one deciding which song is playing when. Because that's what happens. Because now it's a state affair. And we saw a lot of that, where this guy is and he's been put on the periphery. And there are many, because we are politicians, who tell me, your guy can't win. William can't win against the tide. This thing is tilted against him.
I've been hearing you say the word sympathy vote.
Yes.
Even now I'm feeling sympathetic for the guy. It's like I don't even know he won, but I'm like, oh yeah.
And that brought him the vote. Somehow, I remember I almost bet, I told you in a previous episode, I entered a bet with somebody and he refused. He said, no. I told him, put 100,000 on the table, William Ruto will be president. He said, I told him, no, I'll tell you he will. He asked me why. I told him, the guys on the inside keep forgetting. In 2013, the mobilizing factor was the ICC. In 2013, guys felt that these young men will be jailed in a foreign jail, and that mobilized the vote. Victim mentality. That they are being victimized. Fast forward, guys watched the president who had worked with Ruto switch camps. Obviously, again, he was a victim. So again, they followed him. And the biggest thing that tilted even the ground in Central was because when they were on the ground before the handshake, they called Raila all manner of names. Central Province was never a friend to Raila. So overnight, Uhuru now is going to the ground to tell his people, this is the man I want you to vote for. So in their minds, they were saying, what's wrong with our son? Barely 3 months ago, you were calling this man Kemodo. You've not told us what has changed. Now you've flipped. We can't just follow you blindly. Come and unpack it for us. Come and explain. When you say Ruto is a bad man, come and explain. Because we saw you bromancing with him. Come and explain. Tell us this marriage has collapsed because my wife has done da, da, da. My DP has done da, da, da. Explain it. Don't just say, be careful. I'm warning you. Chunga emu. Don't do that. It's not enough. It's not enough to say, because somebody said tanga tanga. That's where the slogan came from. At some rally, Uhuru said, kuna wengine wanatanga tanga. And he was coined Tanga Tanga.
Yes.
And they became the Tanga Tanga Brigade. But that's not enough. We have different styles of politics. That's how Ruto does his politics. He's in your face. He's on the ground. He's everywhere. It's not enough to say Tanga Tanga. And to me, that's not a crime for you to say you're not supporting him. It's not enough. After all, you with this other guy, you have fought real battles with Raila. You've ended up in Supreme Court. Twice. He's challenged your win. Yeah. Twice. He has gone on mic and said you are a criminal, guilty of crimes, suspect of crimes against humanity. You do not qualify to vie. On mic, not whispers in rooms. And that's why in a previous episode I was asking, what was it that William did that was so major that he couldn't be forgiven by his big brother Uhuru? What was it?
Because he forgave this other big brother for these things.
Like I said, in 2002, William was not bad. In 2013, William was not bad. In 2017, twice William was not bad. So when did they discover he was a bad man? In 2022. Just like a journey of 5 years. This other one you can count. From 2002 to 2012, 10 years. And from that to 2017 is another 15 years you've been on a journey with somebody. And he's been consistent in supporting you. You throw your hat in the ring, he comes behind you. So what is it in 4 years? Because the battle was not at the polls. Their battles began maybe 2 years into their presidency after the handshake and the BBI thing was on the table. So when did it change? And that is why Central Province followed Ruto. Because even they were asking the questions we're asking. So what happened?
And has this question ever been answered? Because the narrative is, like, you know, when I unpack it from here in this conversation, I still don't have the answer. Because if you say he was using his political power as DP to put his people in to get himself ready for president, from a political place, I'm like, well done.
What else do you expect him to do?
That's exactly what I expect him to do now.
Yeah.
You know, not as a citizen. I'm not talking this as a citizen.
At their level.
I'm talking about from their level.
At their level,
As
what
a
do you
citizen,
expect
I'm like, you need to be working and giving us things. But the way they play, I'm like, okay, he was doing that to set himself up.
They accused him of politicking. He's always politicking. It's the nature of the game. Your opponent doesn't stop politicking. That's why you've had handshakes. He doesn't stop. And that's who Ruto is facing. So he knows this man does not stop campaigning. I can't stop either.
I can't believe I'm actually asking this question, but what did he do to Uhuru? Or, and this I need to ask, it's the question even Aizo, who's does an amazing job behind the camera, asked. The people around.
Yes.
Because now it's a very different time.
Yes.
And I like the Raila puzzle because it removes tribe for the first time. You know, I love it. I love the Raila aspect because it removes tribal aspect.
Yes.
And brings in what Ruto actually thought.
Yes.
The haves and have-nots.
Yes.
So is that where now the money game, the true architecture of Kenya, comes even above tribe?
That is now where it kicks in. Because now, all of a sudden, the money play is front and center. Because now you have a candidate, formerly the biggest thorn in government, being backed by the state machinery with all the ability for funds that machinery has. And on the other side, you have a sitting DP in office who has to get creative because what he would have gotten to support him has just been given to his opponent.
Guy.
Because the assumption is you'll use state to work to your advantage. Now all of a sudden, it's not available. You have the office, you have the trappings of office, but that's about it. And let's even go a little deeper. Under the 2010 Constitution, you are not a vice president.
Yes.
You are a deputy president. That means the budget is controlled by the presidency. The monies that end up to run your office, for activities your office wants to carry out, is beholden to your boss's office because you are one.
Wow.
That's why the office you occupy is what they like to call Harambee Annex. You are essentially in a Harambee house. So, let me unpack it for the viewer. If you want to renovate the official residence of the deputy president in Karen, the budget comes from the office of the presidency.
Wow.
If you want budget for hosting of guests, you're going to do a tent, you're meeting people, refreshments, it comes from?
Office of the President.
When Rigathi took office as deputy president, one of the things he was complaining about was that the place needed renovation. Toilets were broken down, they had water challenges. The DP's residents had been ignored when other residences were being considered for renovation and repairs. In Rigathi's words, said we found a house that was neglected. So there was a lot that is outside mainstream media, that is outside the level of communication that was going on in that office we call the DP's office, in terms of how they fund activities, how they're able to entertain guests and host guests at that residence.
No, I need to understand. How on earth did Ruto win? What you're saying is that the tap was switched off. Because that tap is Baba wa Taifa is the one who switches on and switches off that tap.
Yes. It was, even if it wasn't switched off, it went from 100 liters to maybe 10 liters per hour.
There was rationing.
There was rationing. And what does it mean at that level? It means when you climb onto a chopper to go somewhere, you are going to have to get creative. Because there are times when the chopper will not be available. And you're the DP.
Where?
So, this activity, in my humble opinion, that phase of our politics, in my humble opinion, that was unnecessary, makes it imperative that as president, or a deputy president, who's angling to be president, has to get creative financially. Because you don't want to be beholden to your boss who could change his mind on supporting you. So it goes back to this architecture we're talking about. If you're not amassing money, forget about the presidency. So how are you going to amass money if you're not going to chase infrastructure projects and what have you? So there must have been a lot of pledges that came in. I will avail helicopters, I will avail what? There must have been many, because that's the nature of politics. So what does it mean when you are sent to the presidency?
People saw an opportunity.
So what does it mean? You're now president.
All those chopper rides that you were given.
And you are human. Even I, Andrew Ndola Ndolo, I am DP today. And you hound me, and you hound me, and I have my eyes set on the presidency. And I maneuver through goodwill from my cronies. I get in. What do you think I'm going to do?
You know
I'm going to look at how to accommodate them so they get back the investment.
You know what you're saying? In different words.
Yes.
Insert regard. A man who sees an opportunity has means.
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's change some batteries here.
So, can he do a rally in Tononoka and bring numbers to the floor, to the crowd? I said, I believe he can. He said, can he go to Kondele and hold a rally? Can he go to Ruringu Stadium and there's a crowd and they are going to listen to him till the end? I asked him, what are you saying? Why are you putting down my brother? He said, what I'm saying is this, Andrew. Until a man has tested the waters at that level, I'm telling you, you cannot call him presidential. He's got to go even to hostile grounds.
I really enjoyed that previous episode. For me, it's as I say, I'm a kindergarten student when it comes to the political conversation.
Yes.
But I also am going to be honest and say, I think majority of Kenyans are kindergarten students.
Yes.
For you to play at a different level when it comes to the political conversation, history is important.
Yes.
Otherwise, you will make assumptions on things based on current affairs only.
Yes.
So the reason why I say I think we are all in this kindergarten stage is because you don't understand that decisions being made in 2026, their genesis may have been rooted in 1992.
Yes.
Or in 2002.
Yes.
Or in even 69.
Yeah.
So the man doesn't just become the man at the moment. There's things that have formed the man. Just like you as an individual.
Yes.
Your life journey has been formed by different things.
Yes.
So the Kenyan political landscape has been formed by different things.
Yeah.
Now, Another thing that I like this conversation about is because there are words that you said in episode 1, 2, 3 that is only now that they are making sense to me.
They're getting real.
Hey, I'm like, one of the things that you have said, the sympathy vote.
The sympathy vote.
The sympathy vote.
Yes.
You've mentioned this thing along the way.
Yes.
But I've not understood it.
Yes.
And I could not have understood the sympathy vote unless I would have understood Ruto's journey in politics.
Yes.
And understood his relationship with the president.
Yes.
And therefore, a word like betrayal, or when I even hear Ruto saying dynasty versus wheelbarrow.
Yes.
When I saw it happening, I was like, what a stupid campaign. Shock on me. It was me who was just uninformed.
In fact.
So, my question becomes,
yes,
I want us to dwell here.
Yes.
And again, people, I'll always tell you, remove the emotion.
Yes.
We are not at 2024 yet.
Yes.
Up until now, we are only at 2020, 2021, 2022.
Yes. That's where we are.
That's where we are in this story.
Yes.
Actually, 2017 to the next general elections.
Yes. Yes.
So at this time, there's no Gen Z protests and all of those things.
Yes.
When I look at Ruto at this stage, that man, I'm in awe. And I use those words intentionally, knowing people will go to the comments and say things.
Yes.
Why do I say that? How does he go for events knowing he has been betrayed and that machinery is working there against him? How is he managing? How did he manage to become president with the tap being closed or his finances being controlled, including something I want you to talk about, the currency being changed. All of these are such political games that are being played that indeed how he won, I want to understand it.
Yes. So we now are at a space where William Samoei Ruto is emerging as a front runner to the 2022 elections. He is emerging as a person who is serious about replacing his boss when his boss goes home. And therefore, you must imagine that all the political roadmaps being drawn are towards that eventuality on his side. In the same breath, all the political calculations being done by Raila's side as to make sure Ruto does not succeed in taking over from Uhuru. So, from a political lens, Ruto is very clear. He knows everything that is coming, be it BBI, be it what, is essentially going to be crafted to create roadblocks for me. He is very clear. And because he's been at the game at that level from 2002, he can see the signs a mile away. He can see the red flags a mile away. There are some players, even in his camp, who might not be seeing, but he can see. He can see that move is going to come to that move and eventually be this, and it is going to be engineered to stop me.
And he has worked with both of them before.
He
has worked with
biggest support of Raila in the run-up to PEV. Biggest support. Some say that his bloc gave Raila the muscle to be at the table for PM. The bloc that William brought, plus the effort. Others will say that the PEV, and more so what we saw in the rift, is as a result of that political bloc that Ruto brought on board of ODM. The reaction and the unfortunate situation we saw on the ground.
Then I add an addition?
Yes.
We're about to have 20 years without a Kikuyu in president.
Yes. Yes.
20 years.
Yes.
So the games that you're also about to play in this time,
the
country doesn't have a Kikuyu to vote for.
Exactly. And so there's serious high stakes. It's serious high stakes. So what has happened is, now he's preparing to get there. Raila, being the politician he is seeing that time is not on his side, age-wise. He's getting nearer and nearer to his last stab for the presidency. And by some sheer calculation, call it what you want, he is now in the kitchen with the president.
He's the chef.
He's in there. And he has been able somehow to nudge the deputy president aside.
Outside.
So it's getting nearer and nearer. So he's also thinking, this is my first.
Finally.
Yeah, like somebody said, Risasimo.
Risasi moja.
His voters said Raila has been left with one bullet only. So this opens up a very interesting political space for Kenya. Kenyans now are able to see who Raila is because he's getting nearer now and how he plays. But more importantly, guys now are going to see the real William Samoei. Because he's DP and he can see this thing is over the horizon. And so that machine we keep talking about when people say we are siding, now they can see for themselves. And this is history. We're not talking about tomorrow.
Yes.
We're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
So that guys can understand why when I say he has never lost an election, when I say he's a political machine, this now, you can capture it now where we are going. Because what does he do? As you put it very well, he is attending functions knowing there's hostility engineered against him. But he has the courage and the guts to go there. He knows. He knows the battle has not begun. Guys are warming up. They're on the side tracks in tracksuits. The gun has not been rung. The bell has not been rung.
And what are some of the things that the ruling, I don't even want to call it ruling party because he's in the ruling party.
Yes.
What are some of the things that are supposed to happen that are not happening?
Yes.
Disrespecting the seats.
Yes.
Not even the person
person.
sitting on the seat.
Yes.
What are some of the things that the deputy president must be accorded, the seat of the deputy president must be accorded that were not being accorded?
So first and foremost, we see the emergence of a prime cabinet secretary, a position that is a creation of the presidency. It's not in the constitution. So in his wisdom, the president decides, I am going to appoint Dr. Fred Matiang'i to be the prime cabinet secretary.
Wow.
In the eyes of political players like myself, he's just created somebody who it appears could be at par with the deputy president, and who now is chairing some meetings that traditionally are chaired by the president.
By the president.
Yeah.
Because his worker is no longer working, he doesn't trust him. So he needs a worker because his personality is not changing.
And in the body language and in the media, we are catching words here, words there that suggest that this man is positioned to be more powerful than the DP.
Oh my God.
And then, of course, we are treated to the first National Day celebrations where they deny the deputy president an opportunity to speak.
Okay. First of all, I need you to insert Matiang'i.
Yes.
Before this, had Matiang'i had this kind of presence?
Well, he was always a very visible leader because as a minister of finance, and before that I believe he was in education, he had fared well as a strong and tough decision maker in the dockets he held. He had cut his cloth as a serious minister. And you must remember, this is a man who did not come from the political ranks. He wasn't an MP or a senator who was appointed to cabinet. Because we did have like Charles Keter, who was a senator, then appointed to
Cabinet
by Uhuru, which brought about a by-election that we discussed in a previous.
Yes.
When I was trying to explain to the viewer how William Ruto works well under pressure. To show guys how they were able to secure that seat against a strong candidate from Kanu called Sang, who appeared to be running over everybody in that election. But William Samoei Ruto hits the ground in a few days and flips that thing, and it goes back to UDA. That is back in the Uhuru presidency. So,
And just for context, again, we're going to
Yes.
break down the constitution.
Yes.
In case you're listening, and
Yes.
this is the first time you're understanding this.
Yes.
You couldn't be
Yes.
a senator
Yes.
and be a cabinet minister.
You had one office only.
One office,
Yes.
new constitution, hence why the by-election is coming.
Precisely.
Okay.
So we're able to see that you could have a leader who's been voted in, who then relinquishes that seat and is appointed. So we are making this point because for people to understand that Dr. Matiang'i does not come from those ranks. He comes from a straight appointment to cabinet.
Oh my God, this is a new type of politician.
He's a new kind. In fact, don't
Because
call him
it's
a
not-
politician.
Oh, yeah,
He's a
yeah.
leader.
Yes, it's in fact, it is a leader.
He's a leader.
This has similarities to the Kibaki time,
Yes.
where it's not the tear gas sniffers
Yes.
or the appointed.
Yes.
It is a manager who comes in to do the work, aka, as you rightfully called it, a leader.
And we saw that in Uhuru term 1. Anne Waiguru did not come from the political ranks. She stepped in to cabinet from a professional front.
Amina Mohammed.
Amina Mohammed, Minister of Finance under Uhuru's term 1, Rotich. These guys were not MPs. And it was refreshing for us political players to see appointments of people on competency. It was very refreshing. We knew you have to get in some political players in there somewhere. But it was very refreshing, particularly in key dockets like devolution, dockets like health, dockets like, which other docket? Interior security, where you had a person who's been brought in who is not from the political class. It was refreshing because the feeling we had was that these people will focus on the job at hand. They will not play the politics. So we saw appointments based on competencies in Uhuru 1, term 1, and it was very refreshing. And as I was saying, we saw people who ended up later in politics like Anne Waiguru, but initially were ministers based on competence and then decided to go for the political journey, which is not a bad thing because what does it do? You now have a politician who comes from the professional ranks, who can present some quality alongside their politics, their leaders. Which is why earlier in one of our breaks, I said, Fred Matiang'i has shown serious ability. There are those who will disagree with me because of the extrajudicial killings. All said and done, that is a part of his leadership that will always be in question. But on other fronts, like how he managed the transport sector, you know, we saw the yellow buses of his initiative and he put his foot down and he got that done. And I still think a man like that, some of the things we're dealing with, like border, a guy like that in the right docket can really unravel that whole situation.
He brought some Michuki vibe.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how to put it. And so if somebody like this ends up in a political space, I think it is better for Kenya. It is adding and not reducing. Because what we're doing is we're taking somebody who's proved they can work and put him into politics. Whether or not he is presidential material, I beg to differ. I think this country we are in, you really have to have played at that level to pull it off. The presidential journey is no joke. And for you to play at that level, you need to have pulled it off. You need to have played previously at that level and understood the dynamics.
Are you saying that you don't believe somebody can come from zero to hero? You believe, for example, you've got to have some skin in the game, have it be win or lose. Play MP, rise up, do this, come up, try presidential, lose.
Yeah.
Are you saying that nobody can just come from nothing to something?
I think in the current dispensation, the current political class we have, I don't think they can. I do believe, going by what I'm seeing, the growth of the IT and the fact, like you were saying earlier, the mobile phone is not a phone.
It's a device.
It's a device. Going by that growth and the fact that very soon over the horizon, people will vote from the comfort of their homes, that is an eventuality that we can definitely look at. But if in 2026, a person who claims to command 4 or 5 million votes stands up and without batting an eyelid says the mountain that I command, how then do you come from zero to become president? You can't, because we are still fragmented.
What about the many who would say that his time with Uhuru isn't zero? You're negating it.
Who is this now?
Matiang'i, for example.
What I would say
His
then,
time in government is time.
this is what I would say.
It's just a different route.
This is what I would say. He is going to need to do a nationwide political activity, and then we can have this conversation.
Okay.
He's going to need to go around the country. Somebody said something very interesting. In 2006, I was in a grouping for Kalonzo in 2006. And we had a meeting in his home to fundraise money to refurbish the home, the house that was going to be used as his command center. This house had been donated by the late Mutula Senior. He donated an office on Gong Road. He said, this can be the command center. But you guys, it needs renovation. It was a residential house that had been converted. So this meeting was to come up with a fund to manage that. So we were invited as friends, and the person who invited me called me and told me, Andrew, minimal contribution, 100,000. And I said, hey, that's my elder brother. Even if I don't have it, I'll have it. And so I went with the business part of mine, and we had our check for 100,000 and many others. And we raised about 5 million shillings that day. Now, the conversations around Kalonzo, the presidential candidate, started in earnest amongst us as friends, political players who were at the home that day, who we would then meet later. And in a conversation we held months after that fundraiser, somebody who was then flirting with Kibaki raised a very pertinent question. We used to frequent the Grand Regency and would have political conversations, very robust ones. So we are sitting and the guy says, so Andrew, this man you're supporting called Kalonzo, can he do a rally in Tononoka and bring numbers to the floor, to the crowd? I said, I believe he can. He said, can he go to Kondele and hold a rally? Can he go to Ruringu Stadium and there's a crowd and they are going to listen to him till the end? I asked him, what are you saying? Why are you putting down my brother? He said, what I'm saying is this, Andrew. Until a man has tested the waters at that level, I'm telling you, you cannot call him presidential. He's got to go even to hostile grounds. Then he told me, haven't you seen that Raila would go even to Murang'a? And he knows it's not going to be a successful one. Haven't you seen Moi would go? I told him, let's not talk about Moi because he was incumbent. There is a favor the incumbent enjoys, which you cannot compare to an aspirant. He said, okay. I said, until then, and I never forgot. So every time we are in the political cycle and a person emerges as a potential presidential candidate, those are the questions I ask. In the grouping I was in 2010, guys were pushing me and saying, I remember telling a friend of mine, boss, do you know what this thing means? We have to call a rally in Tononoka and guys know who we are.
Yes.
And they have the curiosity to come and listen to us. Until we are there, I told him in my campaign in 2002, I was advised by my friend in intelligence, and I will always treasure that advice. In one of our final sessions before we hit the ground in earnest, he told me, I want you to work backwards. I told him, what are you meaning? He said, Andrew, work backwards. How many polling centers do you have? So many. Do you have somebody who lives within walking distance of that polling center? Who is your person on speed dial? I said, well, he said, that's where it starts. He told me you must have a guy who's your soldier. Because, Andrew, you need two people who can be your polling agents in every single polling center on the ground. So he told me...
You need 10,600 villagers.
Yes.
Remember
Yes.
our conversation that we started with?
Yes. Now, let's even now go into the presidential journey. I believe, and unless I'm wrong, it is over 40,000 polling centers. So if you have two agents, because one has to relieve the other, you're talking about 80
100,000 plus polling agents. This is what a presidential journey means. You have resource coordination on the ground for these people by political players who might even be swimming against the tide, but they are your guys. They are Andrew Ndolo in Kandara. They know my guy has no vote here, but I'm with him anyway.
Yes.
And I'm going to go to the largest polling center in that constituency and be an agent, knowing my guy won't win the vote there, but I'm his guy anyway. That's what it means.
Wow.
The national stage.
That's
the game you're playing.
Steroids.
It is another animal.
And to talk about the wives, let me say this. Kenya is big.
Huge.
Kenya has 42 different children. Or is it 47?
Yes.
You can drive to places and it will shock you that in that place there is 200,000 people who are registered to vote, and you didn't even know that place in Kenya existed. I remember when we were driving with Aizo to Sarova Shaba
Yes.
and going through Isiolo.
Yes.
I'm like, who on earth are all these people?
Yes. Living their own lives, doing their own thing, with their own leaders. Now, what you saw, it means there's a guy there who is supporting Andrew Ndolo for president in Isiolo.
And doing the groundwork for you.
There's a guy in Masabet who says, Mimi huyo ndio bwana wangu. That's my candidate. There's a guy in Hola. There's a guy in Lamu. There's a guy in Malindi. There's a guy in Homa Bay. There's a guy in Kapenguria.
Okay.
That's what, and I'm not discouraging or trivializing anybody. The reason people say you need to avoid once is you then will understand that animal that one time. How many times has Raila done it with the muscle he had at the level he was playing, and he had a problem beating a sitting president? In this election, guys, against a sitting president who has been in the game from 2002. So by the time he was on the ballot, he had done trials and rehearsals up to 2022.
Including being wise enough, and this is now when I talk about his brilliance,
Yes.
to lose
Yes.
for a victory later.
In a
What do
national campaign.
In a national campaign. But he knew the aim for doing this national campaign in the
Yes.
referendum,
Yes.
siding with the no,
Yes.
was for the sake
Yes.
of the groundwork.
Yes.
Let me say something with Matiang'i.
Yes.
We listened from a viewer's perspective, from a voter's perspective.
Yes.
We listened to
Yes.
Matiang'i because we had to.
Yes.
Because he was a minister.
Of course.
We had to.
It comes to the territory.
Now I don't have to.
Yes.
He wants me to listen to me if I'm talking about if he gets onto the ballot.
Yes.
Very different disposition.
And that is why, if our viewer are realistic, devoid of emotion, they will understand that given the current landscape we are looking at today, and by that I'm talking about the political landscape today, I can very easily tick off to you the guys who can play at that level in the coming election. And in my humble opinion, there are only two people who can play at that level in the coming election. One is Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, and two is the incumbent president.
No way.
Everybody else is trying to learn the game.
Okay.
I understand the excitement that surrounds Sifuna. And I'm not diminishing it. And I keep saying he represents the future. And I would love to see him stay on it because he represents what could be. But let me tell you in my own complete humble, and I could be wrong, I'm not the custodian of information, for that guy to put up a national animal that can do what needs to be done against an incumbent who has played at the game for decades, who has a war chest forever, and who the Constitution favors. We've not deeply interrogated political funding and campaign funding. And therefore, you cannot put a cap to what William Ruto can or cannot spend. So, having said that, for you to put up an actual battle against this man, and remember why I'm saying Stephen Kalonzo and Ruto. It's because if you have more than one opposition candidate, can they forget the party? If 2, 3, if Kalonzo is on the ballot, and Sifuna is on the ballot, and Matiang'i is on the ballot,
And
the
Ruto-
three combined against the incumbent, they won't even get to half the vote he will get.
That is the Moi strategy. Remember, again, if you're watching us from here, start from the beginning.
Just go back. And you know why I'm saying this? Why are we doing this show? We are doing this show because, for me, it would be unfortunate if I pointed fingers after we have a PV-style eruption. You know, an eruption like PV, and I'm there saying, you know, this so and so. What did I do? That's why I'm here. Remove the emotion. Remember what we kept saying right from the beginning. What is the architecture of Kenya? The architecture of Kenya is bad. The big man is a president. The wealthy man is a president. You are not going to undo that in one day, but you will undo it. And that's why I say Sifuna represents the future. He brings hope. I would be happy to see him go to the ballot, because that would be lesson number 1 for him. I would love it. Even if it means he defies the others, because he has got to start somewhere. I would love to see that. Why do I say this? After William Samoei Ruto, assuming he wins the second term, goes
There's a
home,
vacuum.
it's going to be a gap. And a guy like Edwin comes in and takes it and bolts with it. He has got age on his time. He has so much on his side. And the voter who will be voting in this election, next election, he will own them all, because he comes from a generation that inspires them. If he can get to the ballot, I think it would be a good thing.
Man.
I do not see my elder brother stepping down for him. It doesn't make political sense. He's nearing the end of his presidential journey because of his age. He is 9 years my senior,
Yeah.
my elder brother.
Yeah.
I am going to be 62 this December. So in the next election next year, I will be 63. That makes my elder brother 71. 72, 71. In the next election, he will be mid-70s. He is not too old to vie. But the way the growth of the internet and all that is going, it's likely he'll be out of touch. Because this generation, as we saw in 2024, have their own thinking. They're in a different space. And these guys relate with a Sifuna-style politician.
But Sifuna needs to play it. Let
He
me also
has
just
to
say,
go to the wire.
my one thing is saying, where resources are hindering,
Yes.
where you have to do what, and we're going back to this because this is a Ruto conversation we're having.
Yes.
We're trying to figure out how he then managed to win this thing.
Exactly.
And what we're started with
Yes.
is the hindrances that automatically hit him.
The roadblocks.
So even this group of people who are there right now,
Yes.
the opposition and Sifuna being at the helm of this,
Yes.
their hindrances already hitting them.
Yes.
So the play has to be different.
It has to be completely different.
And the play is that phone you keep holding over there.
Yes.
And until me personally, I want to see them step up.
Yes.
Because as I said, we've been doing this for less than 3 weeks.
Yes.
And I was showing you statistics of close to 5 million.
Yes.
They have to play this.
Exactly.
And they can't play it like Citizen TV.
No, they can't.
So back to where we went to this story.
So the roadblocks are in place.
So you are talking about Matiang'i does what as a roadblock towards Ruto?
You could see in his body language that he is not as respectful as he should be. You just need to go to YouTube and pull out clips from back then. And you can't blame him. The president has pulled him and told him, manage this thing
Clamp
for me.
this guy down.
And maybe in some corners he's being told, you know, this guy, we can't support this guy. Let's give it to Raila for now. So because he doesn't come from the political ranks, he's an appointed cabinet minister. He's got to follow the boss. You see, when you come from the political ranks, you come with collateral. So you come, you can say, no, I won't do this. Because you've come with your own muscle. That's why when we talk about the presidency of Uhuru Ruto and entry and exit of people like Charity, she could go with war because she came to the table with a vote. So she'll say, no, these guys, and she'll walk away. But when your cabinet, who doesn't come from political ranks, when you go, you go, you do, you're done, you go, you're out. Yeah.
I mean, Mohammed.
Yeah. You're gone, you're done.
Yeah.
But because you come, you've entered and you've made some headway, there must be a seed that's been planted. And you're thinking, I've worked at the top of government. I have been a man who is feeding the president, and we've gotten some work done. And I've gotten some good work done.
I'm the one who made the decision that led to this positive change in the nation.
Exactly. And you can track it. And you're thinking, in this year, these are what we achieved. Hey, there's more good than bad. And I am directly involved in those decisions that took us there. So you must be thinking, as a politician, I can do pretty well. Because I've done this at government level.
Yeah.
And let us put credit where it is. When you have a person who comes from where Fred Matiang'i comes from, he makes a really good politician. If you ask me. Because that guy comes with the working of government into politics. So that's a man who can drop the campaigns after they end and get to work. Because the other guys who are purely politicians do not know anything else.
Yep.
They're irrelevant if they're not playing politics.
They play politics after politics ends.
Exactly. But a guy like Dr. Fred Matiang'i will drop that political thing and he will enter work, and going by his track record, he will do a good job. That's a guy.
I like that.
His
default is management. His default is not politics. His default is work.
So it's a guy like that sitting as governor, for example. It's amazing what he can pull off. You'll be shocked. He will do stuff that you will say, wow. Because of where he comes from, because of his thinking and work ethic. It comes from government structure. And in government, you have to perform, not always getting the credit, but you have to perform because you're not a politician. So it will be refreshing. Whether or not he can play at the national stage as is required in a contested election, in a high-stakes game the one we are going to, where William Samoei Ruto has to get his second term because he'll go down in history as a guy who got only one term. It's high stakes. And your high stakes against a guy who you know has been responsible for 2 terms for his predecessor.
And let me say also, William Samoei, as much as he's your junior, the 5 years that he has been in presidency this year have taken a toll on him.
Yes, they have.
He looks like he's aged 15 years in the last 5 years.
That is so true.
And I don't say that in a negative way. I'm just trying to say I have no idea the pressure that comes on sitting on that seat.
The body of work. Somebody challenged our work ethic narrative. So let's call it the body of work so that we are respecting the opinions of our viewers.
I agree.
The body of work that William brings to any task is abnormal. It comes from what we said in a previous episode. He's had to scratch for everything. And by nature, you can tell he's an extremely driven individual. And when he sets his eye on a goal, he has to accomplish. So we are looking at a man who, we are not praising him. What we are saying is there for you to see.
Yeah.
Just go back and see what he has achieved in the last several decades.
Yeah, and even if you don't think he's achieved anything, just go back and look at how many events he has attended this week.
Exactly.
That's all you have to do.
The body of work he brings. And I keep saying this, he is the incumbent. He comes to the campaign with that body of work. You are challenging him. You do not have access to the resources he has. Make no mistake, it is an uphill task. You need to come at this with the similar attitude to his.
So perfect. So, number one, we're first talking about the roadblocks.
Yes.
The disruption that he is facing as DP who's about to vie for presidency in 2022.
Yes.
Number one, you're talking about this new seat that has been created, and Matiang'i sits there.
Yes.
And Matiang'i is being given similar power to him as DP.
Yes.
To the point where Matiang'i is okay to sort of talk down and look down on him.
We even saw a spat in the media, and there was a story in the front page of a mass circulation newspaper where the PS for Interior, the man working under Fred Matiang'i, the PS was responding to the deputy president. So that's the level of roadblocks we're talking about.
That's the level of, hey.
And the deputy president under our constitution is a doorstep. God forbid something happens to a sitting president. He ascends.
For 90 days, it's him.
He ascends. No. He ascends for the remainder of the term.
Oh, for the remainder of the term?
Yes.
We don't, gone are the days where we, after 90 days elections. Yes, that was Moi's days. Eh?
These ones are pairs, like a governor. If you are voted in today,
so right now,
president, and you drop dead by some unfortunate situation, and your deputy, and you were sworn in yesterday,
yes,
he takes oath of office and governs for the term.
So what you're saying, had Raila won, right now our president would have been Martha Karua.
You don't remember what guys were saying?
It would have been Martha. By the way, I've interviewed Martha Karua, a very interesting conversation. Go and watch it.
In the buzz, people were saying, those who are pushing Raila with a Martha deputy must have known something.
Allah.
Because the health of a leader at that level is even as secret as it is. When you're sitting at the levels Uhuru, Ruto, and others sit, you do know. You know, hey, this Andrew Ndola guy, he's got this problem with his heart, or he's got this problem with the liver, or he's got this cancer. They know those things. So there are those who, there was a buzz that the choice of Martha was not accidental. There was a larger roadmap that had been drawn.
Guy, what chess are guys playing, man? What chess are people playing?
So when people, I remember one guy who approached me with that, and I told him, that's just fiction. He asked me, I told him, no. He said, I told him that's fiction. He said, no, that's a plan. You know, this guy will not finish a term. She will be there. She will be president. I said, that's fiction. He asked me, I told him, that's fiction, bro. Trust me. So now when Raila got sick and passed, I sat back and I thought, what was that guy telling me? What did he know? And he's not an intelligent guy. He's just a businessman. We're on the golf course playing. And he's telling me, you don't know the plan. I'm thinking, what is this guy talking about? So now Raila drops, unfortunately, in India. And I'm thinking, what is that guy? Did he know something I didn't know? Or it's just our nature? Because our nature as Kenya is we're political schemers and plotters. We're experts in everything. But what does it mean? It means that when you are deputy president, you are the next in line.
Wow. And
so here we are where William is being hit left, right, and center.
Financially, okay, first and foremost, from a authoritative perspective,
yes,
he's been reduced.
Yeah, there's no doubt about
there's
it.
There's president, there's Raila, there's Matiang'i, there's even almost, as I'm hearing, the PS.
I mean, the PS responds to the deputy president on a national newspaper. Something that didn't need to get into the media play at all. So, one of the things that I find very interesting, and as you know, because I'm a politician, I listen, I watch. So National Day celebrations are now going national. They're being pulled out.
Yeah.
An excellent
they're
move.
counting.
Excellent move. I think it's genius. Whoever brought that, presented it to Uhuru, genius, we need to salute that person. Because all of a sudden you're telling the country, we are coming to you.
You're telling the wives.
You're telling the wives.
I'm visiting
I'm
you.
coming for lunch. And I'm coming with my clan and my other brothers and sisters and who. So this visit I'm coming, Ebu prepare for us now, slaughter some cows. If it's northeastern, slaughter a few camels. I'm coming with my friends. Perfect idea. Genius. So I will never forget this one. Because it's in now when we are seeing roadblocks being placed in the way of William Samoei Ruto. So National Day celebrations in Kirinyaga. And the host governor is one Anne Waiguru. And so we see a lot of yellow buses mobilizing crowds. So, from where I sit as a politician, if you're holding an event in Sultan Ahmad or in Salama, and there's a heavy presence of transport, it means you've bussed people in. They didn't walk there.
Yeah.
You've bussed people in. Okay? What does it mean? It means the planners or the organizers of that event are making sure that the crowd in attendance is a friendly crowd. That's why you bus people in politically.
Yep.
When you bus them in, you want a crowd that might even be scripted. Maybe they've been told, boo this guy, cheer this guy, those kind of things.
Hey, cheers, my friend.
And you want the seats to be full.
Oh, yes.
You do not want the cameras to catch empty seats. The place is full. A reflection of the popularity of the host of the event or the chief guest of the event. In this case, a National Day celebration. A chief guest is His Excellency, the President.
It's an optical way of letting the viewers know, because you're campaigning, that
when
you have support.
So when you have a National Day celebration in Kirinyaga, in a stadium, and the seats are packed to the brim, the message is these people are supportive of their government, of their president, and they've come to listen to their president. So that's message number one. Message number two is they are not likely to cheer the wrong person or boo the wrong person. That's why they've been bussed in.
Yes.
There was a budget to bus them in because buses are not donated. And if they are school buses, then it's a very structured mobilization. Somebody somewhere was told we need 50 buses. And the easiest way to get buses for those events is through structured organizations. Schools are easier to access. So somebody somewhere was told we need buses. We need 10,000 or whatever the capacity of the stadium is. So somebody's got a calculator. This bus capacity is 68 passengers, so to fill that stadium we need 14 buses or we need 30 buses or whatever. It's calculated. Where will these people come from? This bus is in the primary school in Kagio. From Kagio get full bus 2, 3 political players. Hii ingine inatoka Kutus. From Kutus get... Somebody has got a map because that's how state works. When we talk about the machine...
The machinery.
That's why, and I will go back to why I'm saying you're not dealing with an ordinary guy, because that machine was against him since Uhuru had another candidate. And as an example is this event I'm talking about. So somebody has done that whole calculation and they've said this is a budget we need, and that budget has been availed by the state and mobilized, and people have been bussed in, and the stadium somewhere in Kirinyaga is packed to the brim. So, guests are driving in, and the state MC is saying, and in arrival, da 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 da, and the people cheer. You get out of your car, you stand up, you unapanda jukwaa, as they say, presidential dais, you take your seat.
Yeah.
And guest after guest after guest after guest after guest. And now, the deputy president drives in.
I'm scared.
And the state MC, and what I'm saying, viewer can go to YouTube and search. We are not sugarcoating anything. So the deputy president arrives, and the announcement is made, and all of a sudden, there's a bigger roar. This crowd is receptive than the previous guests who were coming in. This guy is received very well. And for those of us watching who know there's trouble in paradise, we're waiting to see. Since we know people were bussed in, we are assuming there's a script. I am a political player, I understand these things. So there's a cheer, there's a roar in the crowd. And he's received well with his wife, and he walks in and he takes his seat.
So this script doesn't look like it's going according to plan.
So I'm wondering, was there a script or maybe there was none?
Okay.
So, and of course the governor is the one who's introduced him. And she does a very good job. I mean, you must add it to Anne Waiguru. She introduces him with respectfully, captures his office and everything. And he sits. And when later now she invites him to speak, again, the reception of the man, you can tell this is a crowd that is receptive of this man.
When she invites him to come to speak, are our other people in the audience?
You see what happens
I mean, our president and his his new bromance.
You know, the thing about National Day celebration, the protocol demands that it can only start when the chief guest,
Arrives.
His Excellency, arrives. And in recent years, we've seen another addition, very good addition to this, where they invite a special guest. So you find the president of Ethiopia is a guest at this function. So he becomes a chief guest. So all those people have to be seated. And the event then is called to order. Depending on the event, the president might do a drive around and, salute, a parade and all that before you get to the speakers. So the reaction again. And for a few of us in the political play, it's a buzz, it's a conversation. We say, hey, did you see that? What was that all about? So a friend of mine is saying, what? There must have been a plan to boo this guy and it backfired. I asked him why. He said, why would you bus guys in? Why would you bring guys to fill a stadium? You don't need to. It's a rural area. Just go around with a megaphone, because that's what we used to do back in the 80s and 90s. Is there'd be a vehicle going around telling guys, come to the stadium, come to the stadium, come, and then all that activity, people come. It's entertainment. But this one, guys there's a budget. And to achieve that crowd, those numbers, requires money. So there is money behind this initiative.
The machinery is at work.
Machinery is at work. And we see this man received very well. So I'd always thought he was strong. But that particular National Day celebration, it gets me thinking. Because we thought, remember, my generation comes from the big man syndrome. We have that hangover. So we're thinking Uhuru is going to point Central Province in a direction, and they won't vote for Ruto. But in my mind, I'm thinking, and I'm not saying it aloud, but I'm thinking, hey, the William Samoei Ruto I know, this guy is going to fight to the bitter end. And this guy is a fighter. Anyway, let's see how it goes. So this one, I'm like, this guy is popular. And then from there, we just keep seeing him going from strength to strength.
And let me add at this point,
Yes.
we've talked about I'm trying to show the stripping that is happening to him
yes.
to make this the most difficult race of his life.
Yes.
Contention of his life.
Yes.
Because that's what this is.
That's what
he
it is.
needs the victory. He wants the victory, but everything is against him in getting this victory. And when we say state machinery has kicked into play,
Yes.
number one, it's terms of they have reduced his authority.
Yes.
So Matiang'i is above him, the PS is above him, Raila is above him, and the president is above him. He's no longer number 2.
Yes.
He's like now number 5.
They're treating him that way.
They're treating him that way.
Yes.
Number 2, from an economic standpoint, the resources that he had financially are reduced.
Or so they thought.
And that is the geniusness of him. So
Yes.
when you say also they thought.
Yes.
Okay, explain that.
So, we see other activities. For example, we see a changing of the currency.
Guy.
The buzzword, remember I told you politicians were know-it-alls. We always have our ear to the ground. The buzz out there is that it's targeted at business interests that could be aligned with him. People who give cash. Of course, if you're going to have a technical conversation, it's a bigger journey. It's not targeting him. It's supposed to be something that the Kenya Revenue Authority has initiated so that you are able to widen the tax basket. So you're taxing more people. So you discourage the money that is in suitcases and in containers, because that was what was happening. People would keep cash, raw cash. And more importantly, political class requires access to cash to fuel their activities.
But it's timing. The timing of this was...
The timing, people are saying, this is William who's being targeted.
Yeah.
And they must know some of his people who have this money sitting in liquid form in large amounts.
And I think you're even... you're nice. I'll be the layman who says what people on the ground are thinking.
Yes.
The rumor,
Yes.
a story was told
Yeah.
that this man has cash in his house,
Yes.
bundles,
Yes.
buildings on buildings like Escobar.
Yes.
That's what the rumor was.
Yes.
That William Ruto has cash everywhere.
Yes. Well, what I do know is that from the times of Kanu, politicians would have to keep cash. So that when a political activity is coming up, you've got access to cash. You are not going to have to go to the bank to draw money. So that culture of keeping cash was fueled heavily during, particularly towards the tail end of President Moi's presidency. Because we had become that society where when the political activity begins, people want money. And so you must have money. So that culture then set in. So you'd find the political class has cash.
And also, is that where Goldenberg sort of comes into play?
Yeah, Goldenberg came in sometime during Moi's presidency.
Okay.
And what it did was, of course, it was a big dent on our economy. And what happened around that time was that people were able to make money from deals. And as a political player, you didn't want that money captured anywhere. So the habit of cash started. It became a big thing in the 90s and onwards. It became a big thing because you don't want people to be able to trace. And then what would happen is, then the political players who were dabbling in some level of business, particularly maybe with government, through proxies, then it became even more important to keep cash. Because if I'm in partnership with you and I've made it possible for you to get a big highway job, and my piece of the business, whether it's 10, 20, 50%, whatever it is several million, I cannot justify banking those millions.
I get it.
You see, anybody tracing will see it.
Okay.
So you bring it to me in cash. So I have to start getting creative. Where do I keep this cash? So people would do that.
Hence why we say the story of a lot of apartments coming up.
Because you have to fuel it somehow.
Yes, and
you've got to clean the money somehow.
Yes.
So that happened. And because that happened, the talk then was that the business networks that were supportive of William Samoei suffered in that change of currency. That was the buzz on the ground.
So he's struggling. Let me not use the word struggling.
Yes.
He's affected
Yes.
financially.
Yes.
And they went after his money.
And it's the oldest play from Moi's time. If you have a presidential candidate whose legs you want to cut, you focus on his financiers. Either you seduce them to come to your side, or you make sure doors to them are closed. So they are not accessing their money, which means they cannot finance your opponent. So this obviously happened. But we are dealing with a politician who's been in the game in the ruling party when guys were being squeezed. He was in Kanu. So he must have seen all these things. So you are introducing a play he knows all about. And because we've always said he's a thinker, he must have had in place arrangements, fallback plan to cover himself, which he must have done well, because his campaign was better oiled than Raila's campaign, who had access to state. I'll give you a simple example. So I'm chief agent for my sister in Dagoretti. We go for training at the Trinity Catholic Church, IBC training, how to manage polls, how to safeguard your candidate's poll. All that is done. We then come up with our own list of polling agents. As is per the law, we present them to IBC. So we've got polling agents all over. So I visit a polling center somewhere inside Dagoretti. And this is just amazing. And our polling agent comes to chat us, one of our agents. So I ask him, so, hey, how's it here? How's it going? He said, hey, yeah, UDA is very well organized. So I asked him why. He said, what? There's a pro box that is going from polling center to polling center with pre-packed lunch.
Yeah.
You know? So, and they are not discriminating. They're also taking care of other polling agents. But if you're not one of theirs, ask him, what are you saying? He says, I don't know if it's happening everywhere, but here, what I've experienced in this polling center, they've given us food and their guys' food. Because we were going to just check if guys are fine, if they had lunch. Because we didn't have a huge budget, so managing guys, 1,000 bob per agent, you know. So the guy owns up, he says, yeah, thanks for my money, but don't you me, I've already had lunch.
Mekula.
What do you mean? There's a pro box that came here. They've just given us lunch. So I asked myself, I had friends in the UDA camp, good friends, who are still my friends today, who I knew were in the kitchen. But I knew where they are. I can't start calling, talk to them. They're somewhere counting the voters. It's coming in. One particular friend of mine, who is now in government, who I cannot mention, was actually in the kitchen. They were receiving the votes, coming in, tallying. In fact, he sent me a text when everything was in, and he told me, we've taken it. I said, what do you mean? WSR has taken it. And that was a day or two before IBC announced. He told me our tabulations, it's in the bag. This one is in the bag. So I knew, but I didn't want to query him. So I asked another polling agent we had at another polling center. He repeated the same thing. He said, the vehicle has come here, pre-packed. It's just like a paper plate.
Yeah.
I asked him, what? I said, whoever is a candidate for Dagoretti must have been very organized, whoever it was. So fast forward, now people are at the polling, counting and all. So of course, because I was an agent with somebody, I'm also chatting with that guy. So I get to talk to my friend, who was now in the command center for UDA. So I tell him, so he doesn't say yes or no. He just laughs. He doesn't say anything. So, but you guys say he laughs, he keeps quiet. I asked him, he says, no, watch out your story. So I realized these guys must have identified the regions that were critical to them, and they made sure we're going to take care of all the polling agents.
But look at the manner in which they do. They're playing a new tactic.
It's a completely new tactic.
And we're coming to the tactics. For me, that's so brilliant, because I'm trying to figure out what new tactic must be played in 2027.
Yes.
But what new tactics were played in 2022. But before that, what challenges I need to paint to the viewer.
Yes.
Because guys say here we are supporting this guy.
Yes.
I want to just paint the reality of the challenges he was facing.
Yes.
We've talked about authority being stripped.
Yes.
Now we've talked about finances.
Yes.
Number 3, which is very pivotal to talk about, the communication machine.
Yes. And he said, let's not get caught up in these surveys. As you guys know, these things are used to tilt the undecided voter all the time. It is pointing in a certain direction, and guys laugh. The panelists laugh, and they say, but still, it's still indicative of what's going on. And the guy goes on and says, how do you know it's indicative?
What new tactic must be played in 2027?
Yes.
But what new tactics were played in 2022? But before that, what challenges I need to paint to the viewer.
Yes.
Because guys say here we are supporting this guy.
Yes.
I want to just paint the reality of the challenges he was facing.
Yes.
We've talked about authority being stripped.
Yes.
Now we've talked about finances.
Yes.
Number 3, which is very pivotal to talk about, the communication machine.
Yes.
Because we are seeing it being played now with KTN and...
Yes. So, as we get nearer and nearer to this election, all of a sudden, or let me not say all of a sudden, it is evident that the mainstream media is leaning on one side. How do you know this? Every time you enter a political cycle, a company or companies emerge that carry out a survey.
Hey, you're nice.
They carry out a survey. And they tell you if the elections were held today, so-and-so would win by this margin, so-and-so that. So those surveys, and I followed up and learned about these companies from observing Obama's campaign. Because I was very interested. I would follow, I would watch CNN and what. And I remember reading something. There was a talk show on CNN, and guys were talking about a survey that was carried out by some company in the US, and they were giving the projections. They were saying Obama, this, McCain, the blue states,
Yeah.
And in that talk show, there was a political analyst who came on. And he said, let's not get caught up in these surveys. As you guys know, these things are used to tilt the undecided voter all the time. It is pointing in a certain direction, and guys laugh. The panelists laugh, and they say, but still, it's still indicative of what's going on. And the guy goes on and says, how do you know it's indicative? What science are you using to understand that this survey is actually accurate? Then he goes deeper to say, how is this information achieved? If you say you are going to talk to 5 people per ward, is that representative of the vote? He even went deeper and said, from a psychological point of view, there are people who will not talk to a camera. They just won't respond. You don't know where their vote is. Or to a stranger, you know. And because they think there's a spin being played, they won't. But they already know where they're voting. So fast forward, we saw a poll that was done that was putting Raila and Ruto neck to neck. And I said, the narrative has begun. Somebody is presenting the perception that Raila is almost passing this guy. And we went on to now see surveys that would suggest that Raila is ahead of Ruto, however narrow a margin, but that was sold. So, I wasn't naive now. This is 2023. I've been in politics from 2002.
Yeah.
I can read the signs. I said, now this thing is true. It's out. We've seen, you know, PS for Internal respond to a sitting deputy president in media. We've seen people perceived to be close to Uhuru on talk shows say, we don't know who will be president, but we know who will not. We've seen the leader of the labor movement on JKL Live get very emotional and throw his phone when he's asked if Ruto can win. So we had seen. And these things are in your face in mainstream media.
And let me ask this question raw.
Yes.
Mainstream media owned by individuals.
Of course they are.
Minus KBC, which is state-owned.
Yes.
But again, when you look at the viewership on KBC, it's
Yes.
not as rich as some of these other ones.
Yes.
The owners of these media stations
Yes.
are aligned to a certain political candidate.
True.
Therefore, meaning mainstream media, as much as sometimes they say there is no bias.
Compromised. Let's not sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
And that, why I'm not sugarcoating it is, we are doing this partly to educate the generation of my children and to point them in a direction and to slow down this hate narrative so that we don't end up in trouble next year. Mainstream media have a major role to play. We saw red carpet at KICC and a podium prepared for Raila to address the nation while IEBC were counting the votes at Bomas. What was that narrative? How would you do that? You are setting us up to violence. Because when the support base of Raila does not seem addressing, they will say the vote has been stolen yet again. Those are reckless things we saw. So why would anybody who loves this country start painting a picture or a portrait in that way? And we all agree, under our constitution, only IEBC has the power to make that announcement. But you're preempting. Let's rewind the clock to PEV. Some of the trouble started because of those announcements. At some point, Mishuki outlawed live news. He said it's illegal. You're not going to give live news. Because people are already pointing the nation in a certain direction. You're obviously going to get a reaction if what you are saying doesn't happen. And we are rich with conspiracy theory in this country. We are rich. We all have a conspiracy theory running somewhere in our minds. So that was reckless. So that's why I'm saying we're not going to sugarcoat this. Mainstream media have a duty and an honest duty to keep this thing neutral. Because if they paint a certain picture and point Kenyans in a certain direction, they will be part of the problem. And if things erupt next year, we really, really must hold people to account. Let's not joke about this because we've been there before. We must hold those who pointed us across the board, not one side. Both sides are responsible. There are people who've been reckless on both sides, and the media has been reckless. by leaning in one side.
And also, let me say,
Yes.
in case somebody is wondering how then the media and why they would become compromised, government tenders. There's a lot of advertising that government does.
Yes.
You see newspapers, you see TV stations, whatever radio stations. Government is the biggest spender
Yes.
of advertising
Yes.
on some certain stations. And when you start going against government in the narrative, they know where to pinch.
And then there's even another story that goes to the personal. During the Moi era, there were persons who were owners of media, who were harassed, who were arrested,
Yes.
who suffered under that presidency.
True.
And they definitely, moving forward, were very clear and had a hate towards a certain leadership, certain community, because of what was done to them by the Moi regime. Some of them, I believe, have never forgiven. And so because of that, wherever Uhuru pointed, they were going there. It goes back to even our tribal thinking and everything.
This thing is crazy. You can't
goes
leave
back.
out the history.
Our
It's not just the financial.
That's why I keep going back to the architecture. The architecture was horrible. It is those 8 wives and what we were saying earlier. This child is favored over that child. And this one who's favored then becomes entitled and does not imagine this other child has rights over my favor. My favor comes first. I'm the one who's allowed to pick from that bowl, from that meal, before he touches that bowl. And it is my right. Because that's how I've been brought up. This has happened from when I was 3 years old. Here I am, I'm 10. Why does he think he should get the bowl before me? After all, I'm the one who's been receiving it. So you've just made this one child entitled to preferential treatment. And he's now discriminating against his brother or his sister. And you, the father, have lined it. That's how you've wired your home. This child believes and feels they are entitled to preferential treatment over this other brother or this other sister. Fast forward to where we are. So now I'm an owner of a mainstream media house. And I'm that child who was favored. So obviously what's going to happen? That's how I look at these other children. Yeah. So if this child is not from my lineage, but let's give this guy more airtime. So here we are. Mainstream media is not neutral. And because they are not neutral, now what we did to Raila and what we did to the opposition during Raila's time, were there to claw and scratch to get national attention by going to funerals, turning funerals into the agenda. Now what has happened is the churches have borne the brunt of it. Because you're not going to cover me, you're not going to give me a gap, so I'm going to do it in church. Because you've been invited and it's a big thing, there's something going on in church. So now you come and cover the church. Hence now the 4 battles you're seeing churches are saying, no, you're not going to use our pulpit.
You know, I need to stay in this zone for communication because I want people to understand the power of media. And then after this communication conversation that we are having, it's a rabbit hole that I'm intentionally going to go down.
Yes.
Then now we are going to say, we're going to talk about with all these hindrances that the DP had, what tactics then did he deploy to get him on the seat, and how then did it happen?
Yes.
But first of all, we started with the blockade that has been put around his way.
Yes.
Financial, authority, and this communication one, now we are going down it. I want you, because you have the gift of years, to explain media and how the president has been portrayed over the generations.
Yes.
And its influence
Yes.
all the way up until,
Yes.
and the reason why I've decided to go down this rabbit hole is because when we talk about ICC, there were 3 people who were sent to ICC. Ocampo. And
No,
one,
6.
okay, 6, yes.
six,
Yes, sorry, 6. But one of the 3 that was prominent was a radio presenter. I'm not saying he's guilty or not, but I'm just trying to say the influence that radio had, that they decided that one of the people who needed to be put on trial with 2 presidential candidates, with presidential candidates,
Two players, yeah.
with two players,
Yes.
was a radio presenter.
Yes.
That should just show the influence that this communication has. So walk us through, and I'd say even start as far as
Yes.
Jaramogi.
Yeah. So the media plays a very crucial role in the development of a nation. In the old days, people did not have a big choice. Now, I think there are hundreds of FM stations.
Including Stori Za Siasa.
Including Stori Za Siasa. And you can flip on TV and look for content. Back in those days, there was one station, government owned. And what they sold is what you had to buy. Other than that, what did Kenyans do? BBC was the other channel. So at 7 o'clock, you'd hear guys when their radios on BBC. Because BBC had Swahili news.
Now this is radio.
Swahili news. And they would then say the things that our mainstream media wouldn't say. So whatever BBC said became the gospel truth. Now, in the time of Jaramogi, the narrative that the government wanted sold was a narrative that came to your living rooms at news time. There was a message that they sold. So if Jaramogi was challenging the machinery then, he was labeled and painted as a troublemaker. And to the communities who tend to be compliant, that guy is trouble.
He was a storyteller. The storyteller controlled the narrative, and it was one-sided.
And that was the message. And so that message served to put Kenyans in several boxes. And those who had an issue with defiance of government didn't need to interrogate the message from government. They just needed to hate the message from the opposition. I don't like what this guy is saying. This guy is trouble. These guys are problems. These are stone throwers. And as we were growing up, what was the message? Luos are stone throwers.
What do you mean?
Trouble.
They would say this on TV.
No, but it was painted
Oh,
that
they
they were
would
trouble.
cleverly paint it.
It was painted that they were trouble.
So the kind of content you would see is Luos in violent situations.
I mean, Tom Mboya is shot and trouble in Nairobi, trouble in Kisumu. It's prominent news. Anybody who cringes on violence is thinking, my goodness, these Luos are violent. Jomo is in Kisumu for the opening of the hospital, which had been done courtesy of Oginga Odinga's link with the Russians. And on exit, stones are thrown. First, stones are thrown and chairs are thrown at an event. There's trouble. Chairs are in the air, shooting into the crowd. And then the president is whisked away, and they're shooting as they exit the town. So people die. But the picture that is painted is that, my goodness, these Luos are violent. And that carries on now from there up to the time I'm a political player. Years later, in our circles, we'd say, if you want to shut down Nairobi, just talk to Raila. When those Luos descend on town, Nairobi is shut down. As we said in a previous episode, were the Luo like this in 1958? Were they like this in 1945? Most definitely not. You managed or mismanaged the relationship between them and their leader, and they came out with anger. And it was convenient and easy to label them, as opposed to dealing with the anger intelligently. This is that child whose shirt was taken away.
This is the child who's called, that's a troublemaker.
His shirt was taken. And when he told daddy my shirt was taken, wait, watch kelele, I'll get you another shirt. And this other guy is showing, you know. That's what the kid is, the one who's been favored. They're telling me, what are you going to do to me? So this one whose shirt was taken now has an axe to grind with Osman. Because Osman is showing me faces behind daddy's face. What are you going to do to me? And it carries on. So he learns to survive by scratching. And he's got, bites his time, I'm going to show you. So when he gets a gap, he punches him. So by the time daddy's getting involved again now, it's an all-round war. That is Kenya. You favored one child over another, And now this child learned to scratch. Hence this thing you're saying the Luos are violent. They learned to, the only way you're going to hear them is when they throw stones. And tear gas is not going to scare them.
But you'd never see, for example, because I mean, this even affects tourism. You'd not see the pretty side of the lakeside.
And it's a beautiful part of this country.
Even till today,
Yes.
if you notice, till today, when we talk about tourism, why is it stopping at Naivasha?
Yes.
Why is it stopping in Mombasa?
Yes.
It's one of the questions I ask.
Yes.
We should go all across this country.
You should go to Homa Bay.
You should
I went to Homa Bay.
We should go to Isiolo. We should go across this country.
When I was burying Pete Boyas, I got to travel when I did the fundraiser with the late Kajwang. Beautiful country. Beautiful country. Beautiful country. I went to meet the former governor for Siaya on a business transaction about the first term of governors, I think 2014. And I drove through Obama's village home and on that road. Beautiful country. Beautiful country. And I thought, wow, how come I'm a Kenyan? I've never heard of this part of Siaya.
Yep.
We crossed a river that had clear water flowing. And I thought, wow. So it's that loop-sided approach to who we are.
Okay.
And it goes back now to what we are saying about how this journey William Samoei got onto, where mainstream media were deliberately tilting the scale.
What did mainstream media look like in the time of Moi? Again, I need to say this. Yes. Mainstream media is so important that during the coup, because what we're trying to paint to people is the influence of the media station.
Information.
Yes, in society. It is why even during the coup, one of the places that they go for mass communication is the radio station.
In 1982, that was the first place they hit. Before they had even contained Langata Barracks and who, they focused on KBC. They went and held a gun to Leonard Mambo and he announced that government, military has taken the government, police to remove their clothes, they are now civilians.
And that's how the whole country knew.
That's how the whole country knew. So we were like, in Sultan Hamud, we were like, at radios, what was that? Because I was an adult. I was working for my late father. I'd just done a stint in animal health and husbandry at Tahiti. So what is this? And that's how the whole country knew. The power of information.
Wow.
Now, in the 90s, in fact, let's say 80s, 90s coming this way, the media controlled the narrative so seriously. On an interview you carried with Jimmy Gathu, which I watched, he talks about the government inspector as a play that they could not hold. Because government is saying this is anti-government. Because it's going to end up in media.
So that's according to theatre.
But hey, that's 89.
And
but
I don't know if you guys know this. So in those days, you couldn't do political plays. You had to get permission from government.
You go and ask for permission?
Yeah. Unapeleka script inasoma. Hii naongea vibaya kuhusu serikali ya mtafanya. Hivyo. Na baadaye, what's that one of the Russian one? The famous Russian political play. Inaitwaje? Come on, and I did it. Inaitwaje play? Hii hata kama mnaongea hapa Kirasha, hii ni ati imetoka Russia. Government inspector.
Yeah.
We the first thing we wanted to do it. We couldn't do it.
You had to take your script.
You take it script to government.
They
read the script. Kama ni ya siasa. If it has political undertones, you're not going to do it. You don't get permission. Inakuwa cancelled.
This is insane.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
This is 89.
Yes, 89, 90, then 91.
We'll get there. Okay. No, Jimmy, tutafika.
Yeah, you couldn't do plays if they're political. Ati mnafanya plays akina Francis Mbuga, Ngugi wa Thiong'o.
Yeah.
Serikali yone hapana mfanyi.
Okay,
na mkifanya mnashikwa.
So
you've broken the law.
Yani, you guy.
We remember a song that was composed by Eric Wainaina.
Nchi ya kitu kidogo.
Nchi ya kitu kidogo. He was stopped from performing it at a function where Saitoti was a chief guest and he was a vice president of Kenya.
Tell us about this.
Yeah.
This
So
thing.
I get called to a music festival, right? To sing at the finalist concert. This is 2001. And as a past winner, they were like, Eric, come and show the guys that this thing can go somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? And so they asked me, we had gone up to the sound booth, they're like, what songs are you going to play? I was like, I'm going to sing a song called Sawa Sawa and another song called Nchaki Kidogo. They're like, Mambo ni twende, right? Cheers. So we go down, we start, we sing Sawa Sawa, and it goes down. Well, now it's me and Brayo and some dancers, right? So Nchaki Kidogo starts to play another track. And it has been getting some airplay. Saitochi is sitting there, right? The organizers begin to panic, right? There's a guy on the side of the stage, he's calling me, kuja, right? And they're like, hang on, we've started singing the song.
I ain't coming.
I'm not coming at kuja, whatever, Because also, I've seen guys at the music fest as well, when the guest of honor arrives, guys are performing on stage, guest of honor is late. These kids, they have to stop their performance so the guest of honor can come and take their seat, right? It's like someone has pressed pause, right? And then when the guest of honor sits down, unpause it and you continue. I'm like, ain't no way I'm gonna stop singing a song at you because of what, right? So I already had that
Yes.
Mwai of you don't stop a guy in the middle of a song.
I'm just in an album,
You know what I'm saying? And so it was also it was that, and it's just unprofessional.
Yeah, it is.
But it turned out he was calling me because they were panicking. They're like, you can't sing this song in Moi's Kenya with the vice president sitting there, right? And so they say the part of the myth is that they were trying to switch off my microphone. It's not actually true. The mic cable was faulty, so it was just I was having to whatever. But they did go into the sound booth, right, and ask, where's the music coming from, right? Those guys up there in the sound booth, they're like, we don't know. They came and literally stood against the machines. They're like, hatujui inatoka wapi?
What?
So those guys had our back, right? So now on the side of the stage, the guy's getting more sort of
agitated.
Kuja funga, right? And then I hear Brayo behind me. He's there like, dance hard. He's saying to his dancers, dance hard. I was there like, I can't let these guys down, right? But because I was beginning to get quite intimidated, right?
You're like, hey, what am I doing?
And then the audience chikas the chorus, and then they start to sing. It just became a thing, right? I was like, yeah, man, this we're seeing this one through to the end, And so then we walked off stage, and then some other big guys in suits, so they're like, right? My bro was like, ni mimi. So they took my bro off to a side somewhere, talked to him a bit, whatever, and then he came and told me, let's get in the car, and we just bounced.
What?
Right? It was that level of whatever. But then, like I'm saying,
He was stopped. He had started, they stopped him. So, media played a very big role in selling the narrative. And that media could then paint certain persons, certain leaders as troublemakers. There were those who were closer to these people, who knew they were not troublemakers, who believed in the journey. But there were those who were not as close to this person and who believed, actually, this man is a troublemaker. And so that was the growth of this nation. And parties like KANU had numbers and masses because they looked at this guy as a troublemaker. Because the media had sold that narrative that way.
But even in the 80s and early 90s, because we're talking at a time when there's only KBC.
Yes.
There's no KTN. That comes early 90s.
Yes, it emerged in the 90s.
Why this stands out for me is I remember Gabions.
Yes.
Because every single day,
Yes.
the news started by telling us what the president has done.
Yes. In fact, now let me even shock you. So, a friend who I shall not mention in the 90s joins the military, joins in the 80s as an officer cadet. And he's, as an officer cadet, you do a small period after you graduate as a lieutenant, and then you're promoted. So he's promoted, he was captain. So this friend of mine, who I've known from when I was in Form 2, we were neighbors, friends, we'd party together, he's getting married, I'm getting married, I know him well. And because I have a family lineage from the military, anybody from my groups who becomes a military, automatically I'm interacting with him. You know, we're going to the officers' mess with our girlfriends. So this guy, back then the news began with President Daniel to Richard Moi. That was the first item in news.
Every day.
Every day. So they're in what you call the officers' mess. And the news begins. But now we have the benefit of other stations. It's no longer just KBC. We have KTN. And those guys are not beholden to that approach. So he takes the remote. He said, let's watch something else. Where? And there are sycophants in the room. And they report on him.
Wow.
And it's escalated and deemed a disciplinary issue. Do you know he eventually ended up leaving the military? Instead of growing his career to move on as an officer, he's a businessman, friend of mine. I do a bit of business with him.
Because he changed the station.
Station.
Wow.
Because he changed the station.
Then, but we were talking about the state-run programming. There was always the news, and the news always, without a doubt, began with the first news item was always about Moi. Always. Without fail. You knew it was Sunday, and you knew you were going to church tomorrow, to school tomorrow, because we were always being told which church Moi had gone to. And he had the presidential press service following him everywhere. Broadcast media has changed so much. Back then, broadcast media is all we had. So we had, let's talk about radio. We had two stations, General Service and Kiswahili Service. I think which was called Idaya Taifa. English service was on frequency AM. This is before, it was MWSW, medium wave shortwave. You had your MWSW. FM came it came much later on. It was in the 90s. FM was a 90s thing.
FM was the explosion. Basically, that's when other players entered.
Yes.
When FM entered.
When FM entered, and that was in 95. This is 1995. Up until then, we had General Service, English Service, 747 on your dial, and then Kiswahili Service, 612 on your dial. Those were the frequencies.
That's insane. So in terms of state, aside, okay, now we aside Moi's routine and Moi's, I call it digital reflection, basically saying whatever Moi was doing, we're being shown on TV.
Whatever Moi was doing, we were doing together.
Yes.
Yeah.
What else did local programming have? What
well,
shows
aside from the children's shows, there was music shows. There was variety to it.
Vioja Makamani, is that?
Of course. How do I forget? Of course, there was comedy shows. There was local comedy shows. So Vitimbi, Vioja Makamani. Those are the two famous ones. Vitimbi came earlier on, and Vitimbi was simply, Babakai, Mamakai, Masaku,
Yes.
Otorongongo. And it was just antics around this little small restaurant that was owned by Ojwang and Mamakai. They owned a little restaurant, and the number of people who'd come in and eat and have conversations with them was different, and they'd get on up to all these antics. It was.
Let me ask.
Your very definition of a situation comedy. It was like a sitcom.
Wewe ni ndugu yangu tena ile kidogo, na nimeona kabisa wewe takuja atakuharibu kwa nyumba yangu. Wewe takuja.
So there are things in the growth of Kenya that people need to recognize. We go back to the architecture. Who was Moi and why was Moi what he was? Because somebody told him, you're the vice president, but you'll never be president. This thing is not leaving the village of Kiambu. It's not even crossing the river Chiania.
And he's seen TV.
No, they are talking.
Yes. No,
They're not hiding.
He's seen what they've done to Jaramogi.
And you're doomed to repeat the sins of your father. It is said. They say if your father was an alcoholic, you have to be careful. You're inclined. If he was a pedophile, iko shida. So here we are. We have this Moi courtesy of the architecture.
The fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree.
Yes. So this is the guy he is. And I tell you, I have first-hand knowledge because my friend ended up in the private sector. And look, he is my age. So he would have maybe retired brigadier or something.
Yeah.
And because he entered as an officer cadet, for him the progression would have been pretty quick.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's firsthand of what it was that the media was and what we were at that time in our growth as a country.
You know, I bring this up
Yes.
because fast forward to 2026.
Yes.
I want Gen Z to understand the options they have for getting factual content.
Yes.
The options, but at the same time, I want them to understand when you see Ruto and KTN fighting, same script, different narrative. Years later.
And all they need to do, because they are not consumers of mainstream media, there are very few of them who will tell you what the headlines said yesterday in the Standard newspaper
Yes.
or the Nation newspaper. Let them go online and look at the headlines in the past several months from the Standard. Just look at what the headline says and keep going back. Don't bother with the content, just the headline, because that's what catches Kenyans. Just look at the headline and go back and go back and go back and go back. Then look at the Nation and go back and go back and go back. And then now do your own Googling
Yes.
and look at how factual what these headlines said. There is a way news is twisted, and it is from time immemorial, where it says, Richard Njau, suspected of crimes against humanity. That's one headline. Another headline by a different paper. Richard Njau is a person of interest in crimes against humanity. Those two headlines are so different, addressing the same agenda. One is saying you are a person of interest. They have not cast aspersions. One is saying you are a suspect. They are saying you could be guilty.
Yes.
Now that is how you look at news and how news is used to actually point the masses into a particular direction.
One of the reasons as to why I wanted to go down this rabbit hole
Yes.
of communication,
Yes.
because two things. Number one, I want the players to awaken to the new disposition of media available to them and to play chess and stop playing drafts.
Yes.
But number two, I want to speak, and this one I have the authority to speak to
Yes.
the new players
Yes.
who are in the space.
Yes.
I've already started seeing the Matiangis coming to our new media.
Yes.
I've already started seeing the Sifunas coming
Yes.
to the new media.
Yes.
I've already started seeing the Mathakaruas coming to the new media.
Yes.
I'm talking about the YouTube podcasters.
Their new platform.
I'm talking about the digital space.
Yes.
Do not sell your soul for the finances at the cost of us going back to PEV.
Exactly.
That's why I had to bring in this communication.
Exactly.
Because the gameplay is the same.
Yes.
They're going to put a lot of money on your table
Yes.
to push a narrative,
Yes.
to paint themselves in a certain light,
Yes.
to reach a demographic.
And I keep saying, and I will not get tired of saying this, don't fall into the tribal cocoons that have brought us to the 2PEV. Because that level of conflict is fueled very well by tribal talk. And that's why whenever we talk and I talk about DCP, I don't have a hate for the man who sits at the helm of that party. But I worry at his narrative. Because when you want to carve out a region and say, this is my vote, these are my people, there are 5 million votes, we're going to do, what are you saying to those who've married these people? So I was married to the late Susan, who is from Nyeri in Reteti. Now, what are you telling me? And Kalonzo is my big brother. What are you telling me? My children have blood from Nyeri and I'm Kalonzo. So if Kalonzo and Rigathi have a serious falling out, where do you leave my kids? And even let's go deeper. My late friend Paul Mwidaga, PEV, he is son of Mark Mwidaga from Nakuru, Akikuyu. His wife is the daughter of a former PS under Moi's regime. Seriously conflicted individual. He kept telling me he doesn't understand this madness. He kept telling me, do you know my kids are Kalenjin, man? They have Kalenjin. They've got grandparents on this side they love. It was very painful for him to keep talking about PV. He kept saying, what madness is this? Because he was in the center of it.
What are you telling me about me and Aizo? We're from the... So we stopped working together.
Can you imagine? Because
or should I start having fear? Aizo!
Because Aizo is from another side.
Yes.
And you are... So, my point exactly. So, this tribal thing is so toxic.
In fact, the three of us, so where do we stand now?
Exactly.
So this show stops because of one person or two people or three people.
It is so toxic. And yet, when we go to school, and it is even more real for your generation than mine, when you enter school, it takes you a while before you know this guy is Kisi. You just know him as John or Patrick. A lot of you don't even know what the second names mean. My own wife, Petty, there are times she asks me, so is that guy Luya? Because the second name does not speak to her. My generation, it speaks to me. I'll know that name, that's Akisi.
Our generation don't even ask that question.
Exactly.
You guys are the ones who are still asking what tribe. Ask guys, okay,
Yes.
let me use now even the Gen Z.
Yes.
The Gen Z, that question never leaves their lips.
Yes. Do you know why? In our time...
Me, I'm born Tao, that's why us guys don't ask.
No, but what happened was this. There was a push, an unconscious one, in the 70s, where a lot of my generation, and I'm talking about people who are 3, 4, 5 years older than me, and 3, 4, 5 years younger than me, there was a certain thing that when you went to secondary, people identified you with your vernacular name.
Guys called you Ndolo, not Andrew.
And it just happens. Whether it is unconscious or something that was planted in our minds, that became the thing.
Oh, wow.
That's why your relatives, you'll hear Morioki, you'll hear who. But I'm certain in primary, he was probably English name. But the moment you go to secondary, you're now that person. So immediately your identity is clear. This guy is from Thika. This guy is from Kisi, from the second name. And it became the thing. And all you need to do is even now look at the political class. This guy is not Edwin, he's Sifuna.
That's funny. Do you know what happened with our generation?
Yes.
They just removed a few syllables from your first name and they put an O.
Yes.
So I became Richo.
Yes.
There's Ero.
Yes.
There's Timo.
Yes.
There's Brayo.
Yes.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
But we never went to the second names.
There are so many people today who will not tell you what Uhuru's English name is.
What's Uhuru's English name?
I'll leave you the homework to do. Because guys call him Jaden, sijui what.
Uhuru has an English name.
I mean,
Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
he's Catholic, was baptized, and in those days when you were baptized, you got a name.
Wow. Hey, that's a good one.
Yeah? So, some few people know Raila's English name.
Huh?
Because Raila is not
Raila
English.
Omolo Odinga.
There's an English name somewhere in front. Leaving you homework. And for the viewers to do this homework. Those of us who come from a part of the country where we were not too beholden to that whole identity of name, you'll know that a guy who's today, he's what, 71 years old, is Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. You see? And that is repeated with quite a few. Our 80-year-old, 81-year-old soon-to-be relative is Gideon Ndambuki. And he's 81. So certain communities found it necessary and they held on.
Martha Karua. Yeah, when you've shocked me.
So that became the identity. Good or bad, where did it come from with our brothers from the mountain? You must give credit where it's due. Because of the oppression of the white man, they decided to shelve the English names.
I agree.
So it didn't come from a bad place.
Yes.
No, it didn't. That is why if you are Andrew Ndolo, the guys ignored the Andrew and brought a Morioki. It was a push to identify and a good thing.
I agree.
And there's another thing that I want the viewer and the younger generation to catch. We are not bashing tribe. In fact, I am in awe at how my cousins from the mountain have revisited even the rite of passage and brought back the customs.
And even marriage.
And brought the
Remove
customs.
the white dress out and going back to, yes.
I am in awe at that capturing. However, it needs to be captured as a unifying factor, not as a separation from other communities or a discrimination, which it tends to be a lot of times. As you know, I have done quite a number of events as MC, as you know. And I've done them all over the place. And every time I'm in an event where I'm not MC, and I'm in my region of my cousins, 90% of the event, from beginning to end, is done vernacular. And I look at the audience, we've got Europeans who've come to bury their loved one, but they are treated as outsiders in that ceremony. And this is some of the things that have gotten us to where we are as a country. You see, there should be no insecurity if you're the largest tribe in this country. There should be absolutely no need to feel insecure. You already occupy that space, not to mention that you are industrious. But that habit of closing the door on your brothers and sisters works against the unifying of this country. Brings us back to that child who was favored by the father. Because it really isn't necessary. Not if we are growing the country we want to grow. It forces others to go down that road. So if my cousins from the mountain are doing it, then my cousins from the lake decide it also. So you find now in their space, when you're in their environment, at a function, they go vernacular. And now it has gone to other brothers from the rift and who. So it's crazy. It initially begins like an identity issue, but it ends up being like a thing of separating yourself from others.
In a time when there is a generation, because of urbanization, that may not even know that language, even though they are from that tribe.
Yes.
Okay, I want us to take a break. Yes. We've talked about the different hurdles that
were put in place.
That were put in place.
Yes.
And what is very clear
yes.
is that with those hurdles in place, it is impossible for this man to win.
Yes.
So when we come back, how then does this man flip the script? What strategies does he employ for him to take the victory
yes.
against all odds?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be back in a few.
Okay. So in his intelligent mapping, he's just removed the tribal tag completely. They don't even look at him as a Kalenjin. He's a hustler.
He's one of us.
This guy is one of us.
I'm thoroughly enjoying these stories of siasa. Because that's all we're doing.
Yeah.
We're giving stories about the history of our political journey
Yes.
from 1964 till where we are.
Yes.
And where we are in this story, we have heard about the hindrances of Ruto as DP
Yes.
as they approach the 2022 general elections,
Yes.
where he will be running for president the first time.
Yes.
We talked about his authority being stripped from him.
Yes.
We talked about his finances being stripped.
Yes.
We talked about media and communication.
Yes.
And in that thing, we went down a nice, good rabbit hole. And there's
Yes.
something you said offline, I want you to bring it back.
Yes.
About names.
Yes. So when we were talking and we were talking about names, and I challenged the viewer to find out Uhuru's English name. And nobody knew. We had to go to AI to find that his name was Paul and that he dropped it somewhere legally.
Yes.
But I was making an example of some of the things that were done consciously and unconsciously. Some were to identify for you or me or somebody from a certain community to identify with their tribe, with the African part of us, as a defiance to how we were colonized. And so we cannot hold it against anybody who went that route. And it was clearly a route that many went. I was talking about people dropping their English names when they ended up in secondary school, boarding schools. It was just an influence. Maybe they can't even tell you where, but all of a sudden you are Ndolo and not Andrew. And that went across the board. And what it did is we started now identifying tribe. Now, that served a good purpose and a bad purpose. And again, like we said before the break, I admire what my cousins have done in revisiting and reviewing their identity through custom, rites of passage, marital ceremonies. I admire it. My only point is, it is good if that is what we are doing and it's not being turned into a power play. Because if it becomes a power play, which we are seeing has been, those drums are being beaten now, it will have a negative effect. Because when you are the largest community, it is natural that you are the ones who have intermarried the most. Because you are the largest.
That's true.
You're all over the country. And so because of that, you are related almost all the communities.
Not almost. You are related to all.
So when you sit at a point and say the mountain, 4 million votes, what are you saying to the guy who's from Murang'a, left Murang'a in 1961, settled in Lamu, has family and friends, and maybe is a Muslim? What are you saying to the guy who settled in Loitoktok, is an onion farmer, has been there from 1980, has no land in Murang'a, was forced to venture out because the land at home was not enough to share? There would be battles over inheritance. There's no land to inherit. And because he's an industrious person, is doing onion farming on the slopes of Mount Kilimanjaro. What are you saying to a guy who dropped his home, ended up in Homa Bay, maybe has the largest hardware store, relates well, learned the language, speaks fluent Luo? What are you saying when you talk about the mountain? It is, in my opinion...
What are you saying to the Gen Z?
What are you saying to the young guys?
Who's born Tao?
Yeah.
Who's lived here and can't speak a word of his mother tongue.
Exactly.
But only relates to his... can understand but can't speak.
So what are you saying and what does it mean? And I say this again with the greatest of respect, because those amongst us, particularly from my generation, would take serious offense with where I'm going. But it's something we need to say, because when we went where we went in 2007, it was clearly on tribal lines. Yes, it was political following, but it was a tribal conflict. And because it was a tribal conflict, it opened a door that we have to be careful not to open again. Because what it can do is it can change from a tribal narrative and go into a class war. It can start as a tribal narrative and end up as a class war. And that is a war no government can win in our current situation. Where we are today, in relation to how many people are out of jobs, in relation to the level of poverty, that is a battle no government in our current situation can win. It is chaos, and to pull back would be very difficult. Because there are more people without than there are with. Financially, there are more people. There are very people who drive a vehicle compared to the number of people who walk.
That's true.
There are so many people who cannot visualize owning a car. When they look at over the horizon, it is an impossibility when they look at their station in life. And there are many. There are many people who 1 meal a day. They have to choose which one it is and what they're eating. 1 meal a day. Many. There are many people who medical care is a luxury.
Complete.
Is a luxury. The most they can do is go to the local dispensary. Once it goes deeper than, you need to do tests, it could be, there's a growth. It's too much of a luxury. Let's deal with what we've got. I'll take painkillers. We'll deal with it tomorrow. So what are you saying when you introduce an agenda that could bring conflict at that level? It's a very dangerous, reckless road to go. And we need to be careful about that. And because we don't have the power, you and I and others, and there are many who are thinking like us, do not have the power to rein in the narrative by the leadership. We can play our bit by talking to those who listen. And just tell them, guys, and unpack it. That's why unpacking Kenya and the architecture of Kenya and where we are today and the leaders we have is one of the things, in my humble opinion, can they do a great service in preparing the voters tomorrow. First, to voting in the right leaders, and secondly, taking the decision, whether it's a loss or a win, and being able to go to their homes and wait for the next activity.
Can I ask this question? You said something that's do you know of a single leader currently right now who is going around the country and is having this conversation that we're having, where they are not single-handedly talking to a group of people and pushing tribe, but their conversation is more so about unity right now?
Let me say I've not heard. They are probably are there.
Please, let's ask guys to get the comments.
Yeah.
But you see, if I ask you, do you know about the leaders going around separating? You can start naming.
Oh, yeah, there are many. There are many who are selling a section, the narrative of carving. Guys,
Blocks.
Let's
call it blocks.
Yeah.
They call it blocks, but really what it is tribal blocks.
Like I said in the previous episode, I went to Barry, a gentleman who had worked for us, ended up working for one of our neighbors, somebody whose father worked for my late father when I was in primary school, somebody who was a year older than me, who I've known from when we were in primary. So when he passed, because that is family, a family that's been close to us from when we were kids, I felt it important to go, and I agreed with my elder brother that I would go so that at least they get the feeling that we as Ndolos are there. And one of my big sisters came, and two of my sisters-in-law, wives of my late brothers, came for that ceremony, for that burial. And I was asked to speak as a family that was very close to the late, and also because they sit on land that they were gifted by my father. And we have yet to do the carving out. And I also wanted to reassure the family that we will do what we are supposed to do, which was an assurance to them. In that burial, because of the season we're in, the local MCA was there and one or two other political players were there, and they were given an opportunity to speak. And they went down the road I expect, and that is a narrative now. They talked about the Kamba community and Kalonzo Musyoka, and that we're all there. And one of the speakers said, anybody who is not with Kalonzo is a traitor of the community. In other forums, that has been said with even more threats. That we want those who are not with Kalonzo, pack and leave. Pack and leave. Get out of here. We don't want you here. And it looks like comic relief when it's said, but it has a potential of building and building to more trouble.
That is somebody putting small twigs.
Yes, on a fire. And I keep repeating, our circumstance is made more precarious by the fact that we have a very large population of disillusioned young men, ladies and men, youths, who don't have work, who are in the station they are in by not doing of their own. They were told, go to school, they went to school. They were told, get A's, they got them. They were told, get a degree, they got it. But they don't have work. So there's a little anger that is, and then they're looking at the political class, leadership class, and these guys are getting richer and richer and richer. And so they're not very happy. So when you start planting a certain seed, you're playing with fire.
Can I say something crazy?
Yes.
Not crazy. You know what I would advise Gen Zs to do? Or even anybody. The moment somebody starts the narrative, we the, flip the channel, leave their space. Because with what you have unpacked, and with that conversation coming in now, it is not for you. You are not part of the we. You are the we that they are using for the I.
Yes.
For themselves.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, tell them, let's talk with the after. This is not the time. There's nothing good that is going to come out right now of us saying we the.
In fact, let's even go a little deeper into that. Has any political leader who is selling the we the narrative come to you and said, we the Kikuyu are tea farmers, and this is how we are going to grow the tea basket. We the Kikuyu are coffee farmers. This is how we are going to expand that growth. This is where we are going to go. We need to stop these brokers. We want to change the law in parliament so that the processing of tea is done here and not exported as raw material. We are going to change the law. That is what I would expect somebody who's saying we the mountain should be telling the people. Should be saying we are going to come here and do public participation because there's a law we want to adjust, which gives us an edge. We have tea. Like the late Mugabe once said, English tea, not a single tea farm in England. It should be Kenyan tea sold in England, processed and sold in England. But it's called English tea. There's not a single farm. Not even one tea farm anywhere in England. So when you're saying we, let me hear that. When you're saying we the Kamba, tell me that you're going to change the law to turn sand into a special mineral so that sand cannot be sold unless it's in a packet. Even sell that packet for 50 bob. That revenue will be impossible to count because of the amount of sand that is used to build roads. And let me hear that we the Kamba in that space, in that premise where you're saying we the Kamba. All the sand comes from our land, the Kamba, that has built the roads in Kenya, that has built the buildings where, and we, the Kamba, must benefit from the sand.
I like that.
I will listen to you. And I'll say, what idea do you have in mind? And you say, we are looking at investors who can come to us Kambas and pack sand, working with our Kamba groups. We don't want those other tribes to come and own sand factories here because it comes from we the Kamba. Now I'll listen to you. I'll say, can you unpack that one?
Yes.
Now I'm a Kamba completely. Because I will get into a plane to China and I'll look for a company that is doing the packing and I will encourage them to do a PPP and we'll come and do it. Because this is an agenda that when you speak as we the Kamba, I relate to. It resonates with me. Don't tell me we the Kamba when you want us to make one person a leader. When you want to ride on that person so that you become MCA and MP. Don't tell me that because for me it's a shallow argument. I'm not seeing how what we do is going to change the lives of these guys after you're sworn in.
Yes.
There's nothing different you're going to do. There was an MCA before you, there'll be an MCA after you. There was an MP before you. So what different are you going to do?
And we don't need elections for you to start doing that thing that you're saying you want to do.
Exactly. Why do you need to talk to me at the election?
We don't need elections for you to begin this PPP
Yes.
to get into the sand, whatever it is, or even the coffee. We don't need that. There's ways that can be done without you being in an elective place.
And as long as we come together, it becomes powerful. If today, and it's something we've interrogated, we talk about sand, and we've had this conversation now almost 20 years. I've talked to, there was a time I was in Guangzhou in China and I was talking to a packaging company. And then they said, you go crunch the numbers. When I came and crunched the numbers, it didn't make sense. Because a guy down the road is selling a wheelbarrow at 50 bob. Because there's no set price, there's no set rule, there's nothing governing it. So yeah, you're being adventurous about doing sand in packets. But the market is not there. Why would a guy buy from you when he can scoop it illegally down the road? Why would he bother? There's no standard. It's not going to KEBS to be verified. One guy is sending it with soil, another guy it's mixed with other elements, But now those are the narratives. If you want to tell me about Weather, take me there.
Like that.
Take me there so that it benefits the masses. So that now these communities follow you because they are feeling this thing you've introduced, it now counts to say we the Kamba.
Yes, and we that looks like I will also benefit from this we. Okay, you mentioned, how do you say a buzzword?
Yes.
And that buzzword was wheelbarrow.
Yes. Yes, on the break, we talked about.
So we said now,
Yes.
previous episodes, the hurdles that have been put in place to prevent WSR from climbing.
Yes.
And from what I have assessed from these hurdles,
Yes.
this guy has no hope of ascending to presidency.
Yes.
But from what I know from history, because all we're doing, guys, by the way, is unpacking history and giving you the information for you to deduce on your own.
Yes.
From what I know from history is that he ascended.
Yes, he did.
So my mind has a gap.
Yes.
From hurdles to ascending.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Yes. So, and this is, even for me, it's a very interesting story. It's a very interesting walk down memory lane. So we are in this situation where we are now seeing clearly on our TVs at home that there's a problem. We are seeing a PS of Interior responding to a vice president, and it's in the news. We are seeing on talk shows, and not of small media, big media houses, people saying, I don't know who is going to be president, but I know who will not.
Okay.
In your face like that, prime time, just after news at 9, when everybody's watching.
Can I add another one?
Yes.
You are seeing deportation of the person who stood by somebody to be sworn in, but the person who was sworn in still in the country.
And somebody has been kicked out.
And somebody has been kicked out.
So there were all manner of machinations. So, and it's good you ask, so how did this man then figure this out, and what did he do about it? So one of the things that impressed me was, for whatever reason, I think he recognized that the most populous community in this country identified very well with the church. In whatever strategies or thinking or interactions, having been a player politically from the 90s, must have realized that the first place to approach the community through is through the church. And because he's at home in that space, having practiced that in his life as a young man in the university, for him, that is an area doesn't think too much.
He's not a stranger there.
Yeah, he's not a stranger there at all. It comes easy to him. He operates in that space. He has cronies in that space. And in 2010, he worked with the church. So he's got the networks all over. So what does he do? He makes it his point to stay in touch with the community from the mountain through the church. He visits all number of events, becomes known and close to the clergy in those regions. And they own him. And he extends it to other parts of the country. I know friends of mine who are very active in the United Clergy Alliance in Ukambani, who swore by him completely because they had unfettered access to him. So he builds on a base through the church and the clergy. And that gives him the semblance of entry attached to a relationship with the people.
So when you're saying he builds it, what does this look like? Is he on the ground insanely?
He's on the ground. He's probably somewhere in his planning team. They've pulled out a calendar and they've said every month you'll be somewhere, or every 10 days you'll be somewhere, because he's in churches on Sundays, different churches in the region, mixing with other churches outside, but there appears to be a clear emphasis in that region.
Okay.
And what does it do? It pays dividends. As we're getting nearer and nearer to the election, you're hearing the buzz that these guys are falling in love with him because he's there with them. And he's sending a message that resonates with the clergy because he's a Christian. And they're getting the feeling that we are going to have a man, if he wins, who we can access and who speaks our language. He's on the same wavelength with us. So it resonates. Then he does something else. Somewhere in his teams, they talk about the wheelbarrow as a slogan. And it is rubbished by many. It was even rubbished in BBI, in the plenary. A young man stood up and said, for a leader who's identifying with a 14th century or whatever century tool, cannot take us where we need to go. Rubbishing his relationship with the wheelbarrow. But obviously, being the political player he is and the thinker, he must have done his homework. Because it's resonating with another whole crop of Kenyan who appear to be the majority and who are industrious. And to them, the wheelbarrow is actually a shop. There are many vendors of vegetables and fruits who that wheelbarrow is his shop. He goes to the truck that is selling, fills the wheelbarrow, wheels it into a corner in the market, sells his wares. That is his shop. So they quickly realize this man is in our space. This guy understands. And then somebody else then comes up with a hustler dynasty narrative. And the hustler part of that narrative resonates with them because they are hustlers. So again, they're saying, wow, this guy...
This chicken farmer.
This guy feels me.
This former chicken farmer.
Yeah, feels me. He knows. This guy knows what it is to sleep hungry. This guy knows what it is to sleep on the floor. This guy knows.
Not like this other son of a president.
No, the other one is a prince by no fault of his own.
Yes.
He's a prince. He's a nice guy, warm guy, they love him. But this other guy actually has walked in my shoes. So that builds. And what does it do? He is not looked at by those from the mountain on a tribal lens anymore.
Wow.
So in his intelligent mapping, he's just removed the tribal tag completely. They don't even look at him as a Kalenjin. He's a hustler.
He's one of us.
This guy is one of us. This guy is a hustler. This guy clicks us. And when he goes there, he then makes it about action. Starts hosting groups.
No, hold on. This hustler narrative, I've had it. The wheelbarrow narrative, I've had it.
Yes.
But I've not thought about it.
Yes.
From, and this is the beauty of this conversation,
yes,
from the historical perspective.
Yes.
What hustler could Jomo Kenyatta talk about?
He
was Mau Mau and freedom.
Yes.
And resonated.
And he sold it well and it resonated.
Yes.
Yes.
After that comes Nyayo.
Yes.
Then comes Kibaki.
Yes.
Then comes Raila.
Yes.
Then comes the Prince.
And let's even
Then comes Polo.
And let's even unpack.
None of these guys.
The way you've said it. So Jomo sells the freedom fighter narrative. And we are so happy to be independent. We don't need him to say more or do more. We're happy. And he resonates with the masses. And he has a blueprint. He's talking about water, agriculture. But just that fact that he's a freedom fighter, that's it. So come in Moi. A lot of people forget what Moi did.
Education.
No. Education came later. Moi said one thing. Tutafuata nyayo za mzee.
Oh.
That's why they call him Nyayo. Nyayo is follow the footprints.
For real.
That's what he came in with. And that's why our generation called him Nyayo. Because he recognized that Jomo had a darling relationship with Kenyans because of freedom fighting. And that he comes on board because Jomo died in office. He has nothing to present that these guys can identify with him and have a darling relationship.
If the computer ain't broken, don't fix it. Just keep it going.
So he said, Tutafuata Nyayo. And he became Nyayo. And then quick in his presidency.
I've never known that. That's why he could be called Nyayo.
That's why he was called Nyayo. His first ever talk after we buried and now he's president. He said, Tutafuata Nyayo za hayati Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. We shall follow in his footsteps.
That is so crazy.
So that was the entry.
Okay.
So now, because that was the entry, all those who are close to Jomo and all those who believed in Jomo felt that this guy is not rocking the boat.
He's safe.
He's a safe pair of hands. This guy is continuing. There's going to be continuation. So that was his first presentation. Then, because he had a leaning towards environmental and education, because he was a teacher, now he planted what he felt were the things his presidency should be about. So he was big on environmental protection.
That's what I'm talking about, gabions.
Yes, he built gabions.
Gully
everywhere.
erosion.
Soil erosion.
Yes.
All over the
Soil
country.
erosion,
Yes. And when that was going on, he went down the education route.
Nyayo milk.
And he, in his networks, they said, provide something that brings the child to school. So the children from the families that were challenged knew, if I send my child to school, at least they will get a packet of milk. So somewhere must have studied.
Is this where the so many vijana comes from?
It comes
or does
from
it?
all that.
It comes from Moi.
From back then. Comes from back then. So he was big on education. And if we are completely fair about that part of our history, the girl child benefited immensely from Daniel Toroitich, Moi's drive to education. He looked at the girl child. And I imagine it's because of where he came from and how the girl child was viewed in his community. He propelled the girl child. So we saw his focus on girls' schools, to the point of later on, people saying the boy child was left behind.
Yeah. So you look at what you're saying, which is so pivotal.
Yes.
When you see the Sylvia Mulinges of today,
Exactly.
when you see,
And my gurus.
yes, had Moi not brought education with a focus on the girl child, that would not be there. And now we have a boy child issue.
In fact, like I told you, I had a business on Koinange Street in Uni Africa House, 92, 91, 92, in the 90s, early 90s. And so every once in a while would sit on a restaurant in the evening with a friend or two or three, just chatting as we let the jam die down a little bit as we head to our homes. And a lot of times the university goers who are day scholars, who are doing evening classes would walk down Koinange Street as we're in the restaurant. And my friend made an observation and he said, have you seen in every park walking, 5, 6 of them are walking. 2 or 3 are boys, the rest are girls. And I took note, and now I started observing, and it was true. The girl child had entered the university levels in the 90s, and they were there in the droves. And if you just need to look at the corporate world today,
I was going to tell you that.
the girl child is a champion.
The last, and me, I'm in this space of marketing.
Yes.
I cannot tell you the last male marketing manager I saw that I've seen. And I've even now talked about now even CEOs and MDs.
Yes.
There is I said Sylvia Mulinge off the tongue, but name a company.
Oh, yes. There are so many.
Yes.
So many. And that is as a result of that push that was then brought by President Moi, who had that leaning towards education.
Okay.
So, we jump to Kibaki. We keep saying, the top candidate to be president in Kenya, ever, credential-wise, ever. Even when he was vying, none of his contestants could touch what he brought to the table. His fellow contestants, Raila, Nyachai, Kalonzo, none of them could touch what Emilio Mwai Kibaki brought to the table in terms of competence. And because he had been the leader of the opposition, he obviously had a blueprint. And those who were watching saw it when he started off. Hence the CDF we're talking about.
But his narrative,
Yes.
to be honest,
Yes.
in the eyes of Kenyans, wasn't it just a new beginning?
Well, now
That the
there's-
Nyayo era ends.
But now there's an interesting thing that happened. And I urge the young generation to go into YouTube and look. Emilio Mwai Kibaki's speech at Uhuru Park on a wheelchair, his leg was in a cast after the accident, was a man who knew exactly what he wanted to achieve when he got into office. He was eloquent, clear. Those of us watching were saying, wow. Even though I was a Kanu guy, we were saying, yep, this guy's got stuff. Then we saw that whole incident we discussed in a previous episode where Emilio had to be rushed out of the country over some health challenge. And I must say, as a man who was DP leaning from when I was a young man, we saw a different Emilio after a while. And I wondered whether the health scare had made there was some damage. We saw a slightly different man. And he wasn't the eloquent, smooth-flowing guy. Now there was a bit of hesitation. And we talked about protecting the presidency when we were talking about
Yes.
my guy and that you can manage it. And I must say,
They managed it well.
they managed that presidency. There was a lot who were not treated to. There were some incidents that happened. I don't know if you recall his
Yes.
pants dropping.
His pants.
At a podium, he's talking and his pants dropped and the security guy came and stood and pulled them up. But because the cameras could not show, all we could show is the podium, we just saw that reaction, voila, you know. But there was a lot that was done. Because you remember the First Lady
Yeah, I was going to say that.
storming a media
I was
house.
going to say that one.
So there were a lot of other things that Kenyans didn't get to know about.
Yeah.
So that presidency, clearly those who were up there managed to protect the presidency pretty well.
That's true.
Pretty well. And so Kibaki comes in with the education.
But I want to,
Yes.
because we're touching this wheelbarrow.
Yes.
All this is leading up to this wheelbarrow.
Yes.
The narrative, because of the time of Kanu, Moi era ending,
Yes.
did Kibaki have an easy entrance? I'm trying to think about from a narrative standpoint.
Yes.
He's just like, I am change.
Yes. Yeah, well, you know, and it's interesting you say that. We ended up in what I would call some semblance of a protest vote. Anything
Yes, okay.
but Kanu.
Protest vote.
Yote yawezekana bila Moi.
Okay, that's yes.
Yet, as you're chanting that song, Moi is not on the ballot.
That's so clever.
Moi is not on the ballot.
And we knew he would not be.
Yeah, but we are saying yote yawezekana bila Moi, yet it's Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta who's on the ballot.
That's so brilliant.
So the politicians were brilliant in building that thing. And they felt that they had defeated Moi, not Uhuru.
Anything affiliated with Moi meant you automatically lose.
Baby out with a bath, water.
Now, thank you for going there. Thank you for talking about protest vote.
Yes.
Because when we come to 2027,
Yes.
one term
Yes.
sounds exactly like this.
Yes.
We're currently just unpacking
Yes.
the different roles of the president. I want to say
Yes.
Kibaki did not enter because he stood on the podium and said, I will bring this economic change. No. He got in because yote
Yawezekana. And how did we get to yote yawezekana? Raila Amolo Odinga, who had joined Moi, realized that now the man who's been picked, much younger than him,
is not me.
would form government, is likely to even form government without him in it. Because he's a younger man. And it's likely that Moi will be overshadowing this man. So, for whatever reason, and there could be other reasons, that's my opinion, Raila decided we are not going to be able to be at the table. We are not going to be able to accomplish some of the things we want to accomplish, whether it's new constitution or what, as long as Moi's candidate occupies State House. So the exit of Raila from Kanu became a very well-crafted strategy by Raila.
Wow.
He recognized my exit alone doesn't have impact. I can walk away the way I walked away from Ford Kenya. We had a by-election in Kibera, and I came in as MP of my party in 1997. It's not enough to walk away from this animal called Kanu, because they could repackage without me, carry on, and take the presidency.
I need to dent them. We need a mass exodus.
I need to take the rug from under their feet. He didn't just exit. And he didn't just exit with an exodus.
Yes.
The exodus was brought about by who Raila exited with. He exited with George Saitoti. That is what brought the exodus.
Oh, wow.
Because at the time of Raila's exit, George Saitoti was the highest placed politician after Moi in Kanu.
You're scaring me.
And a likely potential presidential candidate for Kanu that would give the opposition trouble. And I dare say, had Moi picked Saitoti, Raila would have gone nowhere. They would have remained in Kanu, Kalonzo would have remained in Kanu, and they would have waited to share government with, or rather be appointed to government by Saitoti when he forms government. So Raila crafts, and he must have told Saitoti, I will back you. I'll bring my block, you bring your block, and we back you. And exit Saitoti, exit Raila.
Okay. You are saying some very powerful, pivotal things. Remember, guys, what we're talking about is what have been the narratives in a transition that have brought about a victory.
Exactly.
That's what we're doing.
We're just capturing,
that
narrative.
moment.
Then we'll jump back to the wheelbarrow.
Yes, and we are chronologically walking until the wheelbarrow.
Yes.
So what you've said is so powerful that you're saying, had Raila and this exodus not happened, we don't know if this narrative would have been shaped. Meaning a crucial part of this narrative shaping is Raila and what he did and the moves that he did, the chess move that he played in living with Saitoti and unifying and supporting Kibaki. So Kibaki Tosha as well narrated, as combined with Yote Yawezekana Bila Moi. Was the final.
And it was genius on Raila's side.
It's so genius.
He pulled Saitoti out, thereby creating a gap in Kanu that leaves the other players worried. Two things have happened. Political class are very good at positioning. They've just realized this thing of Moi going home could leave us with a failure, with a loss as Kanu. Because if Saitoti and Raila have exited, of the guys who've been left behind, and they are not happy that the arrival at Uhuru was not a contest, was not a competition. It's a handpick. They didn't go to delegates and decide to vote in who the candidate will be.
Yes.
It's just a handpick. The president has said, this is my preferred. this is the guy I want. So they're already smarting from that move, and now Raila pulls this move with Saitoti. So what does it do? It creates doubt in KANU. The guys at the higher echelons of KANU are thinking, with this exit, who else is going? And
do I go first? Let me go position myself first.
exactly. So that has come in. Then the next best thing that this son of Oginga does is he looks at the landscape. He knows. And remember, he has left KANU because Moi hand-picked Uhuru. But he goes to the opposition and hand-picks Kibaki. He commits the same sin Moi has committed. But the gamble on this other side works.
But he's now pulling Moi moves. He's seen like a giraffe.
Because people could have said, see, you left KANU
because you picked this guy.
because Uhuru was picked. Even you, why have you picked this guy? See, watch how we compete. The leading lights who felt they had a chance, Nyachai, Kalonzo, Kijana, they could have said, you left KANU because you said the process of choosing Uhuru was not properly done. Here you are now, you've just done the same thing.
Without asking us.
Without asking. But in his chess game, he had done the crunching. He must have. Remember, we said Raila never used to just make decisions. He had people, he had think tanks. He always operated with people who were advisors. So somebody must have told him, these are the numbers. Central Province, pap, many votes. Luo Nyanza, darap, many votes. Ukambani, darara, any votes. If you can lock these guys in one basket, we are in office. So how are we going to lock this? You have to sacrifice your ambition. If you do that, these other guys will not dare go against the tide. But you have to make the sacrifice. So Raila has just sacrificed himself. He's not saying Mimi Natosha.
He's saying
who you are Natosha.
No, we are now in Grandmaster chess here.
And then there's another thing Raila has done, which again is well thought, which if Moi had done, KANU would have continued. He has looked at the next most senior leader in their formation. Nobody was more senior than Emilio Mwai Kibaki in that formation they were in. In age, in appointment, he was Minister of Finance under Jomo. He was Vice President to Moi. He sat at the higher levels of seniority politically. Best choice to lead them. And he was a calm man, therefore would pick votes from across the board. Chess master. So Raila has learned from Moi. He's done the math.
Okay.
He knows this guy is the most senior guy. Tick. This guy comes from, he's well educated, has served government in senior positions. Tick. So this guy is ticking the boxes. And because he's ticking the boxes, he says he's the guy. And by so doing, what happens? Landslide.
Okay.
Third genius move. Yote yawezekana bila Moi. Moi is not on the ballot.
Let's take 2-minute break. I need to digest this one.
They were hitting the wheelbarrow, and by so doing, they were hitting him. They thought hitting the wheelbarrow is hitting Ruto. In reality, they were touching everybody whose life depends on a wheelbarrow. Every time they said wheelbarrow and rubbished it, guys in the village, Ruto would go to a rally and a guy has painted a wheelbarrow yellow and they're holding it up. Not engineered by Ruto or any of his networks. Individual efforts and initiatives by support base. Because finally, this guy understands us.
So we've understood how Jomo, the narrative when Jomo was coming in.
Yes.
We've understood, which is
Yes.
freedom.
Yeah, freedom.
Moi, I'm not rocking no boat.
I'm following Nyayo. Nyayo. Father Nyayo.
That's made my day.
Yes.
Kibaki.
Yes.
In fact, I'm not going to call it Kibaki. I'm going to call it Kibaki with Raila.
Yes.
Because now I've seen the importance of that.
Yes. So Kibaki with Raila. quick summary. 2 things come in to get him in. Number one, obviously Kibaki, as an opposition leader, had a blueprint, an economist, had served Kenyatta. So he had a blueprint what to do in governance. He needed to get in. So what brings him in? Raila does the magic move of exiting with George Saitoti, which then leaves the other players in KANU feeling orphaned and people panicking that I better cross over and take my slot early before things collapse, where I'm at. Then Raila does this other thing, which they don't say it was him, but I imagine he must have been the architect of yote yawezekana bila Moi. Because, like we were saying earlier, Moi was not on the ballot. But that protest vote against KANU and Moi.
Yep. Anything to do with KANU, we do not want.
In fact, there is not even a single chant anywhere in that political formation that mentions Uhuru. Because, you know, there were other songs.
Yes.
There was another one that they called Unbuogable.
Unbuogable,
yes.
of course.
There was nowhere where there was a negative narrative directed at Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. It was KANU. Anything we can do without KANU, KANU has to go.
You know, people talk about that being a very big song. The reason why I even overlook it a lot of times is because, again, it was that time when I started getting into that anger mode. And if you hear the song, it's aggressive. People love it because of the aggression. But I got into that aggression because we're being oppressed as a society, you know, a single state party. The creatives aren't really being acknowledged. Nobody's being acknowledged. In fact, there was a phrase coined around that time, which was brain drain, which was Kenya was losing so many intellectuals by them going abroad because they're just fed up of the mediocrity. You're allowing mediocrity to blossom over intellectualism and fine minds. And the fine minds have ended up in Oxford and other places, you know, as professors and stuff like that, because they're just like, you know what, actually, I need to be with the people who understand who I am and not with these people. And Unbuogable came out of that, of who the hell do you think you are? Can't a young Luo make money anymore? You know what I mean? And that, I think, is the first phrase, who the hell do you think you are? It's the reverse of, my friend, you don't know. Do you know who I am? Do you know what I mean? And people up till this day have embraced Unbuogable as the biggest hit. I hope when I die they don't call that the biggest hit, but you know, to each their own. It was a stroke of luck, I would say, because we spent 30 minutes in the studio.
30 minutes.
We spent half an hour. What people hear on that song is an unmixed version. It was, okay, here's the beat, so what do you have? That works, who the hell do you think you are? Do you know? Okay, I'm Unbuogable, scream it louder, okay. And I just cranked up the distortion and I was like, yeah, actually, let's work with distortion. Let's make it sound like Afro rock thing happening here. And even if you listen to the drums, they've got this rock groove in them. I was like, actually, that works. All right, so here's the rough mix. Go rehearse, come back.
This next song is called Unbuogable. Madi, you wanna say something? So, we want you to help us sing. Okay, so that's who can Buoga me? Hey, who can Buoga me? I said who can Buoga me? I am Unbuogable. Who can Buoga me? Who can Buoga me? I said who can Buoga me?
And to the proof of that, even in seats, even in MP seats, the KANU was being wiped out.
We saw giants, like we were saying. We saw Nicholas Biwott lose his seat. We saw Musalia Mudavadi lose his seat. I mean, guys who had been the identity of KANU. to us young Kenyans and those of us who played in politics. We saw the guys who we never imagined falling by the wayside.
And this is what I love about what you said.
Yes.
You've said this a lot of times before, but
Yes.
now the gravity with which I have received it is different.
Yes.
Kibaki's victory
Yes.
was a protest vote.
It was a protest vote.
They were not voting for the person as
No.
much as it was.
Yes.
They were voting against
It was against.
Bila Moi.
Anybody who tells you guys were voting for Kibaki, the idea, the personality, is lying to you.
I agree.
The exit from Kanu and the timing of that exit, and therefore then the build-up and the Tosha moment by Raila. And anybody who takes this away from Raila is not being fair. Raila made Kibaki president.
Okay. I love this thing. The
Yes.
protest vote.
Yes.
This is such a and bookmark this thing that I've talked about protest vote.
Yes.
I also love that you broke down the strategy of how the protest vote was orchestrated, because that's another important piece we'll come back to.
And even before we leave it,
Uh-huh.
and because we then, as we go future, we shall relate it to our current state.
Exactly.
If you look at the calendar of events that surround exit from Kanu, Yote Wezekana, elections, and victory, that's not even 6 months.
That's the
It's a very small window. Hence why I keep telling people who come up to me, 1 year to elections, and you're calling it, is naive.
Let history teach us. Okay.
Yes.
This other one,
Yes.
I want us to talk about it in terms of, because it was different. And I'm not talking about the Kibaki,
Yes.
the first element of Ruto
Yes.
and Uhuru.
Yes.
I'm talking about 2007.
Yes.
Because I feel like even though they were re-elected,
Yes.
there was an element of, as a nation, we just wanted peace.
Yes.
So the handshake
Yes.
was fear.
Yes.
It was the first time we accepted something. I'm talking about the people.
Uh-huh.
We as the people accepted everything that was done from the handshake level
Yes.
because we had smelt civil war at the brink.
So, let's define the space. Split of this dream that removed Kanu. They squabble, we'd go banana, orange, they fall apart, guys are dropped from cabinet, other people are appointed, then Kibaki ends up at a very acrimonious election with his cluster, and the country is seriously divided because people have not forgotten the Kibaki Tosha moment. It's barely 4 years ago. Guys have not forgotten. And they're thinking, in this betrayal narrative, very many Kenyans are saying, actually, this is a betrayal. And those who are sitting in a tribal prism, tribal space, are saying, no, it was necessary. You know, in politics, it's necessary. You know, the end justify the means. You know. People are trying to justify the betrayal because of where they sit, because they support based on tribal line, not based on principle or based on messaging. They're just where they sit because of tribe. So they're justifying the short-changing of Raila. The others are angry. They're saying, this guy short-changed us and he has now stolen our vote. Hence PV is anger. Guys are saying, who does he think he is? And you are bunched into a community. Who do these guys from the mountain think they are?
Hold on. Are you saying that vote we went tribal?
In
2008, what the thing that led us...
2007 was a tribal vote. Because what happened after the MOU was dishonored, the prominent players in the betrayal were my cousins from the mountain. The people who seemed to justify the betrayal were these guys who've entered with the NAC government, but who appear to identify with the mountain. So it became, those guys have betrayed us. So as we go banana orange, we were already split in those lines. We were split in lines that it's these guys who have betrayed the dream. And so when the banana and orange contest comes to an end, and those who are looking, look, they can see who is sitting in the banana And who is selling in orange? In terms of tribes. And the banana seemed to be heavily populated from the mountain. That is why, after that ended, and there was the buzz that is going to become a political movement, Moi pulled out. Yes, he was in in the orange, but he pulled out after that. That is why KANU did not continue with the orange formation. Moi said, no, what is this animal you're calling ODM? We need to be careful. This is tribalism. Because he had obviously caught wind that they are saying it will be us versus these Kikuyus.
Us versus them.
Yes. And Moi saw that. And so Uhuru does not continue with the ODM movement. So as they are forming a party, he is pulled out. But Ruto, who was in KANU, has carried on with this formation.
I get it.
Even though they are still in KANU. So this narrative, the tribal narrative, is now clearly in your face. Those who were in in the orange campaign for the constitution and were from the mountain have gone back. Yet they were together in the challenge of this constitution.
So I'll ask, from the perspective of the voter,
Yes.
when the voter was going to vote in 2008 before the PEV, 2007
December,
before the
yeah.
beginning of the PEV,
Yes.
post-election violence,
Yes.
the mood that the voter was going to vote with was tribal.
It was a tribal move, and there are people in this orange formation that were guilty of beating those drums. There were people in this banana formation who were guilty of beating those drums. There's a recording. I don't know if you can find it on TV. There was some political activity in the northern part of this country. And a prominent leader, who shall remain nameless, who actually played it very seriously in the government that was formed after PEV, is overheard saying, because they had been received very badly as this banana side, which was PNU, saying, those are just refugees.
What?
And it is caught in some forums on some platforms, referring to this northeastern crowd that was not receptive as refugees. So these things are all playing out as we run into the 2007 election. So the groupings were formed based on some of the narratives that these politicians made in the orange banana contest before the election.
Do you know why this is so powerful? Anytime thus far the vote has been tribal, it hasn't worked. Can we even go back to, there's an era I skipped,
Yes.
92.
Yes.
It was, Moi needs to go, but to the voter, it was tribal.
No, the tribal element kicked in again. Because if it wasn't tribal,
They would have got, Moi would have been out.
the same way, and this is the thing about our politics, and at the risk of sounding like I'm pointing a finger, if the Kibaki moment that was captured in 2002 had been captured in 1992, Oginga Odinga would have risen to the presidency of Kenya. And the formation that was in Odinga's side represented all of Kenya. There were Kalenjins in there, there were Kambas in there. The country was represented in that formation. And I'm speaking from our side and our generation, how the country was mapped. Because as we go to where we are going, it's not going to be mapped that way. It's going to be a younger generation who have access to technology, who will vote how they want, not on tribal lines. But back then, that is how the races were dictated.
So Moi had his big block, but not big as compared to all of these ones united.
These are the guys united.
And therefore, the way to make them not united was tribal.
And because Moi was who he must have known. Inside my cousins from the mountain pump their ego a little bit, and they will ignore the rest. They will believe they are the guys. So, hence the entry of Matiba as a presidential candidate and the loss to Moi in 92.
And that is what makes him very sure again he's going to win in 97.
He just tested the waters with tribe.
Because he's like, they are still not united.
I don't have the numbers as Moi. I do not have the numbers to beat these guys. But if we cobble communities and they cobble communities and I play the right cards, I will win. And why will I win? Because you can count on my cousins from the mountain on taking an alternative route, because they have this belief that the numbers exist for them to take it. And so you see another move in 97 where the opposition is split again and Moi is in again. So in 2-2, what happens? 2-2, Raila decides, yes, my cousins can be a little bit of a bully. These guys from the mountain can be a bully. But in the interest of moving on from the KANU machine, I'll back one of them. And the gamble works. And Kibaki is in office. Yeah, landslide. All communities in Kenya are represented in that vote.
Okay, let me do this thing again. Yes. Jomo Kenyatta freedom.
Yes.
Moi first term, it is
Nyayo.
Nyayo.
Full step.
Continuation.
Continuation of Jomo.
Which is sharp because he doesn't bring tribal there because he knows he lays out.
It's a card you can't put on the table. Out. You don't have an ace.
92, he knows he's out, so he needs to pull a new maneuver.
Yes.
Let's bring this tribal thing. Let's allow them to do it.
Yes.
Split the vote, lack of a better word.
Yes.
97, why reinvent? Let's continue in the footsteps of splitting the vote.
It's this Osman boy who's been getting first pick at the chicken. Let him pick again so that this other guy is angry. Then I'll tell this guy, the only way to deal with Osman, join me.
Yeah.
Hey, join me, one. This guy is spoiled.
2002, he knows. Yes. Unfortunately, Yani, I can't split no vote.
Yes.
But I'm a giraffe, I look ahead. So unity brings us back, but it's a protest vote.
And he knows, in 2002, he knows that this master chess player, if I give him a gap, not only will he trousers with Uhuru, he will make sure in Uhuru's presidency we are irrelevant. Our political careers will end because Uhuru is young. Uhuru is younger than them. So if Uhuru makes it with Moi there shadowing, in one term, they will build other people because Moi understood that. Look at who Kalonzo is from the village Moi held. Look at Musalia. Look at Maitsi. There are so many young politicians who didn't have political knowledge but had pedigree that were pulled in by Moi and ended up becoming senior politicians. Some of them ended up as ballots as presidential candidates, courtesy of Moi's grooming. So a man like Raila must have known, if I give Uhuru one term, with Moi there, by the time he's going to his second term, some of us are irrelevant. So we must stop this party before it begins.
Hence, the protest against Moi.
Protest vote.
I'm always looking at these things from the perspective of
protest vote.
What is making the viewer vote.
Protest vote.
The voter, why make his choice.
Protest vote.
Protest vote 92.
202. Protest vote.
Then we are back to tribal.
27 tribal and country burns. 2013, sympathy vote, these guys are victims, they'll be jailed abroad.
That's what?
Victim. The mobilizing factor for the Jubilee guys was that these guys are going to be jailed. So there's a sympathy vote. And why is it a sympathy vote? Because like I said, and there was a viewer who was challenging, the perception in the vote blocks that were mobilizing around Uhuru and Ruto was that they didn't bear full responsibility. But they're the ones on the dock. They're the ones facing a potential jail term. Yet the guys who are aspirants are sitting up there. What responsibility do they bear? Because our guys here are facing jail terms. So that was the most... So there was a sympathy vote. And then this .com thing that was coined then inspired another new
leadership.
New voter who said, these are my guys. These are my guys. These are guys who understand mobile phone. These are guys who don't need secretaries. Because that was what they used to say. They type their own letters. Because the previous guy, the letter is a draft, handwritten. You give the secretary, she types. These are guys who have Blackberries. So he's sitting like this, he's typing an email.
And dare I say,
Yes.
there's also unity. Because it is two opposing tribes
Coming
together. And the same way you said, after coming from PV where we've voted tribal, here there's an appearance of, these guys are not supposed to be working together. They are. So there's a lot of factors. Change of generation, I like that thing of .com.
Yes.
Change of the old guards,
Yes.
sort of coming out. You were not voting old school.
Yes.
There's the sympathy aspect.
Yes. And the unity aspect.
And the unity aspect.
Yes.
So there's all this.
And then there's another factor that people will be shy to point out because they don't want to go back to the tribal narrative. At the helm, you have a candidate from the populist community. So they're in a comfort zone.
Okay.
They're comfortable.
So tribal is there, but then...
Tribal is there, but it's working.
Yes.
They're comfortable. Our son is there. Our son is there.
That's a very...
And William is pushing him. So I dare say, every time we have my cousins at the helm, and the right formula is behind them, they ascend. Every time we have my cousins at the helm, and the wrong formula, we are at the brink.
That is terrifying to know, because of where we're going.
We are at the brink. For whatever reason, whether it's tribal chauvinism or the wrong messaging or lazy messaging, because sometimes it's just lazy messaging. It's people in the camps being lazy, not doing the heavy lifting of deciphering the right message to push out there. Because we proved it with Uhuru, that people didn't look at him as a Kikuyu. The messaging was right. The product that was sold was good. Guys didn't look at him as a Kikuyu and they voted for him. But they were in love with this young man.
But at the same time, those who couldn't look past Kikuyu also looked at him as a Kikuyu.
He was ours. But those, you see why I'm saying this?
There's two generations.
There's a whole group of voter who could have said, these guys from the mountain betrayed Raila twice. These are betrayers. They betrayed Oginga Odinga. But they didn't look at it that way. Communities that could have said, the Luo, the who could have said, they said no. Because Uhuru did not sit in that pigeonhole for them.
Okay.
He was a different kind of person. Yes, he's from the mountain, but he wasn't. And even our generation was saying, we're not pushing a Kikuyu. This is a national leader we are pushing. This is a .com guy, speaks fluent English, relates with all tribes. Yes, he's from the mountain, but that's not all he's about. He's about so much more.
Okay, I've got it. I'm trying to always think of this from the voters' perspective of what the narrative and the mood was.
Yes.
As we're approaching, and what I'm also realizing, there's always, after every 10 years, there's a new crop of people who are coming in that are different of course, different from 10 years ago.
Yes, yes.
So I was the Gen Zs of the 202.
Yes.
But in 2013, there's a new version of people.
I was Gen Z 92.
You are Gen Z 92.
Yes.
Okay, so in 2017, what is the thing of the voter?
So in 2017, what has entered the political space is there's a little bit of tribalism, but this relationship with .com is still there. So there's still this young pair we want to see through. And there's the power of the incumbency.
Okay.
They're in office. And I want you to look.
Give them another 5 years.
Every time you go into an election and it's the fresh round, that thing we are deciphering here comes into play.
Yes.
Whether it's tribalism, whether it's sympathy vote, whether it's protest vote, it comes in every time you have a fresh cycle. In 92, it was there. 97 not felt.
Yes.
2000 felt.
Yes.
2002 felt.
Yes.
2007 unfortunate.
Yes.
2013 felt again. So it always happens. That's why, again, I keep saying, to dethrone an incumbent is not that easy. Because to sell that narrative you want, which like now is being sold, corruption, it's not as easy. Because there's a set of voters who's, after listening to all the arguments, they say, it's just 5 years.
Yes.
Finish his term. Sometimes even voter apathy happens. Guys say, this guy, there are many who will say, this guy beat Raila and Uhuru. Acha tu.
There's, you know what I'm also understanding?
Yes.
After every 5 years, there's that element of, I don't want to rock this boat too much. Yes. I know what to expect with this guy.
Yes.
Let it just continue. We'll deal with it after 5 years.
You must prove a major crime which brings about a protest. Yani this guy,
That's why where we're going is also different.
Yeah, but you see, what is a crime?
No, wait.
As we go through this show,
Yeah.
there has to be a major crime this guy has committed that then creates that whirlwind that gives you that protest vote. The alternative to that is there must be a major crime that creates a whirlwind that gets you to a sympathy vote. So a person internally who was betrayed. So, assuming Rigathi on the ballot, that you would imagine would be the card he would play. But he's so forceful in his narrative, people will say he's not a victim.
Me, I'm going to tell you.
Yes.
And that's where we'll get to this conversation
Yes.
a bit later.
Yes.
But that major crime that was committed was 2024.
2020.
That is the thing
Yes.
that when you talk about Ruto's legacy,
That is one crime.
that is
That
his,
one crime.
unfortunately for him,
Yes.
to this generation,
Yes.
it is on the same scale
Yes.
as PEV.
So whatever he does between now and the elections, that is the one dent he has to deal with.
Because that is what has brought about the element of protest
And the anger.
and the anger.
Yes.
But let's go now into
Yes.
now what we're talking about. So
We're
by
now
the
in
time
the
now he talks
journey.
Yes. So we just did a flashback because to understand why did he come up with wheelbarrow?
Yes. So that we come to, because today we are going to get to the win and stop.
Yeah, and we're
as
stopping
you
there.
have said.
Yeah.
So we have this candidate who sits in a square box called betrayal. He fits into it very well. It's like a Lego. Somebody removed the betrayal of Raila and put Ruto. Because it's clear.
Yes.
He's campaigned for you, you've done 2 terms, and now you've betrayed him. So the sympathy vote is building. It's building. It's getting traction. You've betrayed him. And you didn't betray him in a boardroom. You betrayed him in public.
And you're continuing to embarrass him.
You've
and shame
appointed
him.
guys who talk down at him. You have got your cronies and talk shows talking badly about him. You refuse to shake in hand in public ceremonies in front of the world, not just Kenyans. There is a corruption purge that was carried out in the mid of the second term. And it seems to be leaning heavily towards people who are aligned to him. You know, guys like Joe Sang and Pipeline and who,
Yep.
guys are losing jobs, guys are being investigated. And you don't imagine Kenyans are not seeing. They're thinking, this thing is leaning here. Yet, in 2020, we have COVID. And in that COVID space, we hear whispers. And some agendas end up being presented in Parliament about some loop-sided procurements that were carried out. And the leaning is towards my guy's camp.
Yes.
Guys deemed to be close to him, even related to him, are being mentioned in line with these COVID procurements. They were later called the COVID billionaires. So all this is happening and Kenyans can see. And because Kenyans can see, this sympathy vote is building traction.
Every single time you would discriminate this or disregard this person in public, you are actually campaigning for him.
You are campaigning for him.
So Ruto, attending all these events and being bashed, he's smiling. I don't know if he had the brilliance to know what he was doing, but every single time he's been embarrassed in public, it adds to his voters.
And he has the courage to go where he knows he is going to be booed. He knows the engineering and he goes. Whether or not it was in his grand scheme, he's wired courageously like that. Whether or not, maybe now in hindsight, he's thinking, that was a good move, move. But when he's making the move, he's just going because I am the deputy president and I'm here by vote. I wasn't appointed. I did the heavy lifting. I worked for this presidency. They cannot push me out. I'm going there. And he would go. And there would be schemes. We saw the BBI thing. We saw Mashujaa Day. And he would go. And he kept building ground. And he kept building ground. And by the time we were getting into the final lap, that was the electioneering process, he had sufficient ground to feel like he has a stab at this thing.
And let me tell you why you are right about this sympathy vote.
Yes.
In those early days,
Yes.
you never had Ruto talk back.
Exactly.
You never had Ruto grab the microphone and abuse.
No.
In the early days where he's been,
Yes.
he would be respectful.
Yes.
He would never lash back.
Yes. So, and then we were talking about the wheelbarrow and why, what impact it had and why the wheelbarrow. So for him, like we said, because of where he comes from as a person, not as a politician, the chicken trader, the what, he recognized that the ordinary Kenyan is a hustler. Because Kenya is not mineral rich. So we don't have thousands of guys working in mines like in South Africa.
Yes.
So the ordinary guy, and agriculture was not where it should be in the last 10 or so years. So the ordinary guy was truly a hustler. The guys who run kiosks, hotels, hardwares, you know, and some have made it very well. They've made millions. Others are there, middle class. But that's the ordinary description of the majority of Kenyans. You would even say that the successful middle class is a lawyer and engineer. No, the bulk are hustlers. They are business.
Even the lawyer has a side, I mean, even the employees have a side hustle.
Have a side hustle. So he recognized that. And he knew that that will resonate. And it did. And because he recognized something, which I want the viewer not to lose sight of, we had a governor in Nairobi called Michael Mbuvi Sonko, who a lot wondered how he got there. It is because Michael Mbuvi Sonko, in his own brilliance, saw where the votes at. And he ignored us, middle class, with our nose in the air. He ignored us. Didn't even bother with us. He didn't bother with us. He focused on the informal settlements in Nairobi. He focused on the masses. When he ascended to the governorship, he got more votes than Musalia Mudavadi, who was a presidential candidate. I urge the viewer to go to AI and see. He had more votes as governor of Nairobi than Musalia, who had votes nationally as a presidential candidate. That's what identifying the vote means. Same thing Ruto did. And Ruto is like Sonko, but much more polished. Understood the vote, where it sat, and went after it, and harvested it.
And it was hustlers versus dynasty, because the other word that comes up in that hustler thing is dynasty.
And then you look at the block.
He's a dynasty, but he's talking like he's not a dynasty.
No, he's not a dynasty.
Okay, he's not a dynasty. You're right. He's not.
Yes.
He doesn't come from Godfather.
Somebody was arguing with me. They were saying, he's a dynasty. I said, well, you're forgetting. It's about the generation. In fact, he is the first generation of money. His father didn't have money. He is first generation.
Yes.
So even if he's a trillionaire, he is still not a dynasty.
He's a hustler.
But now his kids are dynasty.
Yes.
They come from dynasty.
Yes.
They cannot sell what he sold. If any of them in this politics, they can't come and say hustler, they'll be told, where you sleep in a bed with a bedroom which is self-contained.
And you have bodyguards.
You have a driver and bodyguards. You don't have to think about boarding a plane. Guys panga you, so you're not a hustler. But these guys are
you are the president.
You are the president.
You know what I mean? You are Uhuru.
You are Uhuru. You are a prince and a queen.
Yes, you're born whose father was president.
Exactly. So this guy who understood how to hunt the vote and how to come up with a symbol that resonates with the masses, just like we had said Sonko identified the masses. He identified, and he knew what cuts across the board, from Central Province to Kambani, from Kisumu to Mombasa, from Hola to Kapenguria, is a wheelbarrow. It cuts across. It's in Mujengo sites, it's in the marketplace. And he said he picked it. And then what did he do? Because of the chauvinistic approach of that campaign, they went and rubbished the wheelbarrow, thereby building his base. Because now they said, you know, this guy is right. These people don't hear us. They don't understand us. How dare they rubbish the wheelbarrow? That's our livelihood. Kweli Ruto understands us.
Guy, they were not abusing Ruto. They were abusing the voter.
They didn't understand. They were hitting the wheelbarrow, and by so doing, they were hitting him. They thought hitting the wheelbarrow is hitting Ruto. In reality, they were touching everybody whose life depends on a wheelbarrow. Every time they said wheelbarrow and rubbished it, guys in the village
Ruto would go to a rally and a guy has painted a wheelbarrow yellow and they're holding it up, not engineered by Ruto or any of his networks, individual efforts and initiatives by support base. Because finally this guy understands us.
While Uhuru is trying to convince the Kikuyus that Raila is not a bad guy. Vote for him.
And they're asking him, the past election you called this guy Kemodo. So when did you decide he was a good man? And did you actually come to consult us? Because you told us to wachane na yeye. Now you're telling us to follow him. Maybe you should have come and had tea with us and told us, this is why I want you to follow. And there were certain things that happened. There was a meeting in Sagana of largely the political class from that region. And the president was there. And my friend who was there says, that meeting, they didn't hear much. It was the president speaking from a point of anger. And they were not allowed to have rebuttal. So when they left, the likes of Moses Kuri and others were interviewed, and they were saying, we didn't get an opportunity to speak our mind. The president appears unhappy with his deputy. We didn't get an opportunity to also say what we think or we felt. And many politicians were of that thinking, that, yes, we respect you, you're our president, we campaigned for you. And yes, we respect your opinion as our president because you are our leader, and more so from the mountain. But at least give us an opportunity to tell you what we think as you tell us what you think. So the president speaks to them and then leaves. And a small, silent revolt is building from his home base. The leaders in his home base who command a big chunk are saying, hey, the prince is not in touch with what's going on. He's a bit out of touch because what he's telling us is not what we are hearing from our voters. Because of the wheelbarrow, it has picked traction. Guys here identifying. Then one or two other things happened. There was an activity that happened which you can't fault government, where there was a clampdown on counterfeit products. And in that initiative, particularly in the electronics world, it was hit hard. So government did an audit of cargo and confiscated stuff and destroyed those products. Now, we all know how industrious my cousins are. So, obviously, the bulk of these imports were from this community. And then on top of that, someone somewhere came up with an idea that they were going to outlaw consolidation of containers, where you and me and 5 and 7 other guys come together and we fill a container with ware from China and we import it here to sell. Because now they want to do an audit of counterfeit and they cannot identify who's from who. So it's like there's a policy where we are outlawing consolidation of cargo. Again, it is hitting that hustler. SME who's the hustler. So the message that comes from that is that, hey, this leadership is out of tune, is out of touch with the small trader. And on this other side, you're being told hustler, dynasty. So that narrative is now sinking. Guys are saying, this William is right. These guys are out of touch. These dynasties are so wealthy, they're out of touch with what's going on down here. The policies and the actions of these guys are out of touch with our lives. This guy gets us. This guy understands us. And what does he do? By so doing, he has just pulled this narrative away from tribe. It's got nothing to do with tribe. Nothing. Guys across the board understand him.
What you've said is just mind-blowing because we've not had this, the whole story.
Yes.
Where blocks are voting against their own.
And he has avoided. He has made many visits to the mountain. He has patronized heavily with the clergy. He has spent time in church. But nowhere is he saying the Kikuyu block is with me. He's clever enough to know, if I go there, I lose the battle. So he's not going there. He is not caught. And I challenge anybody to go online and see if anywhere William Samoei Ruto said, I've got the Kikuyu, so many million votes, and I've got the camp. We are being treated to now. We're being told Kisii, Sijui how many votes, Mountain how many votes, Kalonzo Akilene, tumeshinda hii kitu. He never went there.
Even now in 2026, he's not saying it.
He never went, and he will never go there because he understands that that is not his strength. He understands what Raila probably learned in the tail end, that when you go there, the big tribe controls the narrative. So he never went there. And he took it where he knew this populous community sits in droves in the hustler nation. They are there in the millions because they're industrious, they're hard workers. And he went there. And he went there in a big way. And they followed in droves. And then he now went hybrid with a message.
Even before saying he went hybrid, the message.
Yes.
This is so sad that I cannot tell you what the message for the opposition was. Rao and Martha together.
Yes.
What was their narrative?
They first made a grave mistake of hitting the wheelbarrow. A grave mistake. And by the time they were coming back from that to talk about corruption and how corrupt he is, it was too late because people were wondering, this guy, he's in our backyard building churches. At least, one guy told me, at least we are feeling his money. These guys have been in money, their dynasty, for years. We've not felt their money. At Ijatufikia, we have not tasted it. This guy, he's here. He's here. And we are feeling his money. They called him a thief. The masses said,
Robin Hood.
Yes,
He steals
they said
from the
he's a
rich.
thief, but he brings to us. Then he went hybrid with a message. He went dynasty.
No, wait, before we even, like, this is mind blowing.
Yes.
What was the messaging?
Yes.
Uda had wheelbarrow.
Yes.
What
And
did
hustler.
Hustler, yes.
Yes.
What did these other guys have?
I can't even remember, and I'm a political player.
Are you hearing what
Yes.
They didn't have a message.
The way I asked guys if they know Uhuru's English name. Ask guys if they know what the messaging was. What was it that they hoped would resonate?
Because remember, when we go to all these different parties,
Yes.
we are hearing a narrative. Kibaki, Tosha yote yawezekana bila
Yes.
Moi. We are
Yes.
hearing these narratives
Yes.
across. Have it even be .comment laptops.
Yes.
I'm like, what did the ruling party, Uhuru, Martha Karua, and Raila have?
And if we cannot identify, say, it was this, what does it mean? The masses, whatever they dropped, didn't have traction.
Wow.
And these guys have the machinery of state. I told you, I bet with somebody, I told him, put 100,000 on the table. He said, no. Because of one thing. I told him, this guy is called selling the wheelbarrow. He's selling the hustler. What is Baba selling? He said, no, I told him, let me tell you why Baba will collapse, will fall. He said, why? I told him, there is misplaced confidence because of state machinery, because we have the machine. It's misplaced. And so that final punch will not be there. And true enough, the final punch was missing because a margin of 230,000 votes with a voter who didn't vote of 8 million speaks volumes.
Can I ask you this? Do you think Baba would have stood a better chance had he not done the handshake with Uhuru?
Let me tell you how Baba would have won. And I told somebody who was close to him, and they agreed with me, but it was too late. I told him, if Baba wanted to win, you must come to the table identifying your strengths. You remember in a previous show, I said people wanted Kalonzo to get out of his skin and get combative. And I was in a heated argument with a friend back in 2006 when I told him, you're going to take this guy out of his skin, it will show. Let him be the diplomat, that's where he's strong, let him remain there. Same thing. What was Baba famous for?
He comes to war.
So now they've just softened him. He's compliant. He's with government. He's with state. He's buddy-buddy with Uhuru. So what has happened is he's losing ground every day. And where he's not losing ground, his voters have gotten what we call voter apathy. There's nothing to fight about. Politics is a war. At that level, it's a war. So they're thinking, Uhuru will manage it, he'll win. So that energy is missing. I told my friend, who is close to Baba, you guys, and this was about maybe very close to the end, I told him, He told me, Andrew, it's too late. But I agree with you. I told him, Baba's victory should have been simple. After the handshake, create a separation between him and Uhuru. This buddy thing you've got, let it die away. Let Baba appear to walk on his own. Arrange the machinery and favor behind him from a distance. If you
Do it Moi style.
If you are asked today, would you be able to tell Kenyans who Kibaki backed in 2013?
No.
You can't.
I didn't even know the Moi, what he did for the Matiba up until...
Today, if you are asked who Emilio Mwai Kibaki preferred as his successor in 2013 as he was retiring, you can't say. And let's not be naive and imagine he didn't have a candidate. Between Raila and Uhuru, he must have had a preferred candidate.
Yep. And he must have backed one.
He named Uhuru. I don't know if Kenyans know. The name Uhuru, who is coined by Kibaki. Kibaki is the one he said he should be called Uhuru.
What do you mean?
Allah. That name comes from Kibaki, not Jomo.
What?
That one name of Uhuru.
Okay. Yeah.
Akina Gidi were like,
This is it.
my friend, take this to radio. So they took it to radio, and next thing I know, hey dude, who gave you the unmixed song? Number 1 on Kiss. Number 1 on, I'm like, yo. And that was actually my transition into serious politics, because at that point, it opened up all the political doors, and I mean all the political doors were flung open. Blue, 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 blue. I remember Kibaki's son coming into the studio and saying, you know what, we want to buy the song. And there were some other guys from the UK who came and said, we want to support NARC, so we're going to give you money for the song. And Akina Gidi all of a sudden had money coming out of their pockets, and I had money coming out of my pockets. And I'm thinking, whoa, this political money is sweet, man. You know? Why have I been racking my head at the passion? Passion what? Do you know what I mean? And that, I think that's where the corruption came in, because in all honesty, kind of gave us money to kill the song. Not gave us money to build the song. We took all the money. I'm like, dude, you don't want your money back? No. Okay. Keep the money. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we don't care about your principles. Just kill the song. I can't kill the song, man.
It's gone.
It's got a life of its own. No, you just call people and tell them to stop. Okay, I called them. Hi, stop.
Stop is your face.
If they stop, it's up to them. But I've done my bit, you know. So Unbogable, yeah, was a big hit. But for me, it's not the most passionate.
It was burst out of anger.
Yeah, it was, man. And the funny thing is, it was birthed. Unbogable came out the same week that my son was born. It was birthed out of a weird space, man. Everything in my life went downhill. Everything. The money
Regarding who comes from the administrative ranks as an administrator, understands grassroots mobilization. Because when you worked as an administrator in the Moi regime, you got exposed to this. Because KANU would use administrators to manage that whole mobilization space.
Ati, who named Uhuru?
Uhuru was named by Emilio Mwai Kibaki, who was also his godfather. So back to my question to you.
Wait,
If
first
you
of all,
were
you know you've
asked-
told us about Uhuru's names today.
If you were asked who Kibaki was backing in 2013, without the usual conspiracy theorists and what, but outright showing his hand,
It's clear. It's none other than
he's God's son.
he's
He's God's son.
Uhuru.
But by leaving him to run the race on his own, he allowed him to build his own base and not appear to be backward and got in. When Uhuru vied the first time, Moi's hand was so visible,
Yes.
he was denied by voters because of Moi. They didn't get an opportunity to even understand who Uhuru was. They just said, yote yawezekana
Bila Moi.
bila Moi.
In fact, as far as they're concerned, his name was Moi.
So fast forward, godson of Emilio Mwai Kibaki is holding Raila's hand. And then he goes to his community and says, by the way, guys, I want you to back this guy. And they ask him, wait a minute. See, the last election, you call this man a Muganga, Muchawi, Kemodo. Now what has changed? You didn't come to consult us. So you just want us to turn and face this. Come on, man. Give us a break. And what does that do? In Uhuru's polling center, where Uhuru voted, we saw him voting in the morning. Raila had more votes, Ruto had more votes than Raila in that polling center. I encourage the viewer to go to AI and confirm what I've said.
Oh my God.
Uhuru goes with his wife to vote in Gatundu in his polling center. When the votes are counted, there. Uhuru's candidate, Raila Amolo Odinga, has less votes than William Samoei Ruto in that polling center. The very least Uhuru needed to do for Raila.
This was Uhuru's first campaign. Let's call it a spade.
And the very least Uhuru needed to do, and remember he was in office, was deliver his community to Raila. Very least. Don't do anything else. Don't bring vote for, and just deliver your community en masse in a basket to Raila. Raila is president. Just that. Nothing. Don't even go to Kambani. Don't go where. Just camp. Do the moturas and what, and roam the community and do the Ruto thing. Go back and forth and apologize and explain why, and tell them in secret, I'll tell you something. This is what Ruto did to me. That's why I'm not there. Do whatever you need to do. Seduce, cajole, whatever. Deliver. Just that. Bring it like this. Pop. Give it to Raila. Raila is president.
What?
You have state machinery. You have no challenge with money. Money drips, both from community and from state. So the challenge of that campaign is not financing.
There's a third thing you talked about. Now you are talking about the other thing that Ruto was able to use.
Yes. So Ruto comes on board with the wheelbarrow, the hustler narrative, and it picks traction. And the opposing side, in their, I don't know the word to use, in their false confidence, because they have state machinery and everything, trivialize. And say, wheelbarrow. Oh, this is wheelbarrow. And until we even hear on the floor of Bomas, there's a speaker who's actually speaks about the wheelbarrow and says, this guy is in the Stone Age. And he's not talking about Ruto, but he speaks and says, this is a tool of, and he's cheered, and the guys are excited. And when Ruto starts to speak, he goes there. He said there was a speaker here, and it was chosen. The young man who spoke was from the Rift and was Kalenjin. So it was planned.
Yes.
Let's get a guy from his village, or rather from his community, to hit the wheelbarrow. And Ruto goes there. He said, yeah. And then he said, yes, it's a tool from back then. Yes, it is. But we should ask ourselves, how well are we doing as a nation if that tool is the one that feeds a majority of households in this country? We have work to do. Yes, it's a tool from back then. But it's feeding millions.
Guy.
So he just throws it back at them. Now, watching that thing as a politician and looking at the auditorium at Bomas and knowing politics, I could count and say, I don't know, maybe that space takes 10,000 people maybe. Of these 10,000, people have obviously been bussed in. So there's a set script. So the booing or the cajoling or the criticism of Ruto in that room is a planted, it is not reflective of any vote. It does not tell you where the country will vote. So anybody who was reading that, and a lot were reading it and saying, this Ruto is finished. In my mind, I was saying, man, just smell the coffee. Take that thing out of there, put it in a stadium where you cannot control the crowds, and let's listen to their reaction. Because when you want to understand people, remember what I told you about Makueni and Uhuru? Guys were outside the barbed wire fence because they don't want to be contained. Because they are going to tell us NASA and they are going to tell the president. And that's exactly what they did. Because that is how you gauge political play. Remember what I told you previous? Somebody had told me in 2006, 2000, there, when we were talking about Kalonzo for president, as a community and a few of us in a grouping somewhere, somebody asked me, can your guy hold a crowd in Tononoka? Can your guy hold a crowd in Ruringo? That's how you gauge. And that's why when I was talking about presidential candidates, I was saying, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, I have a lot of respect for. I've interacted with. And I think, like I said, other than the extrajudicial, he, in my opinion, came on board with serious credentials as an administrator. Did good stuff. But has never managed an election at constituency, county, forget about national stage. And that is a beast. That is an animal of enormous proportions. And you are swimming against an incumbent who plays at that field, has played at that field from 1997. Has played at that level. He understands an animal. And he understands divide and rule. He understands the power of money. He understands logistics. So you need to put together a serious challenge. That's why, again, and I'm not campaigning for my elder brother, I was saying, in that formation, what we call the opposition, the man with the credentials to play at the level William Ruto is playing is one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. He's the only guy who has done 2007, has played as DP 2013, 20, was in the game in 2022, and had the humility after being dropped. And there was no particular contest that was held to decide the DP. We saw Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka being treated to interviews why he should be Raila's running mate. And a friend of mine, politician from Mukambani, called me so disgusted. Said, this guy has been vice president of Kenya. I mean, surely. How demeaning is this? Because you want to bring Martha, you are treating us to this thing where you want to show us that Kalonzo is going through some level of vetting. This guy was so disgusted. He was an aspirant for a city in Nairobi. He didn't make it. He was so bitter. He told me, you call your brother and tell him to walk away. Let him join government. What is this? What are they treating us to? But he had the humility. He remained in the formation and went on to campaign for Raila. And Raila got overwhelming votes in Ukambani.
Oh, he did, eh?
Yes. This man decided, he did the Kibaki thing. Kibaki was dropped as vice president and appointed Minister of Health under Moi. He was vice president, then he was dropped. Didn't walk away. Humble pie, continuous minister. Who became president later?
Kibaki.
So that's why I'll go back to saying the man with the credentials, as I look at it now, to play at that level is Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. And if they wait too long to identify him, I don't think they have a serious challenge to take on this guy. Hate vote, protest vote or not. Because what happens when you don't have a strong contender, what it does to the electorate or to the voter is they don't come out to vote. Hence the 8 million voters who didn't vote. You get voter apathy.
I have to ask you this one.
Yes.
Because you've brought up the DPs.
Yes.
We as Kenyans see the entry of Rigathi.
Yes.
I know you're going to, people will be like, but he's been there from 90 whatever.
Yes.
He has, but not on this national level.
Yes.
To be honest, very many people heard about him the first time in this space.
Yes.
True or not?
True. He himself confesses before the split that William Ruto has taken him national. He said it himself. If you look for that recording, you'll find it. He himself confesses that William Ruto took him national.
When I saw that partnership the first time, and I was just like, what? In fact, that's why I watched the debate.
Yes.
To hear him speak and be like, can this guy really, who is this
Can
guy?
he hold his own?
Can he hold his own? Can he speak? Let's talk about the pairing. I'm going to ask some controversial questions.
Yes.
Do you think Kenya were not ready for a woman? Hence, Martha depleted some of...
I think...
Or had Martha been presidential enough that she had done what Matiang'i had not done? She had lost a presidential. She had cut a cloth that it didn't matter with her.
I think from a very humble point that Martha comes with the right credentials but doesn't connect with the voter of that day. I think a Martha vice presidential candidate 10 years before that would have brought on board some serious votes, would have garnered some serious numbers. That's what I think. We keep forgetting that the voter every 5-10 years the voter changes. It's a different lot. Those who coined the pair of uhururuto.com knew that. They knew that this was a different voter. Those who came up with the wheelbarrow with Ruto knew this. They knew that this is a different voter. This hustler thing is a different thing, and it worked. And so now I'm imagining there must be people on the drawing board asking, what are we coming up with next year? Because those things are dead. Those things are done.
I don't even want to say. I can't see that they are. I can't see that. I cannot see anybody right now in 2024 playing the Gen Z game. There is no one.
This is what I'd like to say. And I have been criticized for this, even in friendly forums. We tend to give Gen Z a lot of weight in where we are going, and we assume that we'll put their vote in one basket. I'm of a contrary opinion. Yes, they are a chunk of vote, but unless you get somebody to inspire them, seriously so, their vote will split. Some might fall for the tribal narrative, others will follow different things, but that vote will not be in one basket. For you to get that vote in one basket,
You need an Obama.
you need a person who connects with them at a level where it is actually fanatical. When they are in, they are not coming out. That's how you pull out that vote. Otherwise, there will be voter apathy by that block. Because the Gen Z of 2022, because they're different Gen Z now, were the ones who are the 8 million who didn't vote.
Yes.
That's Gen
true.
Z.
That's true.
And it was voter apathy. And voter apathy comes from being uninspired. If you don't inspire them. And the political class knows that. You must inspire them for that young generation to come out and vote.
They are inspired by one term. I need to keep saying this.
But
they're inspired by the protests.
So what happens if you have 3 candidates who are one term? Who do they vote for out of the 3? So you have Matiang'i on the ballot one term, you have Sifuna one term, and you have Kalonzo one term. It goes to tribe again.
That one, it's going to Sifuna. The other 2 are out.
Are you sure of that?
Let me stop using. Let me never say I'm sure.
Yes.
Because I've learned this.
Yes.
What I've learned is that from one of the lessons that I've learned from all of this is that najua sijui. I know that I don't know.
You know, I have Gen Z in my house. And I know how difficult it is to get a Gen Z out of bed at 6 or 5:30 because of how we've brought them up. Now, it's going to take some serious heavy lifting to dethrone an incumbent. who has been a player in politics for 20 years and is barely 60. What am I saying? He's been a player from when he was 20. He has played at the presidential level for 10 years and he's now knocking the door on 60. So he's not an old man. He's not an old man. He understands IT, understands computers, can operate a smartphone. He is not an analog guy. And every day we are saying one term, he is on the drawing board thinking, how do I turn this narrative? And we're a year to.
That I agree.
I saw something very interesting. When in the previous budget reading, that's what, a month or two ago, the conversation went to Parliament. And for a brief space, I saw Ishungwa shining by calling out these opposition politicians who are coming to the floor to debate clauses in the budget draft that were not in existence. They had picked stuff in social media and stuff out there, and they brought it to the floor, and they said, oh, you're planning to tax Mitumba. And Ishungwa says, majority leader says, show me where. And I watched and followed, and I saw the number of people on YouTube, the following, and how it would jump in one day from 1,000 the next day to 3,000. You could see. And I realized, because the space I was looking at, the platforms are on, were governed by this younger generation. I realized how quickly, just one action one day, you can flip the narrative and people go from here to here in 24 hours.
That's true.
That is why I talk about inspiration. If you inspire that generation, they will remain with you even when you make mistakes, because you've inspired them. You said something, they picked it, they loved it, they know you're making mistakes. So that is the challenge the opposition will have, is to inspire that generation so well that they walk with you for the next 9 or so months. And because they've started early, there's a danger in burnout.
That's true.
1 year with the fire we are seeing. I heard somebody last year in a rally somewhere saying, this thing won't even get to June. I said, what? Ruto will not be in office in June. And I said, my goodness, as a person who's played in politics, how long are they to keep up this fire? Because you can whip them into emotion so early that it dies down in another 3-4 months. By the time you're nearing the election, you come back to the one time, they say, we've heard that story. Tell us something new. Tell us something new.
Again,
yes.
We'll come back to this conversation. I love it.
Yes.
But this is the thing that I'm saying.
Yes.
These guys were leaderless, as much as we want to deny that.
That is so true.
They were leaderless.
That is so true.
They didn't go down to the streets
yes.
to vote a leader.
In fact, they were not going to remove anybody from office.
They were not.
They were challenging the budget. I loved that move.
And what happened along the way,
yes.
a guy called Raila
yes.
hijacked it.
Yes.
Or other players,
yes.
as we've had.
There are quite a few hijacked it.
Yeah. Hence even why apparently impeachment happened.
Yes.
But these guys at their core,
yes.
they were united for one thing.
Yes.
They went for a leaderless to fix the thing that you're saying, the unemployment,
yes.
the pain they were feeling.
Yes.
And in fixing that pain, more pain was added to them.
Yes.
They have not forgotten.
Yes.
And I don't even think
yes.
that they are after
yes.
Sifuna.
Yes.
I honestly
protest.
think there are protests.
Yes.
And anybody who fits their protests.
Yes. Fills that box.
Fills that box. And they don't care they'll worry about the repercussions later.
They will follow that person.
They'll worry about the next term later. And
yes.
But for now, they are united, they are inspired, they are motivated by one term.
There we agree.
You get what I mean?
There we agree.
They are motivated by one term. I
there
saw people walking from Kawangware to town and walking back and not eating.
In 2024.
Wait. We'll come. This is our teaser for 2024.
We will break it down.
This one we have to spend a whole episode, but I want to find out from you.
Yes.
Ruto, what is his mindset?
Yes.
To connect with Rigathi?
Yes.
Because that one, I didn't see coming, and
Yes.
I is we the people didn't see this one coming.
Yes, yes. Well, you know, like I said, I'm not a custodian. I'm just speaking from my own personal opinion. In my humble opinion, Rigathi, who comes from the administrative ranks as an administrator, understands grassroots mobilization. Because when you worked as an administrator in the Moi regime, you got exposed to this. Because KANU would use administrators to manage that whole mobilization space. They would play that role as administrators behind the scenes, coordinating groups, mobilizing crowds. They played that game. So you learned the game as an administrator. Secondly,
As a DO in essence for him.
back then. Secondly, he must have done well for himself when his brother ascended to governor. So, the reasons you end up at the table, at the high table, is because of what you bring. So he brought two things. He brought his ability to mobilize, a bloc that was critical in winning, and he brought on board some level of financing. So these two factors put him at the dining table. And when they put him at the dining table, he then was able to bully everybody else and nudge them out and step up. And because at that point, it is a very hot contest, I would imagine the president felt, hey, this guy is very aggressive, and I need this block.
By the president, we're talking about Ruto now.
Yes, yes. He must have felt, I need this block. So I let them decide. And we hear there were votes that were carried out and, you know, some kind of a selection process. And we hear that Kindiki was the winner of that process. But Rigathi had the force to nudge him out and end up at the table.
Oh, Kindiki made it even.
I hear back then, the conversations that we had were that Kindiki ended up as the choice of the bulk of MPs who were involved in this process of selecting the running mate for William Samoei Ruto. That's what we hear. And we hear Kindiki made it not once, not twice. I hear there was a number of votes that were carried out. This is what we hear. So I'm imagining on that backdrop, this man having played politics, by that I'm talking about William Samoei, having played politics from 97, he must have known that the choice of DP is not beholden to him. He must have known that if I look like I've handpicked a guy and he's rejected, I'm done. So I've let the process play out. So this process he allowed play out, ended up with this person and Rigathi, and they then must have convinced the team that why Rigathi? Because of the Kikuyu vote, because of the fundraising capability and all that, and picked him as a DP. And I think it was a good bet, because besides the clout he had already built in the mountain, Rigathi came on board and added that clout. And the mountain felt they were part of this government, they were inside this government, it was their government they were forming. And they followed the UDA candidate and his running mate, and they voted, and these guys ascended to the presidency. So that's my opinion.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to take a break here.
Yes.
This was supposed to be a maximum 4-hour shoot.
Yes.
We started at 8 o'clock. The time is 6:30. We have, I can't even believe it.
Yeah.
We have spent this whole day having such a robust conversation
Yes.
in the journey to understanding Kenyan politics.
Yes.
So, and all the different rabbit holes we've entered have just been, this has been a rich conversation. Yes. Again, I want to say, I'll do my parting shot and then I'll hand it over to you.
Yes.
To you, the viewer who is following us, thank you so much. Go to Stori Za Siasa on all social media platforms and follow directly from there. Yeah. Because after this, we're only going to do one more shoot to finish this chapter and continue the conversations on that platform.
Yes.
Because it is important that these conversations come out even more frequently, but doesn't change the structure of this primary platform, which is CTA.
Yes.
Let us know, as usual, where it is that you're watching us from.
Yes.
Again, if you're an aspirant, the thing that we said in the beginning of this show, if you're an aspirant and you think that you'd be interested in us meeting in a room and sort of doing a full day conference of sort, where we where Mr. Ndolo takes us through the different facets of what it takes to run a successful campaign from all different facets, from fundraising, from what you take to choose your right people in poll, how the nitty-gritties that can't be shared here per se, just because we can't go that deep into it. Get into the comments and let us know. If we get a good enough quorum, we're going to start.
Yes.
This is something that I think is important for first-time people. We're going to start, and it's going to be worth your while. Yes. Last but definitely not least, mine is to say that the whole core of why we do this is to share as best as we can the historical journey that Kenya has taken from independence till 2026, 2027, so that you can take this information and then make an informed decision. Where we have made mistakes, get into the comment section. The comment section is always buzzing with people fact checking and checking that we have said the right things, people correcting, people also giving their opinion, people venting. All of that is welcomed. So let us know on the different social media platforms where it is that you're watching. Last but definitely not least, share this content. I'll also say something that I always forget to say. I have an amazing cameraman. You have seen the kind of quality of shoots that we've been doing. This cameraman is a full team that is able to do these different productions for different people. So if you're looking for a production person, ... look no further than ZD Films. Go and check out their YouTube channel as well. And if you're looking for those services, get in touch. Over to you, parting shots. Me, as usual, thank you so much. You know, we're always supposed to talk for just 2 hours, 3 hours, and you continue, but we've been here today for close to 10 hours.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
That's a lot.
So, we are very humbled by the numbers we are seeing, following us on TikTok, following us on Instagram, coming on board of YouTube to watch the videos. It's a very humbling experience. We didn't have a clear roadmap when we started this. We didn't say this is where we were going. We just started and said, let's have a conversation about politics. And it has morphed into this animal, this beast. And we realize we cannot stop. We cannot drop it. We have to keep going. We welcome your comments. We welcome your criticism. We welcome your fact check. We are not the custodians of all knowledge political. We do not dare claim to be the ones who know everything. Ours is a conversation based on what we've observed and my personal experience and journey in politics from a young man to the grandfather I am. And what drives us and what drove this conversation and this show was our concern about where we felt we might be headed as a nation and the importance of coming out and saying something about it. And that is where we are. We will not stop. We will keep going. Join us on the platforms that my producer, Njau, has said. Join us there. We will keep unpacking. On the political front, I have personally had 2 people reach out, and it sounds like there might be another opening where people want to engage who are aspirants. Again, we're not experts. All we will do for those who want to engage us, we will see the best way to add value. We will unpack what we can. We are not campaigning for any individual person. When you see us going the way we go and talking about the incumbent, we want nobody who has got interest to be in any illusion that is a walk in the park. And this is why we go where we go. And we want the voter to understand, because we don't want people to turn around and say the vote was stolen and we end up in a violent confrontation. Be realistic, remove the emotion, analyze this thing the way we do so that you make the right decisions as we move forward. Thank you for coming on board, staying on board. We are humbled by your support and we'll stay true to the message.
You are watching Stori Za Siasa, understanding, in fact I should add unpacking,
Unpacking.
Kenyan politics.
Yes.